Maybe our green-white armband is the way you always remember us. Today, we've changed a lot, and we've changed lives. Green Crescent has grown into a structure that protects, trains, and rehabilitates those in need, that grows each day thanks to its volunteers, and that researches, listens, and takes care of all those in need. We've changed our point of view. We've expanded our scope of operation and capacity to tackle addiction. We've crossed borders. We've implemented the most comprehensive preventive training program in the world. We've reached out to all segments of society, young and old alike, raising awareness of all forms of addiction through our volunteers. While we were few in the past, we are now millions, and we've made it together. Through our collaborations with corporates, we have kept thousands of professionals on side, allowing us to grow stronger. The addictions that trap our young people can't be handled with a mere poster. So we have developed methods to be more conscious of addictions and intervened in the early stages through preventive strategies. Rather than saying, "No, don't do that," we started to teach them how to say no for themselves. We have organized national and international contests to encourage everyone to think, produce, and take a stand against addiction. We've advocated the rights of non-smokers with the Green Detector app. We have provided financial support for universities, NGOs, and other organizations engaged in addiction prevention activities, and have launched scholarship programs to support those who get involved. We have kept track of all scientific literature related to our fields of activity, and we have created an archive available for the use of researchers. We've made use of the media through our training programs, aiming to raise consciousness of addiction and to prevent the promotion of addictive behavior in the press. We have developed public health policies and have brought together the World Health Authorities by holding both national and international congresses. Our efforts have not slowed down during the COVID-19 outbreak. We have continued to work virtually, holding international trainings and meetings. We have developed projects to ensure that homes, schools, streets, and neighborhoods, and every layer of society are included in our efforts. We have kept thousands of people on side through these projects. We've increased our efforts. We are aware of the fact that to achieve our goals, listening alone is not enough. We need to talk, convince, and reach those in need. We have expanded our scope of activity to people with substance use disorder and their families by establishing a national rehabilitation model and setting up Green Crescent counseling centers to help them recover their health. We have published more than 1,000 issues of magazines. We have improved the public recognition of Green Crescent magazine through involving cover pages signed by celebrities. We have published books for children, teenagers, parents, and academicians. We've made good use of all channels of communication, including television and social media. We have received national and international awards in recognition of our highly qualified activities. We have removed the boundaries between us and our target audience through organizing online discussions and concerts and launching highly interactive campaigns on social media. We received the 2020 Turkey Excellence Award, while our operational system was found to be at international standards in an evaluation based on the European Foundation for Quality Management, EFQM, criteria. International Green Crescent touches the lives of millions and works for the health and future of everyone around the world. Green Crescent will continue its efforts, supported by its employees, branches, and volunteers, as it looks forward to its next centennial.
speakers, distinguished participants. So first of all, I would like to welcome you all to our International Symposium on Novel and Emerging Tobacco and Nicotine Products and Tobacco Control. Green Crescent is struggling with alcohol, tobacco, substance, gambling, and technology addiction with all its might for a good and healthy life for 103 years. Today, Green Crescent has a total of 105 Green Crescent counseling centers in 81 provinces of Turkey and the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus. In addition to the addiction prevention activities, especially for children and youth, with congresses and symposiums within the scope of this struggle, it brings together leading scientists in the field in order to ensure academic development. Today, we are all together for the International Symposium once again, and which is organized to enable the international publics to share scientific developments on the harms of those novel emerging tobacco and nicotine products within the scope of combating tobacco addiction, and to enable new and effective approaches based on scientific evidence to be formed. Many of our valuable guests here are working on tobacco addiction, and they are making efforts to find a solution for this problem. And of course, we know that we are going to discuss the prevention activities, rehabilitation processes, national, international policies regarding tobacco addiction. And in order to present the evidence, so we are going to be together our scientists. Organizations working in this field in the world and their important representatives will make their representations here today and will give us up-to-date information in this field. First of all, we would like to thank our participants for their interest on behalf of Green Crescent, and I would like to share some reminders before the session. First of all, we are going to have Turkish and English languages for the symposium, and you can change the language from the button and the screen. And during the lunch time, of course, there will be alternative sharing, so you can also follow those activities during the lunch break. We would also like to remind you that you can receive your participation certificates after the program. Certificates will be accessible via the Get the Certificate button on the Symposium website and tomorrow. Only those who follow the live broadcast by registering for the symposium will be able to create an certificate with their registered email addresses. Now, I would like to leave floor to the president of the Turkish Green Crescent Society, Professor Mücahit Öztürk, to deliver his opening speech of the symposium. Yes, esteemed professor. Esteemed participants, first of all, I would like to welcome you all to our symposium. So, we are here for the International Symposium on Novel and Emerging Tobacco and Nicotine Products and Tobacco Control. This is a very significant topic. Recently, when we have a look at this issue for the children and the youth, we need to think and we need to discuss this issue. And we are going to elaborate on the details of this issue today. As the Green Crescent, you know, we have been working and combating addictions for more than 100 years, and we are one of the oldest non-governmental organizations. So we started with alcohol addiction, and then we continued with the substance addiction, gambling, tobacco, drug, and finally technology addiction. So we have been continuing working on those addictions. Actually, when we think of the transition between all those addictions, we know that those 5 types of addictions are interrelated. It is obvious to see that. For as all addictions, once again, for the use of tobacco products, we continue our combating and we have the approach of public health. In other words, we would like to protect our people from all those tobacco and tobacco product harms and prevent the use of those tobacco products. As we all know, those products can be started to be used at an early age because of easy access, and once again, regarding the frequency of the use in the society. Therefore, our activities against the use of tobacco products are focused especially on children and young people. Unfortunately, it's so sad that, especially for the last period, with the new novel tobacco products and also with the e-cigarettes, we know that we have a new different dimension. And the use of tobacco is not only including the use of the cigarettes, and it has a wider dimension, having wider effects, including our children and young people, and therefore all the people internationally. So it has a great effect. And regarding the harms of the tobacco, we all know about them, and we all have sufficient information. However, despite we have this information, there is a significant increase in the use of tobacco products. And recently, we can see the newly used area, so we need to think about that. Of course, we have experienced COVID-19 pandemic, and in terms of whether there is an increase or a decrease, we don't have very fundamental data. However, we all know that with the novel and emerging tobacco products, there is an increase. Here, of course, tobacco industry establishes the idea of the society, and even there could be misleadings, and they present different products to the market, and all those products attracts the attention of the youth and the children. There are different ads carried out, and also some striking activities, and once again, all those tools to be more attractive in the future. And this is a significant problem in front of us. So taking common decisions together, and together with the evidence-based knowledge, we are going to explain all those realities, and we are going to put a common reaction, and then we can find a solution for this problem. There could be differences among countries. For example, banning the sales of all those products, and in some other countries, it can be free to be sold. And because of all those differences, there is a chaos globally, and this increases the use ratio in the world. Therefore, we can have legal regulations and also prevention activities within a wide scope. And we need to work, and we need to put our efforts for finding solutions for that problem. In the symposium, we are going to discuss the process that we experience, the further steps to be taken, international cooperations, and protection and prevention activities, and our roles and responsibilities, and that is aspect, the responsibilities of the states. So we are going to discuss all of those topics in a detailed manner. So when we have a look at this issue, right now, we can see that there is not a sufficient level of awareness, and we can see that at an early age, children are trying those products and they recommend each other. And we know that this can also be disseminated at the adolescent level, and we know that the use risk is really high. Of course, there could be different propagandas, and in order to overcome those, in order to share the accurate information together with the youth, children, and humanity, we are going to have our fundamental objectives. I believe today we are going to discuss this very essential issue, and this is a threat for the humanity, and we are going to increase awareness and raise this awareness. Once again, I would like to congratulate all of our speakers in this symposium in advance, and I would like to thank them. Moreover, I would like to thank all of our participants and once again congratulate them for their sensitive approach. So 31st May, World No Tobacco Day. So happy May 31st. Healthy living does not start one day. It starts now. And thank you. I would like to finalize my speech. So we would like to thank the president of Turkish Green Crescent Society, Professor Mücahit Öztürk. Now we are going to have a short break and we are going to continue with the keynote speeches. Thank you.
participants, welcome back. This symposium consists of one keynote speech and 3 sessions. Each session will last approximately 1 hour and 45 minutes. The speakers will answer your questions at the end of this session under the supervision of our session chairs, and you can send your question to us through the chat box. And now we are starting our keynote speech. And during the keynote speech, Professor Recep Erol Sezer, he is member of the Scientific Committee of Green Crescent, will chair the session, while Professor Stanton Glantz, he is a retired professor of medicine and founding director of the Center for Tobacco Control Research and Education at the University of California, will be the keynote speaker. Professor Stanton Glantz will join us with his keynote speech entitled E-Cigarettes, Harm Enhancement and Protection of Global Tobacco Interests. I would like to welcome our esteemed session chair and distinguished keynote speaker and kindly leave the floor to our session chair, Professor Recep Erol Sezer. The floor is yours, Professor.
Good morning, dear participants. It is a great honor for me, a great privilege for me to introduce you Professor Glantz, the great teacher, the great scientist, the great warrior on tobacco. Let me give some details about her curriculum vitae. Dr. Glantz conducts research on a wide range of topics, ranging from the health effects of e-cigarettes and secondhand smoke, with particular emphasis on the cardiovascular system, to the efficacy of different tobacco control policies. Until his retirement, Dr. Glantz was principal investigator for the 40 million 10-year Tobacco Centers of Regulatory Science, part of its kind, Tobacco Science Regulatory Program by the US Food and Drug Administration and the National Institutes of Health. Tobacco Centers of Regulatory Science takes a broad interdisciplinary approach to understanding new tobacco products by integrating pulmonary, cardiovascular, behavioral, and economic research to understand the effects of new products and inform tobacco product regulation. Working with University of California, San Francisco Library, he took the lead in making nearly 100 million pages of previously secret tobacco industry documents available to the entire world via the internet, through the UCSF, through Tobacco Industry Documents Library. Dr. Glantz was founding director of the UCSF Center for Tobacco Control Research and Education and is a member of the National Academy of Medicine. His work has attracted considerable attention from the tobacco industry, which has sued the University of California unsuccessfully twice in an effort to stop Professor Glantz's work. Thank you, Glantz, for being with us. That is a great pleasure for us. We are ready to listen to you, to learn from you. Here.
Well, thank you very much for having me. I'm sorry that I couldn't travel to Istanbul, but through the magic of Zoom, here I am in San Francisco. So I'm going to share my screen now. Okay, well, thank you very much. What I'm going to talk about is e-cigarettes. And the subtitle is Harm Enhancement and Protection of Global Tobacco Interests. Now my screen is not advancing. Oh, there, okay. So the basic argument which is made about e-cigarettes is that there's no fire, that you don't, unlike a conventional cigarette, which generates a nicotine aerosol that people inhale as a way of delivering the nicotine by setting the tobacco on fire, which generates a lot of toxic combustion products. E-cigarettes don't use fire, and so there's no combustion products, so they're safer. But as I'm going to show you, that's a very, very oversimplified view, and it turns out that they're almost as bad as cigarettes. The other thing you need to do when looking at the literature about e-cigarettes is you need to consider the source that's being quoted. And this is a recent paper that was just published in the Pan American Journal of Public Health, where the authors looked at the association between the funding source for the work and also where the work was done and the conclusions. And the first thing they found, which isn't that surprising, is that if the work was funded by or done by people connected with the tobacco industry, it was about 30 times more likely to come up with positive conclusions about e-cigarettes. And if it was funded by pharma, it was also more likely to come up with positive conclusions. But the really interesting thing was papers from England were twice as likely to have a positive result for vaping as papers from anywhere else in the world. And England is really a hotbed of e-cigarette advocacy among the health community. And you really need to be very careful in interpreting anything that comes out of England. Now, there are several myths about e-cigarettes that I'm going to talk about. The first is it was an innovative technology developed to compete with the multinational tobacco companies to replace cigarettes. The second myth is that e-cigarettes as consumer products help smokers quit. The third myth is that they're substantially safer than cigarettes. And the fourth myth is that they won't appeal to kids. And I'm going to go through each of these and show you what the actual evidence is. So the first myth is, are they an innovative technology developed to compete with the multinational tobacco companies? Now, the first commercial e-cigarette, which appeared around 2005, did come from China. But it turns out that Philip Morris and also British American Tobacco had developed functional e-cigarettes in the 1990s. And importantly, and this is from the tobacco industry documents that you heard about before when I was being introduced, they were developed to appeal to health-concerned smokers who might quit smoking. In other words, they were not developed for harm reduction. They were not developed to promote smoking cessation. They were developed to hold on to customers for the tobacco companies. And if you look at the marketing research that was used, that led to the research effort that led to e-cigarettes, there was none of these issues of encouraging cessation or lowering harm were at all on the tobacco company's agenda. It was to create a product that seemed less harmful as a way to keep smokers who would otherwise simply quit as customers for the tobacco companies. And here you can see, this is a tobacco industry document, and you can see the evolution of the e-cigarette. And by 1996, Philip Morris had a functional e-cigarette. They didn't take it to market for political and legal reasons, but they had one. And if you look at the market today, the global multinational tobacco companies really control the e-cigarette market. There are a few small independent companies left, but by and large, all the major brands are now owned by and controlled by cigarette companies. So the e-cigarette is not something that was developed to compete with the tobacco companies for smokers. It was designed as a way to hold on to customers among smokers who might quit. Now, I just want to say a minute about how an e-cigarette works. And as I mentioned, the way a cigarette works is you take the tobacco, you set it on fire, that generates an aerosol of ultrafine particles that carries the smoke. They're the aerosol deep into your lungs, and that carries the nicotine down to your lungs, where it's rapidly absorbed and goes straight to your brain, and you get a big nicotine hit. Now, this is a third generation e-cigarette, but they're all basically the same. And so you have a battery and you have a reservoir with liquid in it, and the e-liquid is a mixture of a carrier, usually propylene glycol and vegetable glycerin, with some flavorings and nicotine. And then there's a wick, like the wick of a candle, which is got a little heating coil wrapped around it. It's like a heating coil in a toaster, except much smaller. And then you energize the heating coil. You soak the wick in the liquid, energize the heating coil, and that generates an aerosol of nicotine, which is carried deep into the lungs and delivers the nicotine aerosol analogously to the way a cigarette does, but without the combustion. Another type of closely related product are heated tobacco products like the Philip Morris IQOS or the BAT Glow. They're very much like a solid e-cigarette. This is the Philip Morris IQOS device, and you can see it has a battery, it has some controlling electronics, and then there's a heating blade, and you take a little mini cigarette, which is ground up tobacco actually soaked in propylene glycol and vegetable glycerin, very much like a liquid e-cigarette. And the heating blade heats up this tobacco rod and generates a nicotine aerosol without setting it on fire. So again, the idea is to generate the aerosol without the combustion. The most important development in e-cigarette technology was the Juul, which was actually developed here in San Francisco. And this is a Juul device. The little black thing on the right end is a pod. It's called a pod. It has the fluid in it and the heater coil and the wick, and the blue part of the device is the battery and the control electronics. The Juul was purposefully designed not to look like a cigarette. The earlier e-cigarettes were designed to look like a cigarette. And one of the things, the reason for that is they realized that a lot of young people didn't like cigarettes, and so they didn't want to have a product that looked like a cigarette. The second thing about Juul, which was very innovative, was they went from using freebase nicotine, which is what is generated by a conventional cigarette, and the earlier generation e-cigarettes. And pure nicotine, freebase nicotine, is quite alkaline, and it's very irritating to the throat. So it limits the amount of nicotine you could deliver in a given puff, because if you put the nicotine level too high, people gag and they just can't get it down. In Juul, they added some acid. For Juul, they used benzoic acid, and that created a nicotine salt and moved the pH, the acidity, toward neutral. So it made the nicotine easier to inhale. You got a smoother throat hit, and so people could inhale a lot more nicotine on a given puff. So it increased the nicotine delivery. Now, it wasn't necessarily through increasing the concentration of nicotine in the e-liquid, although they adjusted that, but it was mostly because the nicotine which is delivered in a form which is more easily absorbed and more tolerated. And so you can deliver the nicotine a lot faster. And so these are probably actually more addictive than a conventional cigarette. This is a picture from the Juul patent, and the point they make is that if you look at the blood nicotine level over time after you take a puff, if you look at the black line, you can see that what happens when you take a puff on a combustible cigarette is you get a very rapid increase in nicotine in your blood, which gives you a very hard hit to your brain, and it's very reinforcing. If you look at the older generation e-cigarettes, which use freebase nicotine, which is the blue graph, you can see that the peak is much lower and it's delivered much slower. So it's not as satisfying or addicting as a cigarette. The yellow is the Juul nicotine delivery, and you can see it really mimics a cigarette. And in fact, later versions, it exceeded a cigarette in terms of delivery. And it really worked. This is a graph of the sales of, just a second here. I have a pointer now. The sales of Juul in the United States, and these are the other brands. And you can see that after it came on the market in about mid-2005 or 2015, it just took off and ended up dominating the market because it was just so much more efficient at delivering nicotine. Plus, the product also looked nicer, and they had a really effective social marketing campaign directed at young people that just took off. So what the actual evidence shows is that e-cigarettes were actually an innovative technology developed by the tobacco companies to keep customers. It was not developed to compete with tobacco. It was developed to supplement conventional tobacco. Then there's the myth that you hear that e-cigarettes help smokers quit smoking, that people switch. And this is a little complicated, but I'll show you the data. The thing that is very important to keep in mind when you're talking about e-cigarettes and quitting is to realize that there are actually two different sets of criteria that you use to assess how e-cigarettes affect quitting smoking. The first is if you used e-cigarettes as a medicine, if you used it as like nicotine replacement therapy or varenicline or other medicines as part of a clinically delivered smoking cessation intervention. And in this case, the e-cigarettes are being used in a supervised way under clinical supervision. And the right way or the best way to assess efficacy is with a randomized clinical trial. That's the gold standard for assessing medicines. And the regulatory standard, which is used here in the United States and in most places, is are they safe and effective? But there's another way. So, and most of the e-cigarette advocates stress the randomized clinical trials because, well, I'll get to that. But the way that most people use e-cigarettes is not as a medicine, it's as a consumer product, where people just go out and buy them, they use them without supervision, they use them however they feel like using them, so you have unsupervised use. And the best way to assess e-cigarettes as consumer products is population-level observational studies to look at the association between using e-cigarettes as a consumer product and quitting smoke, and whether or not people have stopped smoking. Now, the paper and this has been out for several years now, but this paper by Peter Hajek and colleagues was the first really good randomized controlled trial of e-cigarettes for smoking cessation. And they combined the e-cigarettes with 4 weeks of intensive counseling. They looked at the efficacy as a clinical intervention, and they found efficacy. They found that e-cigarettes, people who used e-cigarettes under these conditions, quit more often than people who were randomized to not use e-cigarettes. And they were comparable, or maybe even a little better, I can't remember, to nicotine replacement therapy. But an important thing to recognize is that the people who were randomized to e-cigarettes were still using them a year later, unlike nicotine replacement or other kinds of conventional smoking cessation medicines, which people stop using after they quit smoking. Now, we published a meta-analysis of e-cigarettes and smoking cessation a couple of years ago. And at the time, we found there were 9 randomized trials, 9 randomized clinical trials. And this is a meta-analysis of those 9 trials. And the way you read this is that if the relative risk associated with e-cigarettes and smoking cessation is 1, that's the ratio of the probability of people quitting smoking if they're using e-cigarettes versus not using e-cigarettes. If that ratio is 1, then e-cigarettes aren't helping people quit. If that ratio is above 1, there's more quitting, more smoking cessation. If it's below 1, there's less. And when you take the 9 studies, and here's the Hayjack study right here, you can see that overall they had about a doubling of the risk, or the relative risk of quitting. And here's the 95% confidence interval, which is the area, your margin of error. You can see there was a statistically significant increase in quitting because it doesn't include 1. And if you pull all of these results in a meta-analysis, which is just a fancy way to say average, you see that overall e-cigarettes, people who used e-cigarettes as a clinical intervention were about 1.5 times more likely to go on and quit smoking than people who didn't use anything. And so there is efficacy as a smoking cessation intervention in a clinical environment. But again, that's not what most people are using. Most people are just going out and using them as consumer products. And if you look at that, there are many more population level studies of where you just go out in a sample, a random sample of people in the general population, and you look at people who are using e-cigarettes and whether or not they stop smoking compared to people who are not using e-cigarettes. So when you pull all of them together, and there's a large number of studies, you can see that overall there's no effect. It's a null effect. So for the population as a whole, as a consumer product, e-cigarettes are not helping people quit smoking. And so the fundamental tenet behind the idea that e-cigarettes are harm reducing by helping people shift away from cigarettes is just not supported by the evidence. And this is a separation looking at the longitudinal studies where people are followed forward in time, and the cross-sectional studies, and you can see whatever kind of study you look at, the 95% confidence interval still includes 1. So there's no significant benefit. Now, those studies all had relatively short follow-ups, usually 6 weeks, 3 months, maybe 6 months. There have now been 2 studies that have followed people forward in time for 3 years, longitudinal studies where people were followed forward for 3 years. And both of those showed that the e-cigarette users were substantially less likely to quit smoking than the people who didn't use e-cigarettes. It cut the likelihood of quitting by about 2/3. So if you look at the short-term studies, which is what we did in our meta-analysis, say there's no quitting benefit for e-cigarettes. If you look at the long-term studies, they're actually keeping people smoking, which is exactly what the tobacco companies had in mind when they developed them in the 90s. So what the actual evidence shows is that as consumer products, e-cigarettes don't help smokers quit, and they're actually probably preventing quitting. Then there's the question where they're assumed to be substantially safer than cigarettes. And the argument for this is that, again, you don't have the combustion. And because you don't have the combustion, you're not getting a lot of the bad combustion products. And so they're going to be safer. And a number you hear quoted a lot, even today, is from this paper that was published in 2014 by a guy named David Nutt and others. And they claimed that e-cigarettes were 95% safer than cigarettes. I'm sure you've heard this claim. If you get this paper and read it, you'll see that it has exactly no data in it. It was this group of people getting together, several of whom have connections to the tobacco industry, and they just simply decided e-cigarettes were 95% safer based on their judgment. But this paper doesn't cite a single paper with specific empirical evidence in it. And in fact, if you read it carefully, it even says the lack of hard evidence of harms for most products on most criteria. So they even admit they didn't have any data, and that there was no formal criteria for recruiting the experts who they got together to make this decision. And as I said, it doesn't cite a single bit of actual empirical evidence. And in fact, it turns out that a lot of these people had ties to the tobacco industry. And so it's a heavily conflicted paper, and just I'm amazed that anyone still pays any attention to it. Now, a very important report was issued in 2018 by the U.S. National Academy of Medicine. And in that, it said, across a range of studies and outcomes, e-cigarettes pose less risk to an individual than combustible cigarettes. And this was a committee of well-known people, no conflicts. But this decision was based on the fact that there are lower levels of these biomarkers of combustion. And it said the implications for long-term effects and mortality are not yet clear. And it said there are no long-term studies of actual health effects. And that was true in 2018, which was 5 years ago. But things have changed, and there's a lot more known today. The first thing, as I mentioned earlier, that e-cigarettes generate ultrafine particles just like cigarettes do. It's just that they're generated through a different process. But if you look at the size of the particle distributions for e-cigarettes compared to conventional cigarettes, you can see that they're comparable and maybe even a little bit smaller. And these are very, very, very tiny particles. This is a human hair, and these are ultrafine particles. So you can see they're much smaller than a human hair. They're so small, they go right through your capillaries and right into cells, and they trigger inflammatory processes, and they do all kinds of bad things. And it doesn't matter how you generate them, whether you do it with combustion, whether you do it with an e-cigarette aerosol generator. If you're looking at air pollution, the effects are quite similar. Another thing that's very important about particles, and this is data based on cigarette smoke, but there's a highly nonlinear dose-response curve between particulate exposure and heart disease risk. And a little bit of exposure creates a lot of risk. This is from the secondhand smoke literature, but the same you'll see is true for e-cigarettes. Now, it turns out one of the first places this was manifest in terms of cardiovascular disease is measuring the what's called flow-mediated dilation. That is the ability of arteries to expand when you increase the need to pump blood through them. If you're just sitting still right now, you don't need a lot of blood moving through your arteries, your muscles aren't doing much, and so your arteries are small. But when you get up and start moving around or run out of the room, you need to get more blood to your muscles, to your other organs. And so the blood speeds up, and the increased friction against the wall of the artery causes the release of nitric oxide, which makes the artery dilate. And this is called endothelium-dependent vasodilation. And it turns out that's a very, very important pathway for in terms of heart disease. And this is the first study of people, and they looked at non-smokers and smokers, and they measured the dilation, the flow-mediated dilation, by doing an experiment where you occlude an artery in your arm with a blood pressure cuff for a while and then release it and look at how much the arteries expand to restore blood flow. And you can see if you look at non-smokers at baseline, they have about a 7 or 8% dilation. If you then have them either smoke a tobacco cigarette, which is the blue, or an e-cigarette, which is the brown, you can see that you get a big drop in flow-mediated dilation, and the e-cigarettes are having about the same effect as cigarettes. This is the same experiment with smokers. You can see that their baseline ability of their arteries to dilate has been compromised because of their smoking. And then if you have them either smoke a cigarette acutely or an e-cigarette, it gets further compromised. So these are effects that occur very quickly, and e-cigarettes are actually quite similar to cigarettes in terms of what they do. This is a study done with rats by my colleague Matt Springer at UCSF, and he did the same thing, looking at flow-mediated dilation using a joule. So you start out with, this is how much the arteries dilate when you stimulate them, and then you can see that after exposing them to the joule aerosol, the amount of vasodilation goes way down. This is an earlier generation e-cigarette, a Marlboro cigarette, and this is if they're just breathing air, and you can see that there's no change in the vasodilation before and after exposure. And if you just compare joule, which is a modern fourth generation e-cigarette, which is viewed as pretty clean, that joule isn't detectably different from a Marlboro cigarette in terms of clobbering vascular function in these experiments. And so all of this, plus a bunch of other stuff I don't have time to go into, would lead you to think that e-cigarettes increase the risk of having a heart attack. And this is a paper we published back in 2018 using the National Health Interview Survey, which is a big, huge population sample in the United States. And we looked at the odds of having a heart attack if you're an e-cigarette user compared to not being an e-cigarette user, and also for cigarette users. And you can see that the e-cigarette users, if you're a daily e-cigarette user, you get a significant increase in the risk of heart attack, which isn't that different from being a smoker. And also for the non-daily users, there's a significant increase in the risk of heart attack. It's a little smaller than for smokers, but it's not significantly different. And there have now been several studies, epidemiological studies, showing the same thing, that e-cigarette users are at increased risk of having a heart attack. Also, there's a lot of lung toxicants in e-cigarettes. The propylene glycol and vegetable glycerin, which is the e-liquid base, is very irritating to lungs. The tobacco itself is irritating to lungs. There are additives like diacetyl, which is like fake butter flavor, which is very toxic to lungs. Cinnamon flavoring and cocoa flavoring, if you eat them, are fine, but if you aerosolize them and inhale them, they're bad for your lungs. The e-cigarette coil, it boils off heavy metals. And this is just the wire that the heavy metals come off of. And then also the wick decomposes over time, and you get little fragments of the microscopic fragments of the wick in your lungs, which is a bad thing. And so we went out and did a kind of quick and dirty meta-analysis looking for cardiovascular and disease and lung disease last June. And we found, unlike the situation that exists in 2018, when the National Academy of Medicine did its study and said there aren't any long-term studies, we found 61 population-level studies. And what we found is that if you look at cardiovascular disease, asthma, COPD, and also oral diseases, which was mostly periodontal disease, e-cigarettes are associated with statistically significant increases in cardiovascular disease, asthma, COPD, and oral diseases. And the risk increases were of the order of, 30% to a doubling. So these are substantial increases in risk. But the thing that's really most important isn't the absolute risk, it's how do they compare with cigarettes, because e-cigarettes are being promoted as safer than cigarettes. And so how do these risks for e-cigarettes compare to smoking cigarette? And we also wanted to know how dual use, which is smoking cigarettes and e-cigarettes together, compared to just smoking cigarettes, because it varies from study to study, but around 30 or 40 to 60 or 70% of adults who use e-cigarettes continue to smoke. And the dual use results are rarely reported, but we actually could compute all of this. And this is a meta-analysis using the same 61 studies, comparing not e-cigarettes to not using anything, but e-cigarettes to cigarettes. And what you can see, if you look at cardiovascular disease and oral diseases, is there's no significant difference in the risks associated with e-cigarette use compared to cigarette use. For asthma and for COPD, the e-cigarettes are not as risky as a cigarette, but they're about 50% as risky for the smokers, or pardon me, for COPD, and about 80% as risky for asthma. And, these are like nowhere near 95% safer. And if you compare dual use with cigarette smoking, you find that for all the endpoints, dual use is worse than smoking. So even for asthma and COPD, where the sole e-cigarette use isn't as bad as smoking, when you figure in that there's a substantial number of dual users, the overall net population impact is an increase in risk. Now, there's not a lot on cancer yet. Cancer is harder to deal with than heart disease and lung disease and periodontal disease because the effects take longer. But there's a lot of indications that there's a substantial cancer risk. This is a study done at USC where they took cheek swabs and looked at genes that are up and down regulated that are related to cancer risk. And the cheek cells turn over very quickly. So if you're taking someone who's using an e-cigarette and quit smoking a while ago, the smoking effect is gone after about a month. And so they compared e-cigarette users to smokers. And what they found was that the e-cigarette users had a substantial number of cancer genes that were up or down regulated in a bad way. And the most interesting thing to me, even though the smokers had more genes affected, so smoking is probably a higher cancer risk than e-cigarettes are, the e-cigarette risk was substantial. And the most interesting thing to me is that the overlap and the affected genes was pretty small. And so what this is saying is e-cigarettes are probably causing different cancers than smoking is. Although there is a paper now showing that the experiments showing that they could induce lung and bladder cancer in mice with e-cigarette aerosol. And they had 54 weeks of exposure. They found DNA damage and increased risk of developing lung and bladder cancers. So, you know, this is, I think, this combined with the genetic evidence and other evidence says to me that while we don't have good epidemiology yet, the likelihood is e-cigarettes are increasing cancer risk. And this is an ad from the state of California. They also pollute non-smokers' air. So what the evidence actually shows is that e-cigarettes they're probably not quite as dangerous as cigarettes, but they're about as dangerous as cigarettes, especially for cardiovascular disease and dental diseases. And if you throw in the dual use, the effect is they're as bad and maybe worse than smoking alone. And then the final point is the argument is that they don't appeal to kids or won't appeal to kids. And this is just not true. This is data from the United States. And you can see this is looking at middle and high school students, kids who are about 12 to 18. And the red line is the e-cigarette use. And you can see that while it's come down from the peak in 2019, and the reason that these lines are dotted is there were some methodological changes that make it hard to be sure that these are directly comparable to the earlier data. But you can see that e-cigarettes are now by far and away the dominant form of tobacco use among kids. And if you look at cigarettes, which has continued to go down, but the advent of e-cigarettes, if you look at before e-cigarettes took off, the smoking was dropping faster than it is since e-cigarettes. So e-cigarettes have really displaced cigarettes for the most part among kids, but the kids are still smoking cigarettes, and the advent of e-cigarettes slowed the decline in smoking. And there's also what's called a gateway. This is a meta-analysis of studies which looked at kids who initiated nicotine use with e-cigarettes and then whether they went on to smoke cigarettes. And you can see that overall, kids who initiated with e-cigarettes are about 3 times more likely to end up smoking cigarettes than kids who didn't initiate with e-cigarettes. So e-cigarettes are expanding the youth nicotine epidemic by attracting a lot of low-risk kids, and some number of them then go on to add cigarettes. So again, so it's actually making the tobacco epidemic worse. And another thing we found is that the kids are, if you look at cigarettes, these are cigars and smokeless tobacco here in the United States. Over time, you can see that the age of initiation stayed pretty constant, but for e-cigarettes, kids are now using them younger and younger, initiating use of them younger and younger. And another thing is, this is a little bit of a busy graph, but the different colors are different years. And this is how many days a month each kids were using e-cigarettes. And you can see that over time, they've gone from mostly being quite light users, doing it 1 to 2 or 3 to 5 days. And many more of them are doing more than 20 days a month or even every day. So e-cigarette use has gotten heavier and heavier among kids in the United States. And if you look at this measure of addiction, which is using their first e-cigarette within 5 minutes of waking, you can see that with the advent and penetration of the Juul and other what are so-called fourth generation e-cigarettes, the number of kids who are heavily addicted as measured by using their first nicotine dose within 5 minutes of waking really has skyrocketed. So they're making the tobacco epidemic much worse for kids. So what the actual evidence shows is that e-cigarettes are attracting kids and expanding the tobacco market. Now, the tobacco companies use this to try to present themselves and these products as harm reduction, as saying they want to be part of the solution, that government should be relaxing their tobacco policies to promote these new products. But as I showed you, they're only making the tobacco epidemic worse. And these new products have a lot of value to the tobacco industry. It allows them politically to claim to be part of the solution. It undermines the WHO Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, especially Article 5.3, which says government shouldn't be giving the tobacco companies any special access to the decision-making process. They really distract from effective tobacco control policies, things like clean indoor air and taxes, ad bans, getting smoking out of movies. Oops. Oh. And they also, in many parts of the world, are dividing the health community and causing a lot of strife. So these new products have been very valuable to the industry, and they're using them to maintain and expand markets. So where are we today? Well, e-cigarette in Turkey, as I understand it, e-cigarettes cannot be legally sold or produced in Turkey, which I think is just great. It's good public policy. It avoids the problems that you see in places like the United States or England where they're broadly available. And just as an example, in 2016, 1.1% of people age 15 and older were using electronic devices compared to 4.5% in the United States. So they are there, because the tobacco companies are, sneaking them in. But the use is much, much lower than it is here in the United States. And I'm going to be doing another presentation similar to this in Brazil next week, where they also have very stringent, they prohibit the import and sale of e-cigarettes, and it's the same thing. The levels of both youth and adult use in Brazil are way below the United States. And so, I think my message to you is to support and maintain the current policy in Turkey of prohibiting e-cigarettes and heated tobacco products. So the bottom line of all this is consumer products, e-cigarettes don't help smokers quit. They're not a solution to Turkey's high smoking rate. They're not substantially less harmful than cigarettes. They're as bad as cigarettes for many diseases. Dual use is worse than just smoking. And just generally, combustion is not as important as we thought in terms of the toxicology of these products. It's other things. There's been rapid youth uptake in places where they're permitted and promoting progression to cigarettes. They pollute the air, and they're expanding the tobacco epidemic. And again, I think the thing you should do is just continue to support the current ban you have in Turkey. So that's my presentation to you. Do you want me to leave this up or stop sharing?
Thank you. That's great, wonderful presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
We learned a lot, and we have some questions standing once. Could you let me ask the questions?
Sure.
Okay. Despite all the scientific data presented by you, the ministries of health of some countries, such as the United Kingdom, offer and advocate electronic and heated cigarettes as part of their national tobacco control policies, which significantly affects the policies of other countries on e-cigarette and heated cigarettes. Yeah. What is your views?
Well, I think the people many people have asked that. I've wondered it myself because I know the people in England, and I just think, the idea that e-cigarettes would be better than smoking is not crazy. You don't have combustion. There was a few, and so they might be less dangerous. They might serve as an alternative to smoking. Maybe they wouldn't appeal to kids. Those were all, if you go back 15 or 20 years when they first appeared, those were reasonable hypotheses. But if you just look at the actual evidence, which I've summarized for you, that's just not what happened. And I think the people in England are so committed to the idea of e-cigarettes that they just are ignoring the evidence. I can't figure it out. They are giving e-cigarettes to pregnant women in England, which when you look at the vascular effects that e-cigarettes have, as well as the exposure to nicotine and potentially addicting the fetus and affecting neural development in the fetus, I think it's insane, but they're doing it. I think it's just, it's just groupthink. I can't figure it out. But they are, as I showed you at the beginning, they are unique in that research out of England is more than twice as likely to support e-cigarettes as research coming out of any other country. And, if you go back and look at the meta-analysis we did on e-cigarettes and quitting, some of those population studies were from England. And they show the same thing as everywhere else. They don't help people quit. But it's a huge problem. But there are some people in England who are sensible about this and they're very frustrated.
Thank you.
I don't have a good answer. I think it's like they're crazy. I don't know.
We have another question. You mentioned the harms of newly developed tobacco and nicotine products developed by the tobacco industry. How is it possible for these products to enter the market and put up for sale without being inspected? What kind of control mechanism is there for such products in the United States?
Well, here in the United States, the authorities aren't as bad as England, but for many, many years, our Food and Drug Administration, and to some extent even today, views e-cigarettes as effective for harm reduction. And so even though under current American law, almost every e-cigarette on the market is illegal, the FDA has simply not enforced the law. Now, they have lately been blocking some of them, but, I think if you talk to people in the public health community, the FDA has been largely a failure in terms of regulating these new products. The other problem we have is the courts here have been really filled with very right-wing pro-business judges who the few times that the FDA has actually tried to act, they're usually blocked in court. But it's a huge problem. The place that e-cigarettes are getting dealt with more in the United States is at the local level and the state level, where they can't legally prohibit the sale, or they can't regulate the product. Only the federal government can do that, but they're prohibiting the sale of e-cigarettes. And a few places have prohibited them entirely. Other places, in fact, the first law like this was here in San Francisco, have prohibited flavored e-cigarettes. The tobacco companies have fought that very hard, but those flavor brands are spreading. And they make the e-cigarette, kids mostly use flavored e-cigarettes. But there are around 40 or 50 countries around the world that have prohibited e-cigarettes. Thailand, as I say, Turkey, Brazil, Australia, which had been relatively permissive, has just changed their rules to prohibit them. And those countries, every place I've looked, which prohibits them, has much lower rates of use than places like England and the United States, where or New Zealand is another place where they have a very permissive environment.
Now, I would like to ask a question.
Sure.
A general question. Considering a flood of new products, e-cigarettes, heated tobacco products, nicotine pouches, and others, what do you think about the future of tobacco control in the world? What is waiting for us in the future?
Well, I think that, as I said, the tobacco industry has developed these products in order to hold on to customers. None of them were developed. If you go into the tobacco documents, they're not developed as public health interventions. They're developed because they know that smokers are leaving the market, they're quitting smoking, and they want to give them an alternative product to keep them. And I think, and again, if you look at e-cigarettes, and also there's less evidence, but the evidence on the heated products, it's the same thing. The more we learn, the worse they look. And it's largely because I think breathing in an aerosol of foreign chemicals is bad. And the details of what's in the aerosol are probably less important than that it's filled with ultrafine particles and just general irritants. And like Matt Springer, the person who did the mouse or the rat work I showed you, they've compared e-cigarettes, cigarettes, marijuana cigarettes, and marijuana vaporizers, and just having exposing the animals to ultrafine carbon dust. And they're all the same in terms of affecting vascular function. There's other work that's been done looking at effects on arrhythmias, irregular heartbeats, and they're all the same. And so this idea that the details of what you're inhaling making a big difference in terms of toxicity is probably not true, or it's much less important than people previously thought. And I think what we need to do with tobacco control is to say we want to get rid of this industry, we want to get rid of these products, all of them, and just give people safer, healthier lives.
Dear Glantz, this has been a great presentation, all on behalf of all participants. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed.
Well, thank you very much for having me. And as I say, if it weren't all night here in San Francisco, I'd stay and listen to the rest of your conference. I hope you have a good time. It looks like a great program.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Professor Stanton Glantz and Professor Recep Erol Sezer, thank you so much for being with us and sharing your insights. Now we'll have a 15-minute break, and after the break, we'll continue with the first session of our program. Hope to see you again at 10:45.
Maybe our green-white armband is the way you always remember us. Today, we've changed a lot, and we've changed lives. Green Crescent has grown into a structure that protects, trains, and rehabilitates those in need, that grows each day thanks to its volunteers, and that researches, listens, and takes care of all those in need. We've changed our point of view. We've expanded our scope of operation and capacity to tackle addiction. We've crossed borders. We've implemented the most comprehensive preventive training program in the world. We've reached out to all segments of society, young and old alike, raising awareness of all forms of addiction through our volunteers. While we were few in the past, we are now millions, and we've made it together. Through our collaborations with corporates, we have kept thousands of professionals on side, allowing us to grow stronger. The addictions that trap our young people can't be handled with a mere poster. So we have developed methods to be more conscious of addictions and intervened in the early stages through preventive strategies. Rather than saying, no, don't do that, we started to teach them how to say no for themselves. We have organized national and international contests to encourage everyone to think, produce, and take a stand against addiction. We've advocated the rights of non-smokers with the Green Detector app. We have provided financial support for universities, NGOs, and other organizations engaged in addiction prevention activities, and have launched scholarship programs to support those who get involved. We have kept track of all scientific literature related to our fields of activity, and we have created an archive available for the use of researchers. We've made use of the media through our training programs, aiming to raise consciousness of addiction and to prevent the promotion of addictive behavior in the press. We have developed public health policies and have brought together the World Health Authorities by holding both national and international congresses. Our efforts have not slowed down during the COVID-19 outbreak. We have continued to work virtually, holding international trainings and meetings. We have developed projects to ensure that homes, schools, streets, and neighborhoods, and every layer of society are included in our efforts. We have kept thousands of people on side through these projects. We've increased our efforts. We are aware of the fact that to achieve our goals, listening alone is not enough. We need to talk, convince, and reach those in need. We have expanded our scope of activity to people with substance use disorder and their families. by establishing a national rehabilitation model and setting up Green Crescent counseling centers to help them recover their health. We have published more than 1,000 issues of magazines. We have improved the public recognition of Green Crescent magazine through involving cover pages signed by celebrities. We have published books for children, teenagers, parents, and academicians. We've made good use of all channels of communication, including television and social media. We have received national and international awards in recognition of our highly qualified activities. We have removed the boundaries between us and our target audience through organizing online discussions and concerts and launching highly interactive campaigns on social media. We received the 2020 Turkey Excellence Award, while our operational system was found to be at international standards in an evaluation based on the European Foundation for Quality Management, EFQM criteria. International Green Crescent touches the lives of millions and works for the health and future of everyone around the world. Green Crescent will continue its efforts, supported by its employees, branches, and volunteers, as it looks forward to its next centennial.
Participants were initiating the first session of our symposium. Our session chair will be Mr. Matej Košir, who is a director of Institute for Research and Development for Slovenia. Our speakers who will be with us in this session with their valuable speeches are Associate Professor Hasan Volkan Kara, who is a faculty member at Istanbul University, Cerrahpaşa Medical School, and member of the Scientific Committee of Green Crescent. Professor Ghazi Zatari, who is the director at WHO Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, Knowledge Hub on Water Pipe Tobacco Smoking, and chair of the Department of Pathology and Laboratory Medicine at the American University of Beirut. And Professor İsmet Çok, he is a faculty member in the Faculty of Pharmacy at Gazi University. In this session, Associate Professor Hasan Volkan Kara will deliver a presentation on the novel and emerging tobacco products, while Professor Ghazi Zatari, vaping products, are they truly safe for your health? And Professor İsmet Çok, the use and risks of flavoring agents in e-cigarettes, toxicological approach. I would like to welcome our esteemed session chair and three distinguished speakers and kindly leave the floor to our session chair, Mr. Matej Koshir. The floor is yours.
Thank you. And thank you very much for inviting me and giving me this responsibility for being a chair. It is a very important topic because, I'm coming from Slovenia. Slovenia is among the countries with one of the strictest legislation in tobacco. And I was intensively involved in different advocacy activities. So I exactly know what we are talking about now. And I'm happy that we are going to repeat some important messages also in this session, heard already from Professor Glantz. I'm here also to introduce a little bit more in details our three excellent speakers. And the first speaker will be Professor Dr. Hasan Volkan Kara. He graduated from Marmara University, Faculty of Medicine, as a medical doctor in 1998. He currently works as an associate professor at the Department of Thoracic Surgery at Istanbul University, Serah Pasha Faculty of Medicine. He is also a scientific committee member of the Turkish Green Crescent Society. And among his areas of interest are tobacco addiction, new and emerging nicotine products, their adverse effects on health, creating new strategies on community education against tobacco industry, and many more. There are many references here in his biography, but to save some time for the questions and answers, I will just hand over the floor and the screen to Dr. Kara. So Dr. Kara, please, the screen is yours for the next half an hour. Thank you.
Dear participant, dear chairman, dear colleagues, thank you for this very kind invitation and presentation about me. It's my honor to be here, and I welcome you all on the side of Turkish Green Crescent. So I'll share my presentation with you. Okay, hi again, and welcome to this magnificently organized symposium for fighting against the tobacco. So today, as my chairman mentioned, we'll be talking about some very specific and very important topics over and over again to make it clearly understood. So I'll be listening to the speeches today, and I hope my speech would be helpful for all the participants. I'll be talking about the new and evolving tobacco and nicotine products. So today's lectures have some learning objectives where we'll be discussing about why the reason for creating new tobacco or nicotine products. These products, what are they? The definition of reduced harm, modified risk. We'll be talking about smokeless tobacco, tobaccoless nicotine, and the tactics of big tobacco are the topics of today. So we have been fighting for years against tobacco and smoking. We'll be working on the government base, we'll have non-governmental organizations, civil communities, and we have good smoke-free campaigns and effective works. And we are using the social media to increase the awareness all around the world. We have been doing strong regulations about taxes, smoke-free laws, banning the advertisement. We have been educating the communities, which is very important. We have banned the flowering. So this strong regulation and fight with the help of World Health Organizations, chronicling the tobacco control sheets, we gained a real success. We have been recognizing that the decrease in the tobacco rates and sales. The numbers are so obscure, we are definitely winning the fight. So in the last 20 years, since this fight has worked too much, the huge market owners, which is big tobacco, which is making a big money, needs to rethink. We know what is tobacco, but clearly we know that it is just planted, harvested, dried, chopped, and rolled in a paper, which is very simple, and sold, which is very cheap. The process of planting is so cheap, and it's generally done in middle and low-income countries. Children and women are working. It's highly profitable. So tomorrow is the 31st of May, which is World No Tobacco Day, and we'll be supporting the idea that grow food, not tobacco. And we know that smoking is harmful, and we have been sharing this fact to the communities. And big tobacco needs, the show must go on. So what they say is they need to survive, they need to create new substances to sell with high profit. So they have to think about for the new products in the last decades of years. So the new product should contain nicotine for addiction, should have less or no smoke, because when you say smoke, everyone is alerted that smoking is harmful. The new products should be new and looking modern. They should be bypassing the existing laws, rules, and violations. And they should be attractive to the new users, which are generally youth and the children. They should be attractive to these customers to have some flowers in it, which is mental. They should be advertised by bypassing the laws, and they should be promoted. They should have an effect of satisfaction of hand and mouth, and they should be modified to the user's choice, and they should look cool, make the one who is using distinguishable, and they should be reaching to the all branches, all segments of the community. And also, these should be said to be less harmful than the existing product. They said to be harmfulness, and they said to be used for quitting smoking. In the middle of this talk, we have nicotine. It's a chemical product, even naturally occurring. It's highly addictive. It can be made synthetically. It stimulates the central nervous system. There will be great speeches. I don't want to go on. And nicotine is the very center of this addiction. And it is unhealthy. Unfortunately, in some decades, we have been taught that only the carbonized tar is in charge of the bad effects of smoking. But we know that nicotine is unhealthy in many ways. And nicotine addiction puts the individual people in this middle of the unwanted situation. And probably what the tobacco companies was thinking is to sell nicotine. Tobacco was just a theft. And aggressively motivating and marketing the new products will be based on nicotine addiction. And these new products should seem to be safer, which created the harm reduced. In fact, we have seen this movie before. As you all know, the first cigarettes were not filtered. As soon as some of the health effect has been visualized, the companies directly say, hey, we have a filter system which will reduce the tar, which will reduce the harm. And afterwards, in the 2000s, we have phased to the ultra slim and tar reduced cigarettes, which will be motivating some of the users that harm reduced terminology. And in the scientific way, what they do is to create an area where these new products should not be blamed for the harmfulness. Remember, the first scientific report about the harms of the cigarettes were 100 years after it has been started for marketing in 1964, the report from the Surgeon General. And as I said before, quitting is an accepted attitude in the modern life. And it's a huge market again. So if they can place these products in place that it can be used for quitting, it will be also making money for them. So they say, we may help you to quit. And some of the leading smokers would be choosing less harmful things. And they have been promoting this on the website. They are creating an idea that tobacco harm reduction is a human right. This is from a website, and you can assume the sponsor company. And they have been supporting some scientifically looking people that they are creating a smoke-free world. We have to be very careful. But we have to know that the process of stopping the use of any tobacco products in the nicotine replacement therapy is not more than 3 months. So if you continue your life, I'll be mentioning repeatedly, if you continue using either and any other nicotine products, you are not quitting smoking. You are just shifting. So using the black book that we know that it's all written, they are just forcing some people to shift to the new. And as I said before, bypassing the regulation, one of them is advertising. So the new products have been used in the ads. Also, the social media promoting electronic cigarettes, even during the pandemic, even using the International Nurses Day has been used. And they have been delivering some free samples of these new nicotine products against just bypassing the laws. As you remember, well, F1 Formula Racing was the leading advertisement for the companies, and it has been banned. But now, by using the electronic cigarettes or some new devices, new products, they are trying to bypass this regulation. Mm-hmm. And we know that women are some of the attractive groups for the industry. So some of the advertisements are just focusing the women, making them feel themselves more comfortable, more confident. And also, as the ban about marketing conventional cigarettes, these new products may have a place to have stores. Also, even in the airports, unfortunately, we have seen as the smoking is totally banned, but there are some vaping areas. And flour is one of the leading problems. The new products will be containing, they are containing like 16,000 flours. And they are making high profit on these poisons. And we know that they will never be selling candies. And unfortunately, even we say new products, they are not new. The first patent application was in 1963, remember? So this is just 1 year before the scientific documentation of harms of tobacco. So when we come to the products, it's a little bit confused. I am sure this is done on purpose. So we have some products with E, we have smokeless, with tobacco, without tobacco, with synthetic nicotine, but we'll talk each of them. I'll start with the heated tobacco products. So the heated tobacco products, they definitely and for sure contain tobacco. They are small sticks, plugs, and they contain tobacco. They are inserted in a specially designed battery device, and the company say that they do not burn the tobacco, but they heat it with a lesser temperature. So which make them argue this is less harmful. Unfortunately, I have to underline the name is created, IQOS, as I quit ordinary smoking. We know that the first aim of these tobacco companies are making people distinguishable, special, and extraordinary. So the patent was in 1935, but in the 90s, they have started producing these products. They have nicotine because they have the tobacco, additives, and they have flours. So all bad things about cigarette is contained by them. And when you analyze the application for the FDA, you can see that the comparison with the IQOS smoke is with the conventional tobacco. And like 53 substances in the IQOS smoke, which are legal, is not mentioned. And they say that this is harm reduced. This is fake. So they are trying to attract the new population about harm reduction. So we cannot say that. FDA do not say that these heated tobaccos could be safe because the ingredients are from tobacco. A simple, very, very simple example I have been using in my education. So you can, it doesn't matter how short or long you grill a stick, it cannot be a broccoli. The starting point is tobacco, and it's for sure that heated, unheated, cooked, doesn't matter, it will be the tobacco effect. And they are giving different names, heated sticks, and modified risk tobacco products. As you can see, they are just creating a new area without saying cigarette, because everyone in the world is aware how cigarette smoking is dangerous. And unfortunately, they had a place in the market. But FDA did not approve this as a quitting tool. The second part, the heated area, is electronic cigarettes, which is maybe the most speaking topic of today. As I said before, the first application for the patent was 1963. But in the 2000s, they waited until the laws, the bans about the conventional cigarette squeezed them. And they are now giving up the new products. So we have to be ready for the future. It can look like cigarettes, pipes, cigars. We have to be very careful that some new technology, as mentioned in the previous session, is USB and flash drive drives for the students, which can be carried very easily. Basically, we have a heating liquid solution. It has a battery system, so it's a liquid, chemical liquid. It becomes an aerosol. Vaping is not as strict. So the inhalation of aerosol we are talking about. So it can look like a conventional cigarette. It has a battery. It has an atomizer where it heats, and it has a liquid that the liquid is converted to a aerosol. Unfortunately, it has thousands of flowers, and the heating process creates chemicals which are toxic to the people's health. The thing that creates the liquid to an aerosol is propylene glycol and vitamin E, which can be ingested normally, but when you inhale these things, they become very toxic to the lungs. And they have been using the terminology vaping, and we will be continuing saying these are electronic cigarettes, and the liquids they are using are e-liquids. So different types, different generations, they are always creating higher new technology. You can create how much nicotine you want to take in, so it can be adjusted by the users. But we have to continue saying them they are electronic cigarettes. Because in some countries, they try to enter the market saying these are electronic nicotine delivery systems. They are not cigarettes. So if you do not form your rules, if you do not increase the awareness in the community, they always find a crack to enter the market or reach to the young people. As I said before, unfortunately, I have to mention a name, which is Juul. This is the leading trademark in US market, probably in the world as well. And we have been hearing young people saying they are juuling. They are not using electronic cigarettes, they are juuling. So creating this new terminology will be demolishing our work about banning smoking. So they look like a USB flash drive. If you do not aware your teachers, parents, that these flash drive looking things are electronic cigarettes, it can continue to go on. So there are some companies who are saying we have electronic cigarettes, but we don't have nicotine in it, which is ridiculous. Because if you don't have nicotine in the middle of this thing, which causes the addiction, people will not be using this one. So it could have different compounds, nicotine, cancer-causing chemicals. I'm sure my colleagues in the next sessions will be mentioning about. And addiction by using the electronic cigarettes in the community continues. Probably I will repeat again, but for these products, we have to say that people who use these nicotine products, when as they continue in the nicotine addiction circle, they will continue also conventional smoking. And for this new product, they have been using nicotine salts, which are more easy to inhale, which are less irritant, which make people use more and more. But these aerosols, flowerings will be harming lung cells, damaging lung tissue, and causing an indication which is called electronic cigarette or vaping use associated lung injury, which is called EVALI, and 2019, it is the first description, and it is in the ICD-10 coding system. So we have an indication. Unfortunately, this is not a medical lecture, but the effects of EVALI is just looking like COVID-19 infection. And unfortunately, by using electronic cigarettes, scientific papers have been shown that some of the users are using tetrahydrocannabinol, which is the primary substance of marijuana, rather than using e-liquid. So they can add marijuana in their electronic cigarettes. So they are targeting children and youth. We know that some of the flowers are used to attract the children, even in the advertisements. And I have mentioned about the vitamin A acetate and tetrahydrocannabinol, which are, when you inhale those, they are very dangerous to the lungs. So the aim was helping the smokers, but FDA said that this is not an approval for quitting things. So what happens? They were taking the idea of saying, hey, we want to help people. But what happened was they just increased the nicotine addiction in the community. When you put this product in the market, you cannot avoid children trying them. So in 1911, the rate was 1.5 in US, and it rise up to 20%. And the previous years, World Health Organization's motto was the industry is targeting the young and the youth. And also these products also has a secondary exposure risk as existing in the conventional cigarettes. But moreover, if people are socially, smoking, using electronic cigarettes in front of their children, they are just showing that bad habit. This is a new information at the beginning of May. So the Australian government on the Ministry of Health said that they had let the electronic cigarette marketing in the community, but it just created the incidence of using nicotine and vaping in the young population. So they're probably streaking the marketing. So it has been mentioned, but it's good that there are countries where marketing, producing of electronic cigarette or mimicking devices are banned. I'm so glad that Turkey is one of these countries. So we have other products with tobacco containing but non-heated number. So unfortunately, it's too many. We have the chewing tobacco, we have the moist, we have the dry snuff, and we have dissolved tobacco. So chewing tobacco, as it's on the name, it's a processed tobacco. There is no burn, no heat. So the users pinch the tobacco, they get from a can or pouch and place it between their lip and gum. So they take it there. So the juices are sucked, split, the outcome nicotine and ingested. So the nicotine goes into the bloodstream and creating all the effects of the nicotine. So this can be used in the loose leaf form as plug or twist. Unfortunately, mostly in United States, it is so popular in sports and mostly baseball. I don't know how it started, but you can see chewing gums having sportsmen during the games. Snuff is a finely ground tobacco. It can be dry and moist, two types. And it can be cured aged and fermented tobacco, chopped in fine particles, and round cans is the packing form. And when it is dry, what you do is you just put it through your nostrils with inhalation. And look at that. It's herbal. It's rice herbal. It is a poison, and they market it as herbal. And we know that when you take it from your nostrils, you may have such medical issues. The moist snuff, which is called sniff in United States, it's a fermented tobacco, and you just place as a dip between your cheek and lip or the gums, and it requires splitting. And just placing such thing in your mouth created an excessive saliva. It's a smokeless tobacco, but it definitely causes some local effects I'll be mentioning in a minute, but mostly the systemic effects of the nicotine is charged of the harmful effects. We have dissolvable tobacco. The spectrum is just increasing and increasing. They just dissolve in your mouth. You don't have to split or discharge the product. It just goes away, and you don't have to spot out it. And they contain nicotine. They are a derivative of tobacco and potentially harmful. Nearly all of them are flowers. And in US, the number of high school students are increasing year by year. There are tons of different choices. It can be pellets, tablets, mints, toothpick, and you can definitely remember this company selling conventional tobacco in the recent decades. And we have some non-heated number of products and without any tobacco, because they are just trying to confuse government, confuse the laws. But in the middle, we have the nicotine. So these products are nicotine pouches. So people are presented as modern oral nicotine. So we have to be ready for terminology as well. So these are synthetically and sometimes tobacco origin nicotines. They come as pouches. They may have some dissolvable forms, but the pouches are put in the mouth between the gum and the cheek, and the dissolving of the nicotine is expected. So they are advertised as sometimes tobacco-free or tobacco leaf-free. It's again just to confuse the laws and the bags. And they contain variety of flowers and different nicotine strains. So unfortunately, this is the one of the well-known nicotine pouch. And again, what they try to sell is distinguishable, cool-looking young people. But FDA never approved that these are tools for quitting smoking. And we know that starting from chewing tobacco, they have toxic chemicals in between. It's definitely harmful. All of these products, when they are placed in the cheek or the tongue, they cause leukoplakia, which is a precancerous lesion, and also ingestion of nicotine to healthy tissues causes different problems. So this is a record from a well-known company and saying a single portion smokeless tobacco, smokeless products could provide the opportunity to make new profits rather than cannabis existing profits from cigarettes. So it's also a high profitable market. Once again, young people who use nicotine are mostly like to use conventional cigarettes, which we call dual user. And we have to listen what they say very carefully, and we should not believe what they say, because they have been saying thank you for smoking. In fact, they have been saying that thank you for using nicotine. So for the last words of me to take home messages, we can conclude that new nicotine products, as will be discussed the whole day, are new weapons. In fact, they are Trojan horse of big tobacco. In the middle, there is the nicotine, but there are different ways to enter the houses, enter the young communities. And the aim of this is continuity of nicotine addiction. And nicotine is definitely unhealthy. Unfortunately, big tobacco, as half of the smokers will be dying during the period, they are aiming the young community, children, to make them use their products as long as possible. And they are using the old tactics. So we know what they are doing. Heated products contain tobacco and they are definitely harmful. Electronic cigarettes, liquids, they contain nicotine, chemical things, and these are harmful for the body. Reduced harm, modified risks are untrue terms. And smokeless tobacco or tobaccoless nicotine are just confusing their minds. The industry is the government, and we are the community consumers. So whatever they give, we have to think that on the backside, there is a danger coming. So I thank each of you for participating in this organization and sharing your information. This is Turkish Red Green Crescent's Addicta paper. I'll be happy to announce the scientific colleagues to submit their manuscripts about addiction. And I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for excellent, very informative and very educational presentation. I learned some new stuff as well, so it was great to hear from you as well today. But maybe to add something, beside the big tobacco, of course, they try to replace the profit loss in investing in these new products. But it's quite interesting fact. They also invest in cannabis industry. That's also very interesting, especially in those countries where cannabis is already legalized. So they try to find any possible ways to replace the profit lost from traditional tobacco smoking. So yeah, thank you very much for your excellent speech. And we will move forward to the next, also very interesting presentation about this next presentation. We'll dig a little bit more in detail to vaping products. And there is a question in the title: are they truly safe for your health? I think this is more or less a rhetoric question, because we all know they're not safe for our health. And Professor Dr. Ghazi Zatari will explain a little bit more in details about the vaping products. And Dr. Zatari is the chair of the Department of Pathology and Laboratory Medicine at the Faculty of Medicine at the American University of Beirut in Lebanon. And he's also a chair of WHO's study group on tobacco product regulation, a member of the executive committee of the Tobacco Laboratory Network, and also director of the WHO Framework Convention Tobacco Control Knowledge Hub on the water pipe tobacco smoking. And again, there are several other references in his biography. And to shorten a little bit the time and give the space also for participants for questions and answers, I would like to give Dr. Zatari the floor and the screen for the next half an hour. Please, the screen is yours, Dr. Zatari.
I'm about to share screen. Okay. Good day, everybody, and I'd like to thank the organizers for this invitation, and also to be on this session on a very timely topic, which is very challenging to all of us who are working in the field of tobacco control. And thanks to the chair for the kind introduction, and for my co-presenters on this program. What I would like to do is basically focus my presentation on two areas. That is the electronic nicotine delivery systems ends, and on the heated tobacco products. I think Dr. Kara has covered a wide spectrum of tobacco products and nicotine products, which can be very difficult for anybody to cover in this program. Those by itself would require much more time. So I'm limiting my presentation to, as I mentioned, to ends and heated tobacco products. Now, as the two previous speakers have alluded to, people die from the nicotine, and the industry has recognized this a long time ago before we even start those discussions. And even more than 50 years ago, the industry in their said, our primary motive is basically to deliver to the users a pharmacological effect of nicotine. There is nothing new. I mean, they knew this a long time ago, and all what they keep doing is to pouring these new products to order to perpetuate the use of these tobacco products by delivering the amount of nicotine to sustain addiction. So what are ends? I think the ends is a nicotine, what they have is you're heating a nicotine-containing solution, which is a liquid, to create an aerosol, which quite often have flavors. And I know the next speaker will be highlighting this topic of flavoring. And also there are the carriers that will take the nicotine into the body, the propylene glycol and glycerin. So all of them, they contain nicotine, which is a highly addictive substance. And we have seen, while the e-cigarette is the prototype, we have all these pipes, water pipes, cigars that are basically modifications of the traditional and conventional tobacco products. This image has been seen before, has been presented by the previous speakers. So I'm not going to be dwelling too much. What I'm going to be focusing basically in my presentation is on the toxicology. When you have these toxins, these are the ones that are going to cause harm to individuals and the users. So I'm not going to dwell on the battery or the other things, but I want to take your attention to these things here to the right. So here there is the battery, which will generate energy. There's this coil, and this is the liquid comes in here. The coil is heated, and this will generate the aerosol, which will goes into the mouth of the user. This looks simple, but over the years, the industry has modified this, and now we have this fourth generation of these electronic nicotine delivery systems. And while we speak about it as one product, in fact, there are these different variations of these products. And the addition of all these tanks and batteries has basically increased the amount of heat that can be generated by the device. Moreover, there's also the modification of the resistance that goes into these. Just by using these sub-ohm, the coils, these have less resistance. They would allow to increase the cloud production, make them more attractive. And you can get up to 100 watts of energy. So you can imagine the amount. Most of the studies that you read in the literature, they talk about studies where they use the 25 watts and not the 100 watt. So quite often these younger generation, they're using these high-powered setups because this will give them the satisfaction. They deliver this nicotine straight into the lungs to give them the quick gist from taking the nicotine. So this is basically the modification to this industry, which allowed this new modification, but at the same time, it increased the risk of harm. So here, just to show you, if you break down, you can see all these designs that have been made in order simply to intensify the amount of delivery of nicotine, as was illustrated earlier. So you can see here the base, the coil head, the chamber, all these with the airflow is a modification in order to enhance the delivery of nicotine in the most effective system. I think many of you here that are watching have not seen the variety of coils that are used for these systems. And all these coils that have been used is simply, as you can tell, even for those of you who are not familiar with them, but such a coil, you can see the amount of heat that can be generated and the amount of vapor that can be generated by the use of these products. So just to show you what can be done about these, and ultimately, this is what we witness. What we observe is the generation of this aerosol, and which can be modified by the user to their satisfaction. So what comes out of these products? If you look at it in a scientific way, they have bad stuff. They have aldehydes, which are carcinogenic. They have acrolein, which is damaging to the lungs. They have benzaldehyde, and they have also nitrosamines, admittedly less than what you see in a cigarette, but still there are residues. They have heavy metals, which are very damaging, and especially with the breakdown of these coils, and also from the chamber, and also from the device itself. Some heavy metals go into the lungs of the users. This is a study published in the Journal of Pediatrics to show you that, and talk about here pediatric age group, teenagers, and you can see they have a higher level of acrolein, acrylonitrile, propylene oxide, acrylamide, protonaldehyde. I know many of the people who are listening to me say, what is this guy talking about? All in brief, these are poisons. These are cancer-causing agents. So, and you can see inconsistently, this is a very thorough study by reputed individuals to show the high levels of exposure to these toxic, volatile organic chemicals in the lungs of these young generation. Now, this is a very thorough review, has been published by the Australian Public Health. They have done a very comprehensive. I recommend it to those of you who are interested in learning more about the harms of electronic nicotine delivery systems. This is a systematic review of global evidence. What I can summarize, this is a very long report, but I can just to share with you, there were 243 unique chemicals that were identified to e-cigarettes that are not identified in conventional cigarettes. And 38 out of these are classified as poisons. So you can imagine the harm that can be. And 27 chemical reactions were identified, include carbonyls, as I mentioned already, the aldehydes that I mentioned to you, which are very injurious to human health. I bring back this and I walk you through this slide. It's a bit busy, especially for those who may not have a good science background, but simply what I'm trying to show you here is that by modifying the amount of, and if you look at this in the middle, by modifying the amount of concentration of nicotine in the e-liquid, you can increase the amount of nicotine that the subject will be exposed to. And today, we have some of these solutions that can go up for more that we can say, up to 50 milligrams and even above in these, especially in these open systems. Second, if you increase the puff duration, you can also increase the amount of exposure to nicotine. And as I already alluded to, if you increase the heating, obviously the amount, even on a small amount of nicotine, the amount of nicotine exposure is higher. So this is the message I want to send you about. We talk about one product. In fact, it's not. And this is why all these modifications will interplay in how much this will do harm to the smoker or the users. And for example, if you do just like if you increase the wattage of the e-cigarette, this will triple the volatile aldehyde emission. Likewise, it will increase benzene emissions, which is a carcinogen, and also the furan, which is also carcinogen. So nicotine salts get into the game now. These are very, very hard to control by manipulating of pH, usually to try to bring it to acidic level. This would release the nicotine, and the user will be exposed to a high level of concentration of nicotine that can exceed the amount that you can get from a conventional cigarette. And this may even lose less quantity of regulation for e-liquids. So for the regulators, you need to understand that it's not only important to regulate the concentration, but you need also to make sure what are the nicotine salts that are added to it, because this can also increase the harm to individuals. Many of you have already, my previous speaker have alluded to the variety, the closed and open system. But obviously, when you have an open system, by meaning open system, that is, you can add the nicotine e-liquid at your pleasure. There is also a room here to be greater manipulation and also to add other substance of abuse to the product. So that's why for regulatory recommendation, we suggest that if any country want to do it, to ban the closed system, the open system, because of the manipulation that can take place, be it in the concentration of nicotine and be it by other substance of abuse. Regarding the effect on bystanders, we know they generate very small particles that are less than 1 micrometer, and these can find easy way into the lungs and cause damaging effects. So they're not only more particles that reach into the lung, also there is risk for those people who are bystanders to the user of these products. And that's why the ban should be extended to indoor usage too. I will not try to preempt the next speaker, but I just wanted to maybe give some introduction in the sense that flavors are the big driving force for the use of these products. And this is by looking at several parameters, looking at the flavors, the variety, the design, the ability to adjust, the price. The most attractive part are the variety of e-liquids. And no surprise that the largest number of users are attracted by the flavor. Today, there are 20,000 more flavors available in the market. And this is, you can see the attraction that these can pose to the user. So I'm leaving it to my next speaker to highlight on also the other sides of flavoring. And the gateway to tobacco use already has been emphasized by the previous two speakers. And again, we know very well in repeated studies from different countries that there's a twice to 3 times risk of these users to jump into the use of other tobacco products. The big money continues to be in the conventional tobacco products. While, we talk about the ends and the heated tobacco products, they continue to constitute a small percentage of the total tobacco use. However, the margin is increasing, but still the big money is coming from the conventional cigarettes. The health effects, again, we have identified addiction. There is intentional and unintentional poisoning. There is acute nicotine toxicity, especially when you have these high concentration nicotine solutions. There is history of seizures, burns and injuries, indoor air pollution, environmental waste, fires, dual use of cigarette smoking, and increased smoking uptake in non-smokers. Now, there is less direct evidence thus on the cardiovascular system, including blood pressure, heart rate. These are predictive outcomes of nicotine. If I take any of you of the listeners inject you with a little bit of nicotine, your blood pressure will go up and your heart rate will go up. Also, this will compromise the lung function, and we don't know what would be the effect on the long term of the propylene glycol and glycerin on the lungs. The studies are not confirmed yet, but there are preliminary data to suggest there could be damaging effect on the lungs. And also there is especially on the young, the effect on brain development and function, and there are studies to support that conclusion. I think they have been mentioned about the e-cigarette or vaping product use associated lung injury. We have witnessed a peak of it earlier with the use of the vitamin E and the cannabis to it, but at least there's reason to suggest, because now with the introduction of a special code for this in the US, we're seeing more and more documentation of these lung injuries for these chronic users of e-cigarette. For example, in the US, where there's a special code now for this, you can see that it has a jump from 11,000 in 2020 to 31,000 reported cases in 2022. So we're starting to see this pattern of lung injury with the longer use of these products. And we're going to be, in addition to what I mentioned about E-Valley, this is an E-Valley is the acute effect, but obviously we're starting to witness the longer term effect of use of these products by causing lung injury. We have done this also study on experimental animals, and there is a damaging effect on in vitro on alveolar cells. And also there is increase in the number of inflammatory mediators into the lung, and also effect on the repair ability of the cells and reduce cell proliferation in these cell cultures. Also, this is something that not much is being talked about. While we talk about the health effect in healthy subjects, but we have documented in experimental animals. We took mice who are diabetic versus non-diabetic, and we have documented that those diabetic mice, they have a greater degree of injury by exposure to the aerosol of e-cigarettes. So the take-home message is that while we speak about this as xenophobe population, but we have to take into consideration what could be other confounding medical conditions where the damaging effect may be greater than those in a healthy subjects. So this is something to keep in mind. We don't have data, but the data is starting to emerge. And Dr. Glantz have already alluded to these studies on the effect on the myocardial infarction, the effect on the heart, the increased incidence, which is independently associated with increased risk of having such a myocardial infarction. Also, the effect on increased risk of stroke. So, and this is basically stems out by the fact, the direct and effect of the aerosol and what goes into the blood on the endothelium. You know, the endothelium is that lining of all the blood vessels throughout our body. So the aerosol that's generated by these products, they have a direct damaging effect on this endothelium. And no surprise, we see a lot of these damaging effects into that be the outcome of injury to the blood vessels, be it manifested as heart attacks, be it manifestation in strokes, or be it in angina in the heart condition. I think this has been referred to by Dr. Stantz, and this is what the industry keeps promoting, that our e-cigarettes 95% safer. Unfortunately, this was adopted by our colleagues in the UK, but by scrutinizing carefully, you realize that this is basically was driven by the industry. So this should be discounted, should not be used wherever this information is being, because this is promoted. Every time you go, this 95% safer than cigarettes. This is false information, misleading. And we as public health advocates need to bring to this attention that this is unfounded data that should be discredited and not allowed to be in the promotion of these products. Again, a quick note on cessation, and I'm talking about cessation in the sense of health, because that's what the focus on my presentation is, on the harm. And it's clearly, as by the beautiful presentation by Dr. Stanton this morning, he emphasized all these meta-analysis, systemic analysis, which prove that there's no convincing evidence today that there are effective aids for quitting smoking. Even the industry does not want you to quit. This is in their promotion. Why quit? So they give you this, while they give you this misleading information, we want you to stop, but what their promotions say, don't stop and use our product. So there is, again, this. And even if you look at those who are using smokers and use these, they said, no, we have no intention of, the largest percentage, 60% of them said we're not planning on quit while we're using the e-cigarettes. So basically, this is a misleading, again, the concept. And if you look even here at the real life, what's expected versus what the data from the real world, you see the bulk of the patient, of the subjects are dual users, that are using these two products out of convenience in order to sustain their nicotine addiction and trying to evade some existing laws about the use of tobacco products. And I put this intentionally. When you put something like this is to whom you're targeting only kids. And I put it in a very ironic way. This is kids stuff, guys, and you must be kidding about cessation when you promote such products. So we know the true intention of the industry, and then we have to fight it back in any possible way. There is also the risk of explosion. These are documented cases. This is a publication from the New England Journal of Medicine, a highly reputed journal. And you can see examples of what these, when they explode, what can cause the damaging effect on the user, be it in the oral cavity, be it on the skin. And some of you may have seen this report only on May the 19th of this year about explosion that taken place on an airplane. And the plane has to divert its course and go back to its, the origin site because of the explosion that has taken place and a fire on the plane. So this is my discussion on ends. For the remaining time, I would like to shift my discussion on the heated tobacco products. Again, what are heated tobacco products? These are tobacco products that use aerosol. They contain nicotine and other chemicals. These are inhaled by users through the mouth. They're trying to simulate or mimic the behavior of smoking conventional cigarette. They look exactly like a conventional cigarette. They're addictive, and they have also additives, non-tobacco additives, and often they are quite flavored product, as I will highlight later on in my presentation. So, and here I'd like to emphasize the industry keeps trying to confuse the issue by labeling them vaping products. These two products are not the same products. I cannot but I emphasize this point for those of you, especially the regulators. These are not the same products. These are two different products. Although the industry trying to market them as being vaping products, they're not the same products. Second, the fact these are non-heated tobacco product is also, it's heated but not burned, is another false thing. And I'll share with you information why this is not true. So they generate smoke, and that's why we have to be very careful not to be driven into this game of the industry. And also by putting this clouding on this information, this will confuse the regulations in any country. So these are two separate products, although they could be simulated by the using of battery, but the battery does not make them a common same product. The purpose, the primary design of it is basically to heat the tobacco products. We know very well on a cigarette, the temperature is reached up to 800 to 900 degrees centigrade, while here in these products, there is a temperature of about up to 350 degrees centigrade, enough to allow the nicotine leak out from the tobacco leaves. And basically, these products are tobacco. There's tobacco in them, and this temperature is enough to allow the nicotine to get out from the tobacco leaves and go into the mouth of the user. Now, what goes on this, I will elaborate a little bit later in a second. But basically, there are these different types. Again, we don't talk about this as one product. There are these 4 different types of these tobacco products. I will not dwell on them. I just simply talk about the 2 most common types. Well, in this example, the IQOS, and I hate to mention a product by name, but for the case of discussion here and the audience, this is one of the most popular Philip Morris International products, but basically here, it is a pen-like thing. And you can see here, there is a rechargeable battery. This will heat up a blade. This blade goes into the stick, and this is the way the whole thing is generated and the aerosol is generated. In contrast, one of the competitors, that is the glow, the heating is circumferential around the tobacco stick, And this is the way it's an external source of heat that would allow the generation of the aerosol in these products. Now, a common question, how much nicotine is delivered out of this? And obviously, the amount of nicotine is very similar to when you get in a conventional cigarette. So this idea of less nicotine is not false. As a matter of fact, it may be even up much higher than a conventional cigarette, as I will share with you later on, because the comparison sometimes is misleading because the amount of tobacco in these products is much less than what you see in a conventional cigarette. So that's why you have to be careful. When you're reading the literature and doing the assessment, you have to be careful to, compare apples to apples and oranges to oranges. Because you want to make sure that you compare your tobacco, the tobacco amount in that stick, because otherwise this can be misleading and give you the false impression it's lower. But if you have less tobacco, you're going to have less nicotine, but you have more tobacco again. So this is misleading and can be misleading to some. So I'm just alerting you to this and be careful about interpreting these results when you see it from the tobacco industry. This is just to show you that, again, if you look at these products, this is a conventional cigarette. You can see that there's many more chemicals. Admittedly, there are less amount of these toxins, but certainly it's far from being zero. So there's less toxin in these, but at the same time, they can be documented into these tobacco products. Obviously, because they have propylene glycol and glycerol, obviously the concentration of these in these products is going to be higher than what you see in a conventional cigarette for obvious reasons. And the same here could be said about the comparison of these different tobacco, the mentholated, because again, the flavors here can even be measured and assessed. And obviously there is tar, there are tar particles, and there is data to show there is carbon that has been generating and refuting the nitrogen. There is pyrolysis. I'm not quite sure how many of you will understand, but what I'm referring to, there's element to suggest that indeed there's some element of combustion, not as high as in a conventional cigarette, but there's a generation of carbon particles and also tar that will go into the aerosols of these products. And while there is a reduction in some of the chemicals, definitely they are much higher than if somebody is abstained from smoking. So while it's true there is less, but still there is demonstration that is more than somebody who would abstain from using the any tobacco products or these tobacco products. So this notion of no harm is need to be misspelled. And this is a recent study published last year, again, to show yields of constituent not in the FDA list of these harmful and potentially harmful compounds, which are higher in IQOS when compared to a conventional cigarette. There are these 50 chemicals that are present in IQOS that we do not detect in the conventional cigarette. So it's only the beginning of something we're starting to know. And what are the effect of these 50 chemicals? It remains to be seen. And again, I'm linking this to the notion of harm and harmful to humans. And even here, there is a comparison of the background polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, which are carcinogens, in comparison to the emissions in a conventional cigarette. And again, you see benzoate pyrene, and anthracene. These are chemicals that are very carcinogenic, and some of their levels is comparable to those of conventional cigarette, and in some of the variants, they can be even higher. So just to the same image like I showed you earlier with the e-cigarettes, if you increase the temperature of these compounds, you also increase the amount of these chemicals that are generated. So it's not only when you're looking at it, again, we're not talking about one product. Now with the open systems, you can manipulate the amount of heat that you can generate to these toxins, and this will increase the amount of these toxic emissions that will have damaging effect on the user. So here, just to show you an example of these open systems, where you can take the stick and these batteries, you can manipulate and adjust the heat to give you the amount that will satisfy you of the amount of nicotine. So again, it's a wild game. I just want to alert the audience to be aware of all these varieties. Flavors, I know the next speaker will be talking about them, so I'm not going to talk too much about them. The designs are very attractive. I know social media have been mentioned earlier, so I'm not going to be talking about this. So Talking again, already the note has been mentioned about risk modification, so I'm not going to be talking about this. I will skip. And we have done the study also in animal model, where we substituted 50% of the combustible tobacco smoke with either electronic cigarette or heated tobacco products, and we did not see any effect of reducing the acute lung injury in this animal model that we're using in our lab. So basically, this notion of, because most people end up being dual users, and by this notion of being a dual user will reduce the risk, it's false accusation, at least in experimental animals. And I know some data has been presented as far as the harm on individuals, and I know there is data talking about human subjects to the same effect. And here, basically, the exposure and effects of smokers switching to HTP, if you look at the industry data, it is misleading. Talk about reduction in biomarkers, urinary mutagenicity, some biomarkers of effect. In contrast, there is data from independent NS to suggest the contrary. There is increased consumption of HTP rather than reduced, and there's more, because of this ability to use it, there's more seeking more nicotine, and there is no change on the cardiovascular effect or the pulmonary effect or hepatotoxicity by those who are using this. And the biomarkers of exposure are not changed dramatically in those situations. Secondhand smoke, again, like I mentioned about the e-cigarettes, these also generate small particles. These are less than 2.5 micra, and these, like similarly with the e-cigarettes, they have easy access to the lungs. And also, for those of you who have been next to these guys, still they give you this irritation, eye discomfort, and sore throat. So they're far from being no effect on the bystanders. So in brief, HTPs are tobacco products. There should be no ambiguity or reluctance about regulating them as such. This notion of harm reduction should be banned, and they should be subjected to regulations like any other tobacco products. No misconception, no guessing. This is the approach that should be taken by all those who are serious about regulating this for harm. So in brief, and to summarize, HTP and ENDS are addictive. They have nicotine, and the amount of nicotine can exceed those in the traditional and conventional tobacco products. They are highly attractive, and this will drive in our young generation, and primarily by the use of flavorings. Third, they emit poisons, toxicants, and carcinogens. They have serious health effects on the heart, on the brain, respiratory system, and may cause death, and also the risk of the explosion of the device. Also, they can be a gateway to use other tobacco products. The aerosol contains ultrafine small particles that can both health risk to non-users, and the effectiveness on cessation is inconclusive and should not be allowed the industry to use this as promotion. And regulating them is a challenge because of their uniqueness, because we need not only to address the product itself, but also the design features, as I mentioned to you, because of the impact this on the amount of emitted material that can cause harm to users. And I would like to leave this message: less harm does not equate to no harm. Less toxin does not equate with non-toxic. So with that, we have to emphasize the role that, because not to prevent these young generations to be sucked in and be miserable and to suffer for the rest of their lives, being contributing to the coffers of the tobacco industry, and also to make sure they don't take the bait and turn into lifelong nicotine addicts. So we have to resist to persist and keep the smile on their faces. And thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for another excellent presentation on vaping products. I only want to add here that this was not the case, at least not to that extent in traditional tobacco use, that there are some vaping communities is there, and vapers movements are quite popular. They promote vaping culture, and they also try to be involved in policy and decision-making processes and opposing the stricter tobacco legislation. So that's quite surprised me in our advocacy work. So they appear as a stakeholders on the scene. So to move on, we already have some questions for speakers, but the question and answer part of the session will be at the end. So we will move on to the next, the last speaker in this session, Professor Dr. Ismet Çok. He earned his Bachelor of Science degree at the University of Ankara, Faculty of Pharmacy. He got his master's and PhD degrees at Gazi University, Faculty of Pharmacy, Toxicology Department. He has been working in the Toxicology Department at Gazi University, Faculty of Pharmacy. He works also as a consultant for several ministries on issues related to his expertise. And he also has an interest in environmental toxicology, especially persistent organic pollutants such as dioxins, endocrine disruptors, and their role on human health and substance abuse. So I'm really pleased to give the floor and the screen to Professor Dr. Çok. So please, the floor is yours for the next half an hour. Thank you.
For their kind invite for me to present on this session. Well, while discussing in this symposium, millions of people are unfortunately using e-cigarettes all across the globe. Looking at the States, I can tell you that more than 11 million people are using e-cigarettes and 4 million makes junior high and high school students. Australia, 1 out of every 6 Aussies, again, use electronic cigarettes, and unfortunately, 1/4 of the young population uses these products too. And looking at China, unfortunately, almost 90% of the students know about e-cigarettes and 4% is using e-cigarettes. UK, according to 2022 figures, 4.3 million people again are on e-cigarettes, making 8.3% of the entire population. And with each passing year, youth smoking continues to climb up. Turkey shows a similar picture too. Looking at a recent study comparing data from 14 countries, 1.3% of people are on electronic cigarettes, and male 2.1 and female 0.6. That's the percentage and the distribution. So we can conclude that sales of such products are climbing up as well, because looking at states and sales, I can tell you that sales increased by 40% between 2022 and 2022. And unfortunately, I'm talking about flavored products, meaning flavored products are climbing up. And the sales of flavored ones increased by more than 60%. I'm talking about fresh mint and other flavors. Flavored products are coming up. Okay, but why do they smoke e-cigarettes? It kind of looks old, the topic, but the reasons started to change. The reasons are like not to irritate anyone with any smoke, to continue to smoke in prohibited areas, to decrease overall cigarette consumption, to help cessation, to be exposed to low-dose chemicals, to mitigate health risks, to replace nicotine, and to spend less. So these are all the reasons why people are on e-cigarettes. Unfortunately, we busted a lot of myths here. For example, it is never a helping hand to cessation, right? It, on the contrary, increases consumption, and it eventually leads to switching to real tobacco products. Yes, some varieties have less chemicals, but the diversity of the chemicals that we are exposed to climbs up with each passing day. And even a WHO strongly reject the fact that it helps cessation. And unfortunately, there are thousands of flavored ones, and flavor appears to be a very appealing factor when it comes to e-cigarettes. So let's quickly compare these products. Conventional ones, meaning conventional cigarettes, even further is needed, has heavily legislated, but e-cigarettes are not legislated that comprehensively yet. And it is a combustion product, but e-cigarettes have aerosols and liquids. And also, e-cigarettes offer thousands of flavors, but the conventional cigarette doesn't have any flavors apart from mint and a couple of others. And the fact that there are flavor agents and the fact that you can change device settings results in a more widespread use. Like I said, there are thousands of flavoring agents. And what are they? Like, they are in general there to cover for that bitter taste of the cigarette smoke. And so the taste, that lingering taste, is more appealing. Some flavors have sweets and desserts. And for example, the fact that that sweet flavor is burning gives you a caramel-like taste, and that gets really appealing for youngs. Mint-like flavors offer a cooling effect. Benzaldehyde, for example, give you sweet, fruity flavors. And unfortunately, because varieties are almost limitless, almost all young people find a flavor that appeals to them. Looking at NYTS 2020 and 2021 data, a very comprehensive and a large study, we see that flavoring agents are very widespread, and they are like the reason of preference. Looking at flavors, I see fruit, candy flavors, menthol, and these are most preferred ones. So now you're looking at a classification, but there isn't a clearly defined one. This is from 2018, and this is the e-liquid flavor wheel. You are looking at 12 main categories, and you see spices, mint, alcohol, coffee, nuts, and many others. And they each of them have their own subcategories, meaning they are similar, but also different in their own sense. For example, I just told you that there's coffee flavor, but there are almost 12 subcategories, meaning there are many other coffee-like flavors. In USA markets, there are more than 15,000, and in Dutch markets, there are more than 20,000 different flavor liquids. What differentiates the classification of flavors is the chemicals that they have. I mean, chemical compounds differentiate one flavor from another. For example, look at double dark chocolate. There are 4 different chemicals to give you double dark chocolate flavor. And looking at green apple, there are 5 chemicals. These flavoring chemicals are there on their own or in combinations. That's how they are in those e-liquids. And what creates the problem for us, meaning what brings about a serious health concern, is that chemical. I mean, those chemicals used in those e-flavors, because toxicologically speaking, we don't know much about those chemicals yet, so we don't know how far the harm can go. Okay, so this is a serious public health concern, so that is why some organizations wanted to take some message. The history of e-cigarettes is not that old, but regulations are there anyway. So FDA has issued some policies to prohibit pre-filled cigarettes or pre-filled e-cigarette cartridges. This was back in February 2020. Then in 2021, FDA started to reject marketing attempts on e-cigarettes. Then in 2022, FDA was granted to come up with the proper legislation on e-cigarettes, on how to ban it, etc. So these steps on FDA's side brought about a balance on consumption and the sale of e-cigarettes, and I'm sure you can clearly see it on the charts. So this was the States. What about EU? EU also issued a directive to ban the supply of flavored tobacco products on 2014. And in 2016, flavored e-cigarettes and e-liquid producers had to transparently offer information and all the related data with their brands, the compounds, and the chemicals that they were using. So looking at the latest from the EU CEG, we see there are 25 most popular flavoring agents: vanillin, ethyl menthol, ethyl butyrate, ethyl acetate are one of the most popular ones because they are the ones offering fruit-like flavors. They are more popular and they are widely used. Of course, we have worries, but it is because of the youth consumption. Now, previous studies show that young people are 3 times more prone to try flavored cigarettes compared to older people. And young people usually try a flavored e-cigarette, and that's how they become addicted to e-cigarettes. And a majority of them, 82% of the youth say that they like e-cigarettes because they can find the flavor that they love. And starting e-cigarettes in adolescence or during adult life increases the possibility of switching to conventional cigarettes. E-cigarettes, flavored cigarettes, and all tobacco products never push anyone to cessation. And unfortunately, adolescents and young people call them the fun toys. And they say that this is the second device that they always want it with them after their phone, meaning they want their e-cigarettes with them all the time. Again, in 2022, the National Youth Tobacco Search showed us that high school students or junior high students, unfortunately, consume tobacco products the most. 14% of high school students and 3.3% of junior high students are on e-cigarettes. And e-cigarettes are the most widespread tobacco product among students, unfortunately. Again, high school students make 11.3% and junior high students make 2.8%. And the use of flavored tobacco products are unfortunately very high, standing on 85%. So flavoring agents and worries over those agents, what are they? Why are we worried? We are all worried because those flavoring agents are used in food production as well too, but we still lack information on their toxicity profile that could cause genotoxic effects. So we don't have much information on them. And what about the chemical structures of those flavoring agents after combustion or after being heated, but also whether heated or combusted? What about the toxicity? We unfortunately have too little information on them. And also the flavoring agents are used in different concentrations, meaning that such different concentrations can change and alter toxicity. E-liquid components and flavoring agents and their relation. Again, we don't know much about this. And again, we lack information on toxicity. So when you bring all these shortcomings together, you can easily understand why we are worried. Usually, e-cigarette producers label their flavoring agents as generally recognized as safe, and they define their agents as in a food classification. And GRAS values are valid for specific concentrations created for specific purposes and for specific food. And the definition does not include inhalation, so that is why FEMA focuses on grass values, and they are the Flavor and Extract Manufacturers Association. And even they define that it's not about inhalation at all. And if we're talking about e-cigarettes, then the flavoring agents cannot be classified as food items.
We should also not forget, in addition to those grass, there are also volatile oils, and there could be some different additives, or they can also be used as flavors. So we should also know about the combination of all those different flavors, and we don't have sufficient knowledge about them. And there could also be differences related to their biological, geographical roots, origins. So this is a study conducted in 9 EU countries. And in the e-liquid samples, first of all, there are totally 750 compounds which are identified. And we can also see, according to the classification and labeling, and all those warnings are considered. So 41 of those identified ones have the warning code. 11 of them has the danger code for the labeling, and 9 of them has both of those codes for the labeling in terms of the notification. So all those substances can have toxicological information before they are used, and actually they are having the codes like warning and danger. So we can also see the initial health risks, even from those labels. And the previous speakers also stated, first of all, we know that one of the most important health risk is the case of EVALI for the e-cigarettes and vaping use associated lung injury. And as of 2020, February 18th, we know that the total number of the cases related to CDC is more than 2,000. And these are all EVALI cases. And of course, they are not directly associated with ENDC products. However, we know that cannabinoids can have an impact for all those EVALI cases. And the results show that e-cigarettes, including tetrahydrocannabinol, presents the association with EVALI case. So there could be different interactions, but we don't have sufficient information about them. And we have the probability of experiencing such cases. For the toxicological information, especially for human beings, of course, we get all those information from the industry. For example, the acetyl, which is also used in the food industry, and also another one is acetyl propylene. So they are used to give the taste of the butter. It can also give some creamy taste. So they are also included in different food. For this reason, after the exposure of those products in the industry, we know that there could be some negative impacts on the inhalation or the respiratory system of those individuals. There could also be reduction in the lung capacity. And for the advanced level, they can also be causing death. And there could be bronchiolitis obliterans. So this is also a serious respiratory disease. Similar cases were also conducted on experimental animals, and similar results were shown. in toxicological studies, first of all, we know that because of the exposure to those cancerogenic substances while making the risk evaluation, one of them is margin of exposure. We call it MOE. This is a value that we use. And when you make the evaluation of all those chemicals, then you can find that by dividing the concentration of consumed to body weight. And if it is more than 10,000, then the general toxic risk will not be available for that compound. If it is lower than 10,000, then it is stated that it is having a risk for the individuals. So we are talking about the Plegon, and another study shows, which is conducted by CDS in the US, and it shows that the menthol cigarettes and mint and menthol flavored e-cigarettes and also mint flavored smokeless tobacco. So this is a general comparison for 3 of them, and we know that they include high level of Plegon. And why this is important for us? Because we know that Plegon, especially in the studies conducted by rats, they can cause hepatic carcinoma and pulmonary metabolism neoplasm disease. So these are cancerous compounds. And in 2018, FDA stated that Plegon will not be used as food substance. However, there are some lack of regulations, and therefore Plegon can be used in e-cigarettes, and we can see at high level. And even they can cause risks for human health, and we can identify that in e-cigarettes. And we highly pay attention to what? First of all, during the use of e-cigarettes, we know that there are oxidation products related to combustion, radical production, and addition, and thermal disruption. And we know that there could be different groups of chemicals, including those flavoring agents. And after the oxidation, combustion of those agents, we know that they can cause the generation of new compounds. And for all those new compounds, to be honest, we don't know much about them. And according to the literature studies, they are all related to combustion. And in the vapor of e-cigarettes, we know that there are carbonyls, alkanes, and benzene, toluene, and there are volatile organic compounds. So this table, this slide can be complex, but this is the basic problem that we have. Because after heating the e-liquids, then it can cause toxic impact, disruption of the products. Moreover, there could be the flavoring agents that are included, and they can also increase the toxicity. For example, in dehydration and salization, there could be glycerol and propylene glycol, and then there will be a compound which is toxic, benzene. And moreover, similar to benzene, there's also the oxidation and decarboxylation, and we can also see benzaldehyde. And because of the oxidation, then you can also see the generation of the benzene. Okay, we stated that benzene is a very important carcinogenic substance. And moreover, for the new generation e-cigarettes, it can also be adjusted with the power, and you can also increase the amount of it. When you increase the power of your e-cigarettes, you can also increase the amount of benzene. This is also identified. Another example that I can give is related to ethyl acetate. So these are most frequently used flavoring agents. They are having reasonable costs and they can dissolve easily ethyl acetate and ethyl butyrate. At a specific temperature level, they can be combusted and we can see carboxylic acid and ethene. So according to the increase of the power of those e-cigarettes, then we are going to come across with a new compound which is called nicotine. And this is also very important for the toxicological respiratory problems, and it can cause the death of human beings. And at a specific temperature level, carboxylic acid can be a product. And after the increase of the temperature, there could also be acetic, propionic, and butonic acids. And then there will be high concentration and they will be the threats of health. When we talk about those flavoring agents, we have mentioned those. Of course, according to the use of e-cigarettes, there could also be toxic aldehydes. With the formation of those, then we know that flavoring agents have contribution. For example, for the chocolate flavor, you can include 2-methylbutyryldihydanate together with the increase of temperature at 200 Celsius degree. Then there will be formaldehyde and acrolein, and they are evaluated as group 1 and group 2A compounds in ARC. And exposure to those are very high compared to the levels that are allowed for the workers. Now, in e-cigarettes, toxic information is not sufficient. And we get this information from all those cultures. What about those cultures? For example, they can be the cells. We don't have too much in vitro and in vivo studies. So we need to clarify that, first of all, flavoring agents can have the impact on the lungs as toxicity, and there will be reactive, oxidative stress, and there will be inflammatory responses, cytotoxicity, dampening immune system. So these are the results of those flavoring agents. And in the aerosols of e-cigarettes, there will be reactive oxygen types and reactive nitrogen types as free radicals. Another issue which is important and which we do not have sufficient information, compounds in the smoke of all those e-cigarettes. And there's also a study conducted by Joule, and with the vapors generated by Joule, we know that there are reactive oxidant and inflammatory stock-in response. And for epithelium cells, once again, we can see different reactions of PGE2, and we know that there's an increase in the epithelium cells of BACE2B, and once again, exposure to those substances can reveal those pictures. And another toxicological data is that all those compounds can also cause DNA damage. And there could also be the control group, and then there will also be the B-hydrogen peroxide group, and we can see that there is a DNA damage identified. And this is my final slide, which is an example from our own study. This is a study that we conducted, and you can see flavored e-cigarette users versus cigarette smokers. And once again, when we make the evaluation for the effect of using flavoring agents on DNA adduct products in e-cigarette use, once again, we can see that e-cigarette is also having all those flavoring agents and some other additive compounds. And final words. Of course, flavoring agents are increasing the use of e-cigarettes in all the societies. Especially, we know that all those flaring agents are used in e-cigarettes, and it seems that they're more reliable compared to the conventional cigarettes, of course, due to lack of scientific data. And it's really early, and it's not accurate to state that. And we are in need of more legal regulations in terms of reviewing all those compounds. And of course, we are in need of new commissions to be established. We lack of all those commissions in our country as well. And once again, I would like to emphasize that in our country, this is a criticism for my own country. The use of electronic cigarettes are banned, not allowed in our country, but we know that more than 2 million of individuals use e-cigarettes. So we need to think about that. And this is a public health issue, and we need to pay more attention to this public health issue. Thank you very much for listening to my presentation.
Another excellent presentation. There are several questions, so we are kind of limited with time, so I will proceed with some questions. The first two are coming from two participants for Dr. Kara. The first one is, can e-cigarettes play a role in the harm reduction in the context of tobacco control? And also another participant is writing also that electronic cigarettes are prohibited in Turkey, but they can enter into the country. So how we can prevent this to happen in the future? So shortly, if it's possible.
Yeah. So I thank the participants for these two excellent brain-opening questions. The first thing is that all the speakers underlined and emphasized that, unfortunately, the terminology about modified risks and harm reduction is not evidence-based. It is not true. It is not proven. So what's happening is, by using these new tools, the big tobacco companies just keeping people in the addiction circle of nicotine. So thinking that harm-reduced terminology is a tool to escape from the harms of tobacco and use the new products is not a solution. The second one is a very good question as well. So this is the number with the existing laws. So as the community is open to new things, the regulations has a major role about starting this e-cigarette pandemic. What would be done is to increase the awareness in the community, in addition to marketing regulation, to help and know people that these are dangerous for their health. This is the only solution. This is the reason why we are here, to share our existing knowledge with the community.
Okay, thank you very much. There are also two questions for Dr. Zatari. The first one is there any study on secondhand smoking of e-cigarettes? And the second one is, what are your suggestions to prevent smuggling of such products at international airports? So please, interesting questions.
I'll tackle the second one is easier to answer because I mean this is what will take collaborative effort. I think today this is something that the International Trade Commission and actually the WHO is working on these issues of smuggling, but I think this would require some stricter regulations by the local authorities and the customs agencies as far as controlling what goes into the country and out. Another challenge also that we have addressed in our group is the use of social media to not only to advertise but also to purchase. So these are modes that have been used by in order to somewhat evade the existing laws in some countries. So in a simple answer, I think it depends on the reinforcement of existing laws in any country, and this is something that I cannot control. I mean, I'm from a scientific background. I don't deal with these regulatory issues, but I think customs are the responsibility. Now, regarding the first question, there are studies that have been done, but talking about the exposure to particles, not as much to the exposure to the chemicals. So I'm aware of some of these studies. I'm not aware of recent studies looking at the metabolites or the biomarkers regarding the exposure to these. So I don't have this information. I have only information about the particles.
Okay. This might be a good suggestion for the next symposium to focus a little bit more on secondhand smoking of e-cigarettes.
And if I may add on the comment on the use of e-cigarettes, I think there might be a role, but it has to be under controlled conditions for the e-cigarettes in cessation. I think to leave it out open the way it is right now, it has no role. The Tobacco Study Group, we have put out an advisory on what we call the global nicotine reduction strategy. It's trying to reduce the amount of nicotine exposure under controlled conditions, where those individuals which are genuinely seeking cessation, you can maybe at least have the e-cigarettes delivering a specific amount of nicotine that would allow and encourage cessation. But the way it is right now, to keep it wide open with no regulations is obviously defeating the purpose. And that's why we focus on what we call the nicotine flux. There is the amount of nicotine coming out of this product and the person will be exposed to. That should be regulated because that will have an impact. And only then, it will play a role. We didn't close the door to that, but it has to be part of a comprehensive national plan where this can be useful. This is my comment.
Okay, great. Thank you. So to close the session, we have two questions also for Dr. Chok. The first one is, what do you think about the flavor bubbles recently used in our country, which means probably in Turkey? And the second one is, you mentioned that e-cigarettes causes many health problems like cancer and DNA damage. Do you plan to conduct an awareness study with scientific data to raise awareness about these products? Although it is prohibited in our country, in Turkey, obviously, we see these products a lot, especially in the hands of young people. Just shortly. Yeah.
Her ne kadar bizim ülkemizde yasaklanmış olsa da kullanıcı sayısı son derece yüksek. Bir türlü biz bunun kontrolünü sağlayamıyoruz. Örneğini verdim. 2 milyondan fazla insan bu ürünleri kullanıyor. Bu kullanıma bağlı olarak da ortaya çıkabilecek her türlü etki, genotoksik etkiler dahil olmak üzere etkiler söz konusu. Nitekim bizim günümüzde yapmış olduğumuz çalışmalarda kromozom aberasyonlarına, kometle yaptığımız çalışmalarda DNA hasarlarına neden olduğunu net olarak gördük insanlarda, yani Türk insanında. Her ne kadar bu dataları henüz daha yayınlamadıysak hepsi TÜBİTAK tarafından da projelendirilmiş çalışmalardı. Dolayısıyla yasaklanmış olması kullanılmamasına engel teşkil etmiyor ülkemizde. I missed the first one.
Okay, thank you very much. And we also have a hand raised by Dr. Kara, so you have a final word before we close the session.
So the focus groups like us would underline the definition of cessation about smoking and nicotine use. So that will be avoiding companies giving a stimulus saying that these new products may help to quit. Anyhow, in the following 3 to 6 months, you have to stop using any kind of nicotine in the terminology of cessation of smoking. So it is just dual user, it's just shifting. And I want to underline the increasing the awareness, the education level, and about the teachers, the leaders of the youth is the key point in our fight. I thank you all.
And probably parents as well as important target population. Okay, great. It was an honor to chair this excellent and very informative session. As I said already, I learned a lot by myself. So it would be a pleasure also to be present in your next symposiums, at least as an attendee, not necessarily as a chair. So thank you very much. So the floor is back to the organizers. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to thank all of our distinguished speakers and our esteemed session chair. It was a big pleasure to hear your insights. Thank you so much for being with us. With this session, we have now completed the first half of our symposium. I would like to kindly remind you that Bangladesh, Brazil, Indonesia, Sudan, and Zimbabwe Green Crescent representatives will be joining us with their video recordings during the 1-hour lunch break. Hope to see you again after the break.
Dear colleagues, thank you so much.
Bangladesh is one of the signatory countries of the WASO Framework Convention on Tobacco Control (FCTC). Tobacco is burning issue in our country, Bangladesh. Tobacco or nicotine use is one of the major public health burden of morbidity, disability, mortality, and community cost in Bangladesh. According to Global Adult Tobacco Survey, which held in Bangladesh 2017, 46.0% of men and 25.2% of women currently use tobacco. On the other hand, 16.2% of men and 24.8% of women currently use smokeless tobacco. However, information on smokeless tobacco among Bangladeshi people is inadequate for policy making and implementing effective control measures. There is no specific law regarding e-cigarettes, although the prevalence of e-cigarettes is increasing. E-cigarette vaping among adults is 0.2%. 0.4% of population had tried e-cigarette vaping at least once in his or her lifetime. Heated tobacco is not available in our country. It's sometimes seen in the tourist spot and some area of capital city. Some foreigners and native travelers are seen to use heated tobacco few times. It is still illegal to market it in our country. Unfortunately, still not published government policies specifying on control or restricting in electric cigarette and heated tobacco. Bangladesh National Parliament passed a law named Smoke and Tobacco Products Use Control Act in 2005, and it is amended at 2013. Yes, it is the good sign and warning light for control over the smoking. Have a good time. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah, we are from Green Crescent Indonesia, and currently we would like to explain our situation on electronic cigarette and heated tobacco product. And my name is Hari Nugroho, with the President of Green Crescent Indonesia, Dr. Era Catur Prasetya. and we will start with Global Adult Tobacco Survey in 2021. So from Global Adult Tobacco Survey in 2021, we found very interesting data that we know in Indonesia, many people that smoking tobacco product, and actually only 55.7% that ever heard about electronic cigarette, and only 3.0% people that currently using electronic cigarette. And from 3.0%, or it means that 6.2 million adults in Indonesia using electronic cigarette. This is consists of 5.8% of men and 0.3% of women that currently use electronic cigarette. And we move to the next data from Indonesian National Statistics Agency in 2022. National Statistics Agency in Indonesia conducted survey in 2022 and found that top provinces using electronic cigarette every day actually dominated by provinces outside the Java Island. So many people in Jambi and then Riau and Kepulauan Riau, Bangka Belitung that using electronic cigarette. And in this data, it's very interesting because in urban areas, 2.8% people using electronic cigarette every day, and this is there is no there is no differences between urban and rural areas actually, because in rural areas we can found that 2.7% people that also using electronic cigarette every day. So in urban and rural area, actually is quite same. They tend to use electronic cigarette every day. And we also found from the data from Indonesian National Narcotic Board some trend in adolescent and young adult that they use electronic cigarette to consume drugs. And the common drugs are synthetic cannabinoid, or in the street name we call it Sinte, and then synthetic catenon, and also methamphetamine, like you can see here 5-fluoro-ADP, 5-fluoro-MDMB, PICA, or FUB-AMB is actually synthetic cannabinoid. This is the common one that using electronic cigarette to consume it. And we move to heated tobacco product. So Indonesia, heated tobacco product actually less popular than electronic cigarette or vape, because in Global Adult Tobacco Survey in 2021, only 2.7% that ever heard about heated tobacco product, and only 0.3% that ever use heated tobacco product. And the current user of heated tobacco products actually about 0.1%, because in Indonesia we only found one product as heated tobacco product, IQOS, and the cost is very high, so people usually spend like 20 to $1,000 or around 500,000 rupiah to 1.3 million rupiah. So we can move to Indonesian regulation related to electronic cigarette, and Dr. Era Catur Prasetya will explain to you.
Thank you, Dr. Hari. I am Era Catur Prasetya. We'll continue with the regulation of electronic cigarette in my country, in Indonesia. Actually, honestly, if we see here, the regulation related to the e-cigarette, electronic cigarette in my country is not really have or related to the health condition. The regulation is only related to the selling and the taxation. We can see here, the regulation is from the Ministry of Finance regulation in the 2022, and the custom regulation about the tax, and then the regulation from the Ministry of Trading Regulation. We have like some opportunity to like add this regulation about the electronic cigarette to the regulation from the government in number 109 in the year of 2012, but until now, the condition of the regulation is still stuck and no progress. Today, we have like facing the new health bill. The law is the name is Omnibus Health Law, but the contents about the tobacco product include electronic cigarette that called similar with the drug is tend to be eliminated also by the House of Representatives. So with the high prevalence without any regulation, e-cigarette today in my country is become like, it is like a given of e-cigarette. So the prevalence is become increase and increase. We can see here the types of tobacco product being marketed. The conventional tobacco product is become less and the e-cigarette is become increased. And in social media, we can see here the conventional tobacco product is more or less and e-cigarette is become high. So e-cigarette has like some clustering population that use, and actually there are so many young people in Indonesia is become hooked by e-cigarette by social media. So we can see here also among the other country in Southeast Asia, maybe only in Indonesia, we don't have any regulation or maybe unclear regulation about e-cigarette. So electronic cigarette is become public health crisis. And I think we need more organization, more people that have more concern about this, because I think prevention is the best gift for our next generation. Thank you. There is like some explain about prevalence and regulation about e-cigarette in my country. We hope this explanation can make a new overview about e-cigarette in our country. Thank you from us from Green Crescent Indonesia.
Good day, I'm Barbara Mek representing Green Crescent Zimbabwe. Our 3-minute reports are from statistics we got from World Health Organization on the Global Tobacco Epidemic 2021 Country Profile Zimbabwe. Tobacco use prevalence from latest survey completed by 31 December 2020. Adults survey on tobacco use, tobacco male current 17.7%, daily 12.7%, cigarette smoking 17.4%, smokeless tobacco 16%, e-cigarette no records, tobacco smoking female 0.5%, cigarette smoking 0.5%, smokeless tobacco use 0.4%, e-cigarettes no records. On adolescents, tobacco use 22%, tobacco smoking 17.3%, cigarette smoking 11.3%, smokeless tobacco 6.5%, female tobacco use 15.8%, tobacco smoking 12.8%, cigarette smoking 8.9%, smokeless tobacco 4.6%, e-cigarettes no records. E-cigarette use is prevalent, particularly in affluent sections of our society. We also have shisha tobacco flavors used among the affluent, and we also have a club that a company that has been licensed to produce shisha tobacco. Zimbabwe is a tobacco growing country, so control is difficult as it is a foreign currency earner. We have also noticed that we have shisha licensed bars in the city center, Though we do not have statistics yet for these, electronic nicotine delivery systems, according to World Health Organization, half of countries in the world monitor adolescent e-cigarette use, according to surveys done in 2020. Unfortunately, Zimbabwe is one of the countries that does not monitor e-cigarette use among adolescents or adults. There are also no measures on the use of electronic nicotine delivery systems in public or indoor places to apply health warnings on electronic nicotine delivery systems and ban on electronic nicotine delivery system advertising, promotion and sponsorship. No minimum age restrictions are applied to sale of electronic nicotine delivery systems. There is no ban on shisha flavors. Basically, there is no data at all on or legislative measures applied to electronic nicotine delivery systems according to
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. This is Green Crescent, Sudan. I'm Rudwan Ibrahim, CDC professional, and I'm in Sudanese Green Crescent as a consultant. I'm going to present situation of tobacco use in Sudan from 23 to 2022. In presence of World Health Organization Convention, Sudan Tobacco Control Law 2005, and Khartoum State Tobacco Control Law 2012. As we know, tobacco use is a global public health problem with estimated of 7 million essential deaths in 2017 due to direct use of tobacco and the related diseases. The overall projected prevalence of tobacco use in the Eastern Mediterranean region for 2020 is 80.6%, with 33.3% and 3.9% for male and female respectively. In Sudan, cigarette smoking was rare before 1940 and became popular in the 1990s. During the mid-1960s, the mid-1970s, Sudan and Somalia were the two countries in Africa to have increased consumption, and one the largest airlift of the cigarette take place in Britain. So the number of consumption increased in Sudan according to the 2013 and 2017 survey to about 23% to 29% from the adolescent. According to our study conducted, we see the current cigarette smoker among students aged 13 to 15 years, according to Sudan Youth Survey in 2009 to 2014, we observed that the increase of the average of smokers in that age increased from 2.7 among or in 29 and 4.5 in 2014 to it increased to 3.4 in 29 and 6.2 in 2014. And overall, we observe that there is increase among the smokers in that ages. We observe that also, according to the study conducted in 21 to 25, that the female also increased in their number whom were smokers, and there is huge increase also among the male. That is in smoking. If you come to the other pollution by the smoking, we see that all over the country there is cigarette smoking pollution, and we observe that the recreation and transportation and public offices are the most area of the pollution sources. And according to that study, we found that all Khartoum is polluted by smoking cigarettes. After all that numbers and huge figures of the prevalence of smoking, there is agreement from governmental of Sudan in 25 to the WHO framework convention on tobacco control, which called by FCPC, and the protocol to eliminate illicit trade in tobacco products. After that, the government create also a law for tobacco control. This is in 2019 till now. So we see that there is Sudan government law for tobacco control from 25, and it has been developed till now and work by that laws. We have to come to the form of tobacco in Sudan. Sudanese use tobacco in forms of cigarette, water pipe, and smokeless type, which called by tumbak. Locally known to tumbak, it is type of tobacco, which is a moist form of fermented tobacco leaf mixed with sodium carbonate. Because of the addictive effects of the highest nicotine in tobacco. The other forms, or the first forms, we know it as smoke cigarettes, cigars, and there is more than 15 types of that cigarette in all over the country. We have other forms of tobacco like water pipe, and locally we call it shisha. The different type, the different ages and the different sex also are using this type of tobacco, which like shisha. The third forms of tobacco is smokeless tobacco. As we mentioned before, it's called tumbak. Unfortunately, in our country, we cultivated this type of grasses and produce it to like this type of face of tumbak. It's found into packages and we use it in our mouth directly. So in conclusion, all patterns of tobacco utilization, cigarette smoking, tumbak, and shisha are practiced in Sudan as well as combined patterns. Tobacco prevalence ranges from 1 to 25% and 10 to 47.75% among adolescents and adults, respectively, indicating that the need for the intervention program to enhance decreasing this high prevalence rate in our country. Thank you for your attention, and we are going to answer any question.
Hi, my name is Joana Cambeses. I'm a member of NGO Conectados pela Vida in Brazil since last year. And today I want to talk about our situation according to the National Cancer Institute, INCA, in Brazil about smoking. So smoking is recognized as a chronic disease caused by dependence on the nicotine present in tobacco products. More than that, it is a part of the group of mental and behavioral disorders, since nicotine is a psychoactive substance. In Brazil alone, there are 161,000 annual deaths attributable to tobacco use, which represents around 500 deaths per day and makes smoking the third risk factor for a year of life loss. Everything that smokes is harmful to your lungs, and vape is becoming a very popular very quickly because they can customize and add flavors to the electronic cigarettes. Some young adults think that can be an alternative to regular cigarettes, but unfortunately this is not true. Some studies point out that electronic cigarettes are 15 times more harmful than regular cigarettes. Electronic cigarettes is not safe. These young people don't know that there's even a disease called EVALI related to the electronic cigarettes. Main symptoms are cough, nausea, heart attack, and even cause death. So think about it. Do you really want to put your health at risk like that? I hope, like, consciously, and because sometimes people smoke because they don't know how harmful it is for your health. So we are here to help you to prevent, and you don't need to use cigarettes. You can drink water, you can go for a walk, because sometimes people smoke because very stressful. In Brazil especially, they have many issues about political and social, about environment. Sometimes they are unemployed and the government doesn't help very much, so they smoke to release stress. But there's many ways to release stress without being harmful to your health. So hopefully this video can reach you and we can raise awareness about health and not smoking at all. Thank you so much.
Participants, we're here again with the second session of our symposium. Our session chair is Associate Professor Radnivan Rashid, who is an Associate Professor at University Saint Islam and Committee Member of Green Crescent, Malaysia. Our speakers who will be with us in this session with their valuable speeches are Ms. Elizaveta Lebedeva, Consultant of the Tobacco Control Program at WHO Regional Office for Europe, Professor Joanna Cohen, Director of the Institute for Global Tobacco Control, Department of Health, Behavior and Society at Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, and Professor Sarp Üner, Head of Public Health Department at Lokman Hekim University. In this session, Ms. Elizaveta Lebedeva will deliver a speech entitled Novel and emerging nicotine and tobacco products, WHO and COP regulatory recommendations and policy options, while Professor Joanna Cohen will deliver a speech entitled E-Cigarettes, Consideration from a Global Perspective, and Professor Sarp Üner, E-Cigarette Problems from a Public Health Perspective. I would like to welcome all our esteemed speakers and session chair and kindly leave the floor to Professor Mohd Raznivan Rashid to conduct the second session. The floor is yours, Professor.
Hello, all right, thank you very much for the nice introduction. And well, good afternoon, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, speakers, and participants. Welcome back to this informative and thought-provoking symposium of the International Symposium on Novel and Emerging Tobacco and Nicotine Products in Tobacco Controls. My name is Mohd Raznivan Rashid, and I'm from Malaysia. And I'm an active member of Green Crescent Society in Malaysia. At the same time, and I'm actually a medical lecturer in the University of Science Malaysia. As some of you may know, Malaysia is located in Southeast Asia, and my neighboring country includes Thailand, Indonesia, Brunei, and Singapore. In Malaysia, for your information, the total ban on the vape and the related product is not legalized yet, but some states in our country do the ban. Yeah, like for example in Australia too as well, some of the states do the ban and on that part. Therefore, however, the sales, import, and distribution of vape product, including e-cigarettes, the e-liquids containing nicotine, are fully regulated by the Control of Tobacco Product Regulation in 2018 in Malaysia. But I hope the total ban on the vaping and its product will be implemented soon for betterment of our health in Malaysia. Well, anyway, I'm honored to be your master of ceremony for this afternoon session, session 2. And our session today with the theme of global and regional experiences with e-cigarettes and heated tobacco products. So before we begin, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge all the participants here, and the presence of all of you are very important so that we can gain a better understanding of it, right? So we are honored to have 3 distinguished panel of experts, which has been introduced by our masters, the madam just now, and the 3 speakers will be sharing their knowledge on insights with us throughout the session. Each of them will bring a unique perspective on the table, and we are fortunate to have them here. All right, so I would like to introduce the first speaker, with Ms. Elizabeth Labedeva, and she will be talking about novel and emerging nicotine and tobacco product, WHO and CO regulatory recommendations and policy options. And then we will follow by Prof. Joanna Cohen. We'll be talking on the e-cigarette consideration from a global perspective. And the last and not least for this session will be delivered by our Professor Dr. Sharif Unna, and the title will be E-Cigarette Problems from a Public Health Perspective. So let me introduce our first speaker, Ms. Elizabeth Labedeva, right? So Ms. Elizabeth is a public health specialist holding the 2 master degrees. One is psychology from the Moscow State University, and the other one, public health from the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. Elizabeth joined WHO Regional Office for Europe in 2014, and since then provided technical support in the area of NCDs, health policy development, NCD risk factor surveillance, and the health communication. Currently, she works as a consultant in the tobacco control unit. So without further ado, let's welcome Ms. Elizabeth to deliver the talk now. So the floor is yours now.
Thank you very much. Thank you so very much, Professor Rashid. So, colleagues, I will share the screen now. Yes, can you see my slide? Oh, okay, that's good. So, thank you. very much once again for the kind introduction and also for the invitation to speak at this very prestigious event. And good afternoon, good morning, colleagues. So, ladies and gentlemen, as mentioned, my name is Elizaveta Lebedeva and I'm a consultant with the Tobacco Control Unit at the WHO Regional Office for Europe. And in the next 30 minutes, I'll be speaking about the regulatory considerations related to electronic cigarettes, heated tobacco products, and nicotine pouches. As you would see from this outline, my presentation is in 8 parts. I'll start with some background to set the scene for what comes next. Then I'll draw your attention to the challenges associated with regulation of electronic delivery systems. Then I talk about the regulatory objectives for e-cigarettes and share some highlights about the policy measures applied to them. Next, we'll look into heated tobacco products and the available regulatory guidance. And I'll also touch very briefly on nicotine pouches, even though we don't have global recommendations on those as such. And I'll end up with some regulatory pointers and key take-home messages. So let's get going. Yes, so background. You've already had the opportunities to listen to some of the inspirational speakers this morning, and apologies if I repeat a number of messages, but it is still good to put things into context, and therefore I'll start with some background. So you've heard already many times that there are several types of nicotine and tobacco products which have been introduced to many jurisdictions, including countries in Europe. So these products have diverse characteristics, and first broad group is electronic delivery systems, also known as e-cigarettes, electronic nicotine and non-nicotine delivery systems. So some of them contain nicotine, others claim not to contain nicotine. Electronic delivery systems also include products such as e-pipes, e-cigarillos, and other that have a close resemblance with their conventional counterparts. Then we have heated tobacco products, which are products that contain tobacco, and there is no ambiguity whatsoever about that. So these products should be treated as such, and you'll hear me repeating this message a couple more times today. In recent times, also maybe in the past 2-3 years, another category of products has been introduced, and you can see them on the bottom right. So those are nicotine pouches, and they are making their way to several markets globally. So all these products present fresh challenges to regulators due to their diversity, quite often unconventional characteristics, and the speed at which they are developed and introduced. So tobacco control regulation has difficult time to keep pace with this product development. Another important consideration and reason why regulators are concerned about these products is the interplay between attractiveness, addictiveness, and toxicity. These are key 3 factors which basically work hand in hand to sustain use and also expose people to toxic substances. So manufacturers make their products attractive to increase their appeal and facilitate their use. Once products are used, consumers are exposed to nicotine, which is, as we all know, a very addictive pharmacologically active drug, and which supports their prolonged use. And finally, users are being exposed to toxic content and emissions, which increase the risk of undesired health outcomes, the risk of illness. Another area of concern is the widespread marketing. And this slide shows a selection of images of marketing techniques used by the industry. So these are direct advertisements, social and entertainment media, use of cartoon figures, products like lipstick or a regular pen. So there are also thousands of attractive flavors, and the flavor wheel here at the bottom right corner, and apologies, I should have made it bigger, shows a number of flavors, many of which are attractive to children. And in 2018, approximately 16,000 unique flavors were identified for e-cigarettes. The number now is higher. And finally, I know that you'll hear about the current trends in e-cigarette use later today from Jeremy's presentation, but please allow me to get you quickly through this global outlook on the prevalence as it is relevant to our discussion. So this slide shows the current electronic nicotine delivery systems use among adults. And I would like you to pay particular attention to this slide because I'm going to compare it with the next one. So the data we have presented here is based on the national data available on the current use of electronic cigarettes among adults. And I intentionally increased the scale at the prevalence axis up to 40. So you'll see the reason in a few seconds. So here, the highest prevalence recorded is maybe around 10.5. And I must say that this is the data collected for the WHO report on the global tobacco epidemic 2021. So it includes survey results that have been published by 31st December 2020. And we are collecting now the data for the 9th edition of the global report. And clearly these graphs will be also updated with some fresh figures. So this is for adults. And now if we turn to similar slide, but with the data for kids, you can see that the scale is the same, but the prevalence is substantially higher, which is a thing of concern in many countries, including the ones in the European region. And this, together with some of other concerns that I mentioned in this background, like product diversity, interplay of addictiveness, attractiveness and toxicity, and marketing techniques, among other things. So they provide a good basis for regulating these products in the jurisdictions where they are not banned, with the aim, first and foremost, to protect the younger generation. So now let's turn our attention to the challenges associated with regulating electronic cigarettes observed across countries. So this can be classified under three, let's say, broad categories, which are all linked. So the industry challenges, for example, the industry continues to intimidate public health experts and interferes with the tobacco control. Then we have regulatory challenges, which is about regulations being not resilient, not flexible enough to make necessary adjustment to respond. And as I mentioned before, there are so many different types of these products and they keep changing. So, for example, those that were on the market in, let's say, 2013 do not even bear close resemblance to what we are having now. And by the time, for example, regulators put legislation in place, the products might have already changed. So that is something to be borne in mind when drafting regulations and make sure they are future-proof. And then challenges related to marketing and promotion, which I've already mentioned a bit before, so I'm not going to go in detail of that. Here I have some specific examples of how electronic cigarettes, electronic nicotine delivery systems challenge tobacco control. And the products, as I mentioned, constantly evolving, and the regulatory mechanisms tend to struggle hard to keep up with the many products introduced by tobacco. So there is a very real possibility that some of them may fall through regulatory cracks. Another example, of course, of the challenges presented by ENS is the use of these products among children. And we have countries in the European region where the prevalence is of electronic cigarettes is as high as 40%. And other challenges may entice, for example, ex-smokers taking off the use, and especially with the way they are promoted sometimes as cleaner alternatives. So they can discourage focus from fully quitting to prolonging use, for example, or dual use in conjunction with other products like traditional cigarettes. And to learn more about these examples and these challenges, I urge you to read the 2021 edition of the WHO report on the global tobacco epidemic, where these are discussed in more detail. Now let's talk about regulation. Electronic cigarettes, electronic nicotine delivery systems, and electronic non-nicotine delivery systems have been on our radar for a while, and we've published a number of reports and recommendations, including Conference of Parties 6 and 7 decisions on ENDS, as well as reports of our scientific advisory group on tobacco product and regulation, which basically synthesize evidence from published information and provide guidance to member states. So what is important to note here is that at the 6th session of the Conference of Parties to the WHO-FCTC, member states were invited to consider prohibiting or regulating electronic nicotine delivery systems, including as tobacco, medicinal or consumer products, or other categories as appropriate, taking into account the high level of protection for human health. And then by the 6th and the 7th sessions of Conference of Parties, the 4 broad regulatory objectives were also put forward, such as preventing initiation of non-smokers, minors, and vulnerable groups. And this includes implementation of measures such as, for example, banning and restricting advertising, promotion, and sponsorship, raising taxes, banning and restricting the use of flavors, sale and distribution to minors, and etc. Then the second objective is minimizing health risk to users and non-users. And this is about testing the products for safety, regulating, for example, electrical and fire standards, requiring appropriate labeling of devices and e-liquids and application of health warnings, but also prohibiting the use of electronic cigarettes indoors where smoking is prohibited. The third objective is to prevent unproven health claims being made about these products. And this is very important because it's one of the main tactics used by the tobacco industry. So they promote these products as quitting aids, and we know they don't have the evidence to support such claims. And finally, the fourth objective is protecting tobacco control from vested and commercial interest. And this is, again, really important. And given that most countries know about and have experience with Article 5.3, which basically provides guidance in terms of interactions with the tobacco industry. So it should not only be applied to tobacco products and tobacco industry, but also related to related industries such as e-cigarette one. So when drafting regulations, these 4 regulatory objectives should be kept in mind. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, the main objective is to provide maximum protection for public health. Now, let's look at how these products are globally regulated, especially in terms of the policy measures. So WHO report on the global tobacco epidemic showed that 79 countries allow the sales of electronic nicotine delivery systems, but have one or more measures, including the ban on the use of these products in public indoor areas, ban on advertising, promotion, sponsorship, health warnings, and also some restrictions, age restrictions and flavor ban restrictions. So in addition to this, 32 countries reported to ban electronic nicotine delivery systems, and 84 countries had no regulation whatsoever in place. So again, this is the data reported until 31st December 2020, but a new report, global report, will be published in 2 months, so we will have updated figures very soon. I've also included a slide to show how different jurisdictions are basically regulating these products. So in terms of income group, around 2/3 of high-income countries have one or more specific demand reduction measure in place, which applies to electronic nicotine delivery systems, while 1/4 of middle-income countries and around 10% of low-income countries. In terms of ban, you can see that there isn't really much difference in the different income groups. When it comes to the regulation of electronic cigarettes in our region, in the WHO European region, then 2020, we had 2 countries that banned electronic cigarettes. So Turkey prohibited the import of ENDS except for personal consumption, and Turkmenistan banned the sale of ENDS. And most European countries allow the sale of these products, but have adopted one or more measures to either fully or partially regulate them. So, and also I wanted to mention that data on the prevalence of e-cigarette use in the European region is also available from a good number of countries. For adults, it's 29 countries, and for adolescents, for school-based surveys from 39 countries. So, when it comes to regulatory mechanisms, I would like to remind that the effective policy toolkits already exist. So all empower measures, for example, can be applied productively to electronic cigarettes, both with nicotine and without nicotine. So, for example, existing surveillance systems can be used to monitor their use. Marketing and use in public places can be and should be prohibited. Strong health warnings and taxes should be applied. Other policy approaches beyond empower should be also utilized. For example, a ban on flavors, such as implemented in a number of countries, can reduce the attractiveness of these products, particularly to minors. And furthermore, things like banning the sale and distribution to minors should be adopted globally, and sale through internet and other remote sales should be banned to avoid potential use of these services to circumvent restrictions and other regulations. So the challenges associated with regulating new and emerging products are very real and persist, and governments constantly grapple with them. And you probably know this better than me when you work at the country level. So at times we hear from the manufacturers that they argue that our products, they contain only nicotine, they don't contain tobacco, so they shouldn't be regulated. But there is a provision in FCTC which allows countries to adopt and implement measures to address the nicotine addiction. And another article of the Framework Convention that can be relied upon to address these regulatory challenges is Article 2.1, which says that parties are encouraged actually to implement measures that go beyond those set in the convention. So, and you all know that what is required by the FCTC is really a floor, not a ceiling. So you can go beyond and over the regulatory provisions given in the convention. Now let's turn to heated tobacco products. And I'm not going to dwell on this a lot because, as I mentioned, they are tobacco products. I've just included some examples here on the slide and some of the characteristics of these products. For example, where they were launched or what kind of inserts is being used, a stick or a capsule, and whether any flavors are available. But I must note that these are just, there are so many of these products now available at the market. So these are just being used as an example. HTPs, heated tobacco products, they implicitly or explicitly regulated by countries worldwide. And as of 2020, the sale was banned in 11 countries. And more recently, Cambodia and Mauritius joined this group. So the updated list will be again available in 2 months. At the 8th session of the Conference of Parties, a decision was issued which recognized that heated tobacco products are tobacco products, meaning that all provisions of the FCTC apply to them, and they should be monitored as well as regulated as any other tobacco product. And parties, member states were reminded of their commitment to consider prioritizing key measures. And as you can see, they are mainly, again, empower measures. But then we also have reference here to Articles 9 and 10 of the FCTC, those that specifically deal with product regulation. And we have also Article 5.3 of the FCTC mentioned here as well. And there is also a bullet point on this slide, which basically inviting parties to regulate these products, including restricting or prohibiting as appropriate. the manufacture, importation, distribution, presentation, and sale of novel and emerging tobacco products. So countries can rely on this also to restrict and prohibit these products. And also countries are encouraged to apply these measures to the devices used to consume these products, because clearly one cannot be used without the other. So insert cannot be used without device, yes. So we have recommendations for electronic cigarettes, then we have regulations and recommendations for heated tobacco products. In this part of the presentation, I wanted to share some insights in terms of guidance on nicotine pouches. And nicotine pouches, these are proportioned products that contain nicotine, and they are similar to traditional smokeless tobacco products such as snus in some respects, so including their appearance and the manner of use. So a quick Google search shows that the pouches are available in many flavors, which raises again concerns about the potential to enhance the effects of nicotine, sustain use, improve palatability, and increase product appeal, especially to young people. And as you can see, nicotine content also varies quite widely. So as I mentioned, though we don't have global recommendations on those as such, we've been supporting countries by providing technical briefings based on the available evidence about this group of products. And so the current position is that countries should prohibit or regulate nicotine pouches to ensure a high degree of protection for human health. So nicotine pouches should be considered in the context of wider tobacco control, which means that the countries must consider their regulatory framework and capacity and look at what regulations are available and whether they have strong provisions to address these products. Another important consideration is that the nicotine pouches should not be classified as pharmaceutical products because they are not proven nicotine replacement therapies, and we are not aware of any of these products being registered as pharmaceutical products. Then countries should, of course, focus on providing interventions in line with FCTC and their policy goals, as well as striving to protect existing tobacco control policies, because these new products are being used to undermine existing tobacco control, and we can use available resources and tools, such as those including from WHO and the Conference of Parties, to protect the next generation from another lifetime addiction. So the global review of nicotine pouches is underway, and WHO is in the process of gathering information and evidence on these products, including available information on their attractiveness, addictiveness, toxicity, and population effects. So the report will be published, I believe, later this year. And so to wrap up this presentation, let me briefly walk you through the general regulatory considerations. So countries are often faced with the decision whether to ban or to regulate these products. And these considerations should be based on factors such as, for example, the public health risk posed by them. So you can use available global evidence or whatever is available at the national level. Also, the extent of problems caused by the use of products, because some countries have a high prevalence of e-cigarette use, while in other jurisdictions, not that prevalent yet. Then the domestic regulatory capacity and resources, this is a very big consideration. We know that, for example, some countries have banned these products because they don't have the capacity basically to handle another addictive product, which and also because they're still grappling with the effects of and challenges of the conventional tobacco and the epidemic it's causing. So countries decide to ban in order to not to have another, headache or another problem on their hands. And then, of course, we know how important is the political will. So if there is no political will, then it's almost impossible to do anything. It will be even difficult to start making decisions as to whether you want to ban or to regulate and what's next. And of course, the availability of regulatory authority to do so is also one of the key considerations. So if a country decides to ban, for example, these products, there are also different ways of doing so. Some ban sale, others distribution, import, etc. So even banning is not uniform across countries. And then if a country decides to regulate the products, they can choose different paths as well. So regulate them as tobacco or as consumer or any other type if there is evidence to back it up. And also, should the country decide, for example, to regulate as tobacco products, does it mean that they will be regulated as cigarettes or they will be regulated as other forms of tobacco products? And this also has implications as, for example, if electronic cigarettes are regulated as smokeless tobacco, then I suppose they won't be excluded from the smoking ban, yeah? So they will be excluded, sorry. So countries are often faced with such decisions. Most also have existing laws and regulatory systems in place, so they need to assess whether they have the capacity to regulate and whether existing regulations should be updated or they need another set of regulations. So there are a lot of consideration. So, and when it comes to the scope of regulations, it's also important to consider if, for example, new definitions are needed or these products can be packed in the existing definitions, which are inclusive enough. But the most important thing is of course, to make the regulations as futuristic as possible to allow the flexibility and to allow for the possibility that tobacco industry will come up with, again, with something new. Yes, I want you to leave with 3 take-home messages concerning regulation of novel and emerging tobacco and nicotine products. So first of all, consider them as part of tobacco control. So we know that tobacco control interventions are working, and definitely more needs to be done to implement and enforce proven interventions. And tobacco control efforts in general must remain focused on reducing tobacco use. Then novel and emerging products should be strictly regulated. So countries should strengthen their tobacco control to achieve this best practice, and countries should use also available resources, but also learn from experience of each other. And finally, actions should be guided by the aim to ensure maximum protection of public health and specifically of children and the next generation. So thank you so much. I hope that you found this useful, and please do reach out to us if you have any questions. And I also want to make this, to take this opportunity to acknowledge 2 of my colleagues, Dr. Ranti Fayakun, from the No Tobacco Unit at headquarters, because Ranti is our leading expert on this topic and on the issues of product regulation. And I've used a good deal of her slides in this presentation. And finally, many thanks to Dr. Angel Chabano, who is our regional technical lead and whose support and guidance are always appreciated. So thank you so very much.
Okay, right. Thank you very much, Ms. Elizabeth Deva, for the insightful talk, and I think very informative. And I probably all agree with us. Yeah, there's a lot of challenges in regulation, and everyone knows now after your talk. There is regulation, policies that has been discussed in the WHO level, and I know this is very important aspect to look after. Yeah, because we want to protect our next generation, especially children and teenagers, right? And the tobacco companies and the vaping manufacturer, they will keep on doing something new to escape from the laws and regulations. So I mean that's important, right? Thank you very much for you, and I mean to keep the time as well, 30 minutes, and we go to the next speaker today. Yeah, let me introduce our second speaker today. Yeah, Prof. Johan Cohen. Yeah, so Prof. Johan Cohen is what we'll talk about e-cigarettes consideration from a global perspective. Yeah, before I call upon, yeah, let me just introduce Prof. Johan Cohen. Prof is the Bloomberg Professor of Disease Prevention and Director of the Institute for Global Tobacco Control at the Johns John Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health in Baltimore. She has been involved in tobacco policy research for almost 30 years. Trained in epidemiology and health policy, her research focuses on factors that affect the adoption and implementation of public health policies and on evaluating their beneficial effects and unintended consequences. Prof is the deputy editor of the journal Tobacco Control and is a board member of the Society for Research and Nicotine and Tobacco. Prof is co-chair of the State of California Tobacco Control Program's Evaluation Task Force, of Health Canada Scientific Advisory Board for Vaping Products, and Prof was a voting member of the FDA Tobacco Product Scientific Advisory Committee. Wow, your CV was so marvelous. So without further ado, let me give the floor to Prof. Joanne Cohen for the talk. Thank you very much. The floor is yours, Prof.
Thank you so much for that introduction, Professor Rashid. It was lovely, and I really appreciated Elizabetha's presentation as well. It was very well put together, so thank you. I'm going to share my screen. Wonderful. So presentation is online. I'm going to jump in and just provide some of my thoughts of being involved in this field of tobacco control for a few decades and seeing the emergence of e-cigarettes and heated tobacco products, nicotine pouches. So I'm just going to jump in so we keep to time. I'm going to cover three main topics. The first one is the terminology that we use to talk about these products. I want to say a few words about the challenges that we're facing. We've already heard some. I'll talk about a couple of others. And then I want to share some resources with you that might be helpful for your work. All right, so let's just start with terminology. And I'm going to see if I can play this brief video. I think it's going to work. So it's just under 3 minutes. Let's go ahead.
Prior to 2000, the tobacco marketplace was, in retrospect, relatively simple. While the mix of brands and marketing varied, the array of products themselves and the terminology used to describe them was fairly consistent. But at the turn of the 21st century, the tobacco marketplace started to change.
Electronic vaporized nicotine products, nicotine vaping products, smokeless tobacco.
Dr. Joanna Cohen at the Institute for Global Tobacco Control has been monitoring the tobacco marketplace's evolution and has identified a problem with language used to describe various product groups.
With the introduction and marketing of new nicotine products, it's not only the marketplace that has diversified. The number of terms used to describe these products has expanded significantly as well, often with word choice that serves tobacco industry interests.
But in a changing world and marketplace, doesn't language also need to evolve?
Accuracy and consistency are extremely important because language can shape our thinking, including setting boundaries for discourse and policy options.
Dr. Cohen and her peers have categorized current terms by what they imply and discovered that most were either too broad, implied novelty or innovation, or suggested reduced harm.
Heat not burn is a tobacco industry term that suggests the product is safe, and that is just untrue. Time-based terms like novel or emerging are misrepresentative by nature, as a product's only new for so long. The term alternative is another one that is similarly problematic. First of all, it's inaccurate, suggesting a choice between two mutually exclusive products. But it also sounds like something you'd look for in a 1990s record store.
Dr. Cohen wants those communicating about tobacco products, including scientists and public health professionals, to be more careful about the terminology they use and take the time to consider the implications of the words they choose.
We should not be doing the tobacco industry's dirty work for them. Words have serious implications, and for that reason, there are many that should not be used.
Referring to e-cigarettes and heated tobacco products using ordinary, precise terms without additional adjectives helps establish a common language among public health experts, an asset that leads to solving more problems and saving more lives.
E-cigarettes, heated tobacco products, clear, consistent, and direct.
All right. Excellent. Let's just keep going. So I hope that was, it was a little bit of a fun video, but try to put into a fun way of talking about this particular paper that was published. It was an editorial published in the journal Tobacco Control by the editors of the senior editors of the journal Tobacco Control. And we had seen, we were continuously receiving submitted papers that were using all kinds of terms and all kinds of acronyms, new words coming up, and it was just getting ridiculous. And it's hard to keep a field together when there are more and more terms. So we wrote this editorial, which has the worst title ever, unfortunately. That's partly why I did a video. And let me just go through some of it. Basically, we grouped the terms that we've seen that authors used in their papers into words that imply lower risk, words that imply novelty or innovation, words that are overly broad, and words that could, be seen as neutral. And that's, I think, where we want to be, neutral in our terminology. So there's a table in the paper. This just shows some of the words that we think imply lower risk. The video talks about heat not burn, but even things like harm reduction products would imply a low risk. And we don't want to necessarily imply that a product has a low risk, because we don't know. The literature continues to evolve. We keep hearing more and more research findings about the harmful effects of these products. So we have to be careful. We don't want to imply that they're necessarily low risk. The novelty and innovation is something that I think also is problematic from my perspective, because again, it has a very positive connotation. Companies are always marketing products with new advertising campaigns. This is a new design feature. It's a new product. This is new. And that's supposed to be something good, something new, something innovative is something that's attractive to us. And I don't want to imply that these products should be something that people should be attracted to. So the video mentions the problem with the word alternative, and we saw great graphs in the previous presentation about use of these products. But the other thing that we find is that adults who use e-cigarettes, for example, are also using cigarettes. And so it's not an alternative, it's dual use. They're not choosing one or the other, right? So alternative is problematic, and words like novel and emerging, I personally do not use when I talk about these products. If you think about something like Juul, it's been around for 5-6 years. That's not new anymore. We still have it. It's still around. It's not emerging. It's not new. It's a problem. So I try and stay away from, next generation, novel and emerging. I don't use. I know it's part of the FCTC, and that's very difficult to change. I understand that. But when I'm talking, I don't use that terminology. And then there are words that, it's hard to know what you're talking about. So something like conventional tobacco products, that's very broad. What are you doing? Are you talking about cigarettes? Are you talking about bidis? Are you talking about hookah or nargile? What are you talking about? And conventional also implies that this is something that's normal to use, that's is just used. And again, I don't think we want to imply that these are products that should be normal. Traditional tobacco, I also do not use, particularly in the country that I live in the United States. We have First Nations people who have used tobacco for spiritual purposes for much longer than cigarettes have been around. They use it for certain purposes and for healing. That's traditional use of tobacco. Cigarettes are not that. So again, other words that I try and stay away from. And then these are terms that I tend to use when I talk about these products. And I'm not going to spend time here. I can send the link to find this editorial. But I did put together this video because the paper is quite heavy. It uses a lot of big words, and I wanted to try and make something that would be a little bit more accessible to a broader range of folks. Okay, so let's move over to challenges. And we heard in the previous presentation about a number of regulatory challenges, and one that I think about a lot is just the wide variety of products, the design features of the products, of the devices and liquids. When we're thinking about e-cigarettes, for example, they have different power and different resistance, different coils, different amount of liquid, different nicotine concentration. There's so many factors that are varying, and it makes it very challenging. How do you tax these? What do you tax? Do you tax what's in the liquid, the total amount of nicotine, the concentration of nicotine, the amount of nicotine a device delivers, because that will depend on the power as well as the nicotine concentration of liquid. So very challenging for regulation. But as you all know very well, e-cigarettes in particular have really caused a division in our community. And one of the things that I have loved about being in tobacco control for so long are the fantastic people around the world who are working in this area, and where we all have a common enemy, the tobacco industry, and we're all working together. And with the advent of e-cigarettes, it sort of split us a little bit, and it's been challenging. So there is a continuum. You can think about it along a number of dimensions, but I think, in general, there are people who feel like on the left in the orange box that e-cigarettes are problematic because in part because they're drawing in new users, and these are predominantly young people. And we saw that in the graphs from the WHO. However, there are other people who feel that e-cigarettes are in essence a miracle intervention that are going to really finally be the thing that helps people quit smoking. And we all want to help people quit smoking, but we don't want a lot of collateral damage. So it has been a challenging area for our field. And then, of course, as always, the tobacco industry is taking advantage. And in English, we have sort of a saying that goes like this: that you have to be careful of a wolf in sheep's clothing. So here's a picture of a wolf with the sort of clothing of a sheep. And why you have to be careful is it might look like a sheep. They might look like they're doing something good and saying all the right words and that they've changed. But really, it might be a wolf underneath, and they have very different motives. So we just always have to be careful of the wolf in the sheep's clothing, which tends to be the tobacco industry. And one of the things that one of their strategies right now is talking about their transformation, that they're transforming from a cigarette company to a company making other products. And we hear about Unsmoke as part of that agenda. I'll show you a couple of slides. We have the Philip Morris International funded Foundation for a Smoke-Free World, which is also supporting this transformation agenda. And this agenda helps the wolf advocate for reduced restrictions on tobacco products, particularly e-cigarettes and heated tobacco products, nicotine pouches, but also cigarettes at the same time, right? They're just trying to eat away at whatever we have. So this is a screenshot from the Philip Morris International website. and it talks about our transformation. And they say that they're a science and technology company that is developing innovative, smoke-free alternatives. So here you might recall this is using a lot of the words I don't like to use, like innovative. They're trying to make this sound very positive. They're talking about alternatives, even when it's not necessarily alternative. But really they're using the term smoke-free because they're focusing on products that are not lit on fire for you to use. All right, and here's another screenshot from the Philip Morris International website where it talks about at the bottom right, unsmoke the future, so getting away from smoke. And and here's another page where they're talking about unsmoke your mind. So they're just using the unsmoke, smoke-free terminology across the board to try and get away from the view that people have of them as a cigarette company, and that, excuse me, that they're now new and reformed and the good guys. BAT is doing the same thing. They're talking about building a better tomorrow. And, this is a screenshot from the video on their website. And here again, they're using the word alternatives. So we know when tobacco companies are using certain words, we shouldn't be using them. So they say, and with more smokers looking for alternatives, we see new opportunities. So they're building a better tomorrow. Whoops, sorry, let me just go back. And they have a graph in their video that's inside they have, tobacco products, and then these, what they call new, we have to be careful about the word new nicotine categories like e-cigarettes, nicotine pouches, maybe not a heated tobacco products, but maybe nicotine pouches. And then they even have this outside ring of beyond nicotine. So they may be, they're talking about moving to products beyond nicotine. We heard that we need future-proof regulations. Who knows what's coming down the pike? There are all kinds of chemical analogs, they're thinking about this, and we have to be on top of it as well. And again, this, they're using this transformation agenda to try to be seen as more credible, more respectable, and to argue against tobacco, to sort of limit regulations on tobacco products and nicotine products. So this is a news story that's saying an INCO is an organization that receives funding from the PMI funded Foundation for a Smoke-Free World, and it's a position paper that outlines why bans on alternatives to smoking will do more harm than good. So why they think bans will be harmful and that we shouldn't have bans. So again, they're using all of this to try and weaken regulations. And this is just an article from Turkey, which is fantastic, regarding an event. This is from 2019, that the Foundation for Smoke-Free World was going to have an event in Istanbul. And of course, the fantastic advocates in Turkey were arguing that they did not think that this should not happen. This was not a good idea. Now, e-cigarette regulations do vary across country. We heard in the previous presentation about countries that ban, that we saw the map of regulations. So I think, in the interest of time, I'm just going to keep going because I want to get us back on time. So in the last section of this presentation, I just want to share some free resources that we have at the Institute for Global Tobacco Control that might be helpful for you doing your work. And the first is our e-cigarette policy scan. This is a searchable database of country-level laws that regulate e-cigarettes. We update this scan twice a year, so it's quite up to date. And the great thing is you can search by policy domain. So if you're interested in taxes on e-cigarettes, if you're interested in advertising and marketing of the product, or sales of the product, if you're interested in taxes, etc. So all the policy domains, you can search by that domain and see which countries are regulating in that policy domain. You can search by regulatory mechanisms. So for example, is the country using an existing law, an amended law, a presidential decree, a regulation? So we categorize it all in that way. You can certainly search by country. And then product classification. So again, we heard in the previous presentation, these products can be classified as tobacco products, as nicotine products, as medicinal products, as consumer products. So we categorize all that. You can search, and basically you can find all of these resources at Global Tobacco Control, all one word, .org. In addition to our e-cigarette policy scan, we also have a policy scan on heated tobacco products. So the same sort of thing, you can look by policy domain, regulatory mechanism, product classification, and we have a scan on nicotine pouches as well. Another resource that we have available for free for anyone to use is called Tobacco Watcher. And this uses artificial intelligence to scan the web all the time to find news stories about tobacco, and then it classifies them. So again, this does scanning 24/7, 365 days a week. It scans in 20 languages, which cover 147 countries. We use like over 500,000 web sources. There are goes through 500,000 social media messages daily, and we're analyzing about 50,000 articles per day to see if they can be classified as tobacco. And what you can do is you can search for articles, you can put in keywords, you can set custom alerts, so you can so that you're fed. You get an email with articles on that topic, and you can also perform analyses, including looking at trends over time of certain keywords in certain countries. So it's quite flexible. We also have free online courses. So if you have colleagues who are new to tobacco control or students, this is a great way to get them caught up very quickly, give them the basics. So our flagship course is the one on the left. It is Global Tobacco Control, Learning from the Experts. It takes about 4 or 5 hours to get through. So it's not a short course, but it's very comprehensive and gives a wonderful foundation of the field. We have it available in 8 different languages, not in Turkish, unfortunately. I'm sorry, but in other languages. We also have a much shorter course for healthcare professionals, which talks about helping people quit smoking, but also about how healthcare professionals can help in tobacco control. I should say we also have a course on COVID-19 and tobacco, which we're just updating now as well, because that literature keeps moving forward. We have the tobacco, what we call TPACs, or the Tobacco Pack Surveillance System. We use a systematic protocol to collect tobacco packs in a number of different countries. We try and get a census of packs, and then we photograph them, and they're all on the website. So here is a screenshot. These are some packs from Turkey that we collected in 2013. So I did a pack search, and I selected Turkey, and I selected Marlboro, for example. And these are just some of the packs that came up. And these photos you can download, you can use them in presentations. We have other countries as well. So, and we have other tobacco products too, not just cigarettes. It's mostly cigarettes, but not only cigarettes. So this is a great resource. And then our most recent resource is the Global Tobacco Control Progress Hub, which helps monitor FCTC implementation. We have a number of dashboards. We have this is from the Empower dashboard, we have the WHO FCTC dashboard, and we have a dashboard where you can do country comparisons. So I searched for Turkey. This is the W, the WARN of the Empower dashboard, and it just shows, well, first of all, the sunburst on the left just gives for all of Empower how Turkey is doing. So of course, on paper, Turkey has very strong laws and in place. And then you can see, it's a little hard on the slide, but there are color gradations on the right that shows the region and how, and the stronger the legislation, the darker the color. And you can do that for WARN for all the letters of Empower. You can also go to the FCTC dashboard as well, which are from more sort of questionnaire reports. And at the bottom, you can see where Turkey ranks in terms of other countries in the region with respect, in this case, with respect to WARN. So there's a lot in here, very interactive, and we're going to be we update this with the data as it becomes available. So let me just end with three key messages, like the previous presenter. The words we use are important, and we should not do the tobacco industry's dirty work for them. We have to be aware that the tobacco industry continues to try to reinvent itself, claiming that they are rehabilitated, reformed, and doing good for society, particularly with their transformation agenda right now. So let's not be fooled by this wolf in sheep's clothing. And then lastly, there are many free resources available to help inform your tobacco control work, and you can access them all at globaltobaccocontrol.org. So I'm going to end there. Thank you so much.
Sorry. Okay. Right. So thank you very much, Prof, for your excellent presentation just now. And it is, I think I've gained a lot with the resources that you have presented to us at the very end of the lecture. Yeah, like for example, the PAC, the Global Tobacco Hubs, and the e-cigarettes policy scan. Yeah, and maybe many of us do not know about this matter. Yeah, it's good to look at other countries, how they perform. And Prof also mentioned about how the tobacco company have used certain words to kind of like to make sure that other people think that the vaping and the new technologies is basically good for the health, but then it's actually a fool to us if we follow them through. Right. Thank you very much, Prof, for keeping the time too as well. So without further, we come to our last speaker for today. Yeah, and it is the Prof. Dr. Sharp Unner, and Prof. Dr. Sharp Unner will be talking about e-cigarette problems from a public health perspective. And well, before that, let me just read the to introduce to you of the Prof. Dr. Sharp Unner. Prof graduated from the Ankara Anatolia High School and Hacettepe University Faculty of Medicine. I hope I spell it correctly, I pronounce it correctly. After becoming a medical doctor, he worked in Istanbul and Ankara Health Center and Ankara Health Directorate for more than 10 years. Prof. Unner started as a research assistant at Hacettepe University Faculty of Medicine, Department of Public Health in 2000. Completed in the master and PhD degrees at Institute of Science Health in Hacettepe University. So now become an associate professor in 2010 and professor in 2015. Retiring from the Hacettepe University Public Health Institute in 2020, Prof. Unner is still work as a faculty member at Lokman Hakim University Faculty of Medicine. Prof is a member of Board of Health Social Assistance Foundation, and his main area of interest are health management, health manpower, and health service planning. Prof. Unner take part in different domestic and international projects as a manager and researcher. His fields of work in recent years are mainly communicable and non-communicable disease. I think all the experience that Prof. Unner has gotten here will be very suitable to deliver a talk entitled "E-Cigarette Problem from a Public Health perspective. So the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Prof. Yeah.
Okay. Çok teşekkür ederim Sayın Başkan. Önce ekranımı paylaşayım. Teşekkürler. Öncelikle başta bu sempozyumu düzenleyenler olmak üzere Yeşilay'a böyle bir organizasyon yaptıkları ve beni davet ettikleri için teşekkür etmek istiyorum. İkinci olarak bir teşekkürüm de başta Sayın Başkan ve çok değerli konuşmacılarla birlikte aynı ortamda olma fırsatı bana verdikleri için düzenleme komitesine gerçekten çok onur duyuyorum. Burada sizlerle birlikte olmaktan. Ben açıkçası biraz bulaşıcı olmayan hastalıklar bakış açısıyla yaklaşmak istiyorum konuya. Bulaşıcı olmayan hastalıkların genel özelliklerini hepimiz gayet iyi biliyoruz ama burada biraz onlardan söz etmek istiyorum. Genetik özellikler ve fizyolojik özellikler de olmak üzere ama esas olarak çevresel ve davranışsal faktörlerin bir değişim olarak ortaya çıkıyor. Etiyolojisi genellikle çok anlaşılmış değil. İnsandan insana geçmiyorlar. Sinsi başlıyorlar ve genellikle yavaş seyrediyorlar. Uzun bir bekleme dönemi var. Kronikleşmeye eğilimler vardır. Çok faktörlü nedensel. Birebir bağlamak çok mümkün değil. Çok faktörlü nedenselliği var. Komplikasyonları ölümcül seyredilebilir, kişi sakatlanabilir, engelliye neden olabilir. Bunlar maalesef tedavisi olmayan ama ancak kontrol altına alınabilen belirli bir ilaç tedavisi ve kişinin sağlıklı yaşam davranışlarına yönelmesiyle belirli bir şekilde kontrol altına alabilen hastalıklar, sağlık sorunlarıdır, maliyetleri çok yüksektir. Çok yönlü bir yaklaşım gerekli ve olumsuz olarak yaşam kalitesini etkiler. Şimdi bu hastalıklara baktığımda önemini ortaya koymak için hepiniz de gayet iyi biliyorsunuz. Dünyadaki ölümlerin %70'den fazlası bulaşıcı olmayan hastalıklara bağlı. Ve bunların içinde de yarısı, yani bütün ölümlerin yarısı aşağı yukarı yarıya yakını 4 ana hastalıklar. Kardiyovasküler hastalıklar, kanserler, kronik solunum yolu hastalıkları ve diyabetten kaynaklanıyor. Şimdi bu 4 hastalığın aslında risk faktörlerine baktığımız zaman tabii ki ara risk faktörleri var. Hepimiz bunları biliyoruz ama esas önemli olan bunların altında yatan değiştirilebilen ve değiştirilemeyen risk faktörleri var. Ve burada değiştirilebilir risk faktörlerinden, yani daha doğrusu değiştirilemeyenler yaş ve kalıtımla ilgili özellikleri değiştirmemiz zaten mümkün değil ama değiştirilebilir risk faktörleri, bizim kontrol edilmiş risk faktörleri arasında sağlıksız beslenme ve sonucunda obezite, fiziksel aktivitenin yetersizliği, belki alkol tüketimi ama içlerinde en önemli olan ve buradaki 4 hastalığın, 4 temel ölümlerin yaklaşık %46'sı, yaklaşık yarısına neden olan 4 hastalığın temelinde nedenleri arasında tütün kullanımı var. Şimdi Profesör Cohen'in terminolojiyle ilgili vurguladıkları şeyler çok dikkatimi çekti. Umarım yanlış bir terminoloji kullanmam ama şöyle bir yaklaşımım var. Bu aslında bilimle uğraşan insanlar için tabii çok doğru değil ama benim böyle bir yaklaşımım var. Özellikle tütün endüstrisine karşı herhangi bir üretimlerinin sağlıklı olabileceğini kabul etmem mümkün. Bizde Türkiye'de bir laf vardır. Babam çok sık kullanırdı. Durmuş bir saat günde 2 defa doğruyu gösterir diye. Bilmiyorum belki sık kullanılan, dışarıda sık kullanılan bir şeydir. Ben tütün endüstrisinin durmuş bir saat gibi 2 defa bile doğruyu gösteremeyeceğini düşünüyorum. Bu anlamda tütün endüstrisinin ürettikleri her şey için ben tütün kullanımı risk faktörünün geçerli olduğunu düşünüyorum.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee of this symposium and I would like to thank for the invitation. Secondly, I would like to thank the president and also the esteemed speakers, and it's so good to be here together with all those valuable names. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'm really honored to be here together with you. Now, I am going to speak about non-communicable diseases and the general characteristics of those diseases. What is the genetics, physiology, and environmental and behavioral factors of that? So, we can have all those features, but there are, of course, different factors. And it is not clear when we talk about the etiology of most of them, and we cannot identify them at an early stage, and then they cannot be related to infections, and they are not communicated to another person, non-communicable, and they can have the latent periods, and they can have the multiple factors for causality. So there are no treatments, but they can be under control as non-communicable diseases, and the complications can be fatal. So they can have high costs for treatment, and there should be multiple approach. Now, when we have a look at those non-communicable diseases, as we all know, more than 70% of all those deaths around the world is because of NCDs. And half of them are mainly 4 of them: cardiovascular diseases, cancers, chronic respiratory diseases, and diabetes. So these are the reasons. So when we mention those 4 NDCs, and when we examine the risk factors, of course, there could be some interim risk factors, but the main important issue is that the risk factors that can be changed or not. So these are the risk factors which can be changed. Of course, there are some that cannot be changed, but these are the ones that can be changed. For example, unhealthy nutrition, not being able to be mobile, or tobacco use, alcohol consumption. And we can have also the risk factors that cannot be changed, as the heritage and the age. So we can see these chronic diseases. First of all, the reasons, as you can see, and one of the reasons is the tobacco use. As Professor Cohen also mentioned, and it attracted my attention during the presentation. I hope I'm going to use the right terminology during my presentation. But I have an approach like that. If you're dealing with science, but of course, I'm dealing with a different approach. But it's not really possible for me to accept all those productions will be for health in the tobacco industry. You know, even a clock which is stopped will show the right time 2 times a day. We always use that in Turkish. For this reason, tobacco industry is like that stopped, broken clock, which is showing the time right 2 times a day. So tobacco use is a risk factor, and it is a valid risk factor. So there could be variety of all those tobacco products, and there is no need to repeat them. The important thing is here, the fundamental approach for the use of those tobacco products will be to minimize and eliminate that to the level of 0. If this cannot be accomplished, we will work to decrease, minimize. And either there will be tobacco or not, either they can have different names, but this will be our approach. And we have all experienced this pandemic, COVID-19. and, you know, COVID-19. And I checked the recent figures from the website of WHO, and I've seen that the period is 2.5 years and 7 million deaths. And we know that this is the impact of the pandemic. Of course, this is not the topic directly of this session, but I just wanted to share these figures. In 2019, okay, so we have seen the results for the pandemic on the left-hand side, but on the right-hand side, once again, we know that in 2019, more than 1 billion people smokes, and in 1 year, people who have lost their lives because of tobacco is higher than the ones lost their lives because of the pandemic. So when you make the comparison, you're going to see this is also a real pandemic for us, the tobacco use. So generally, there is a kind of tendency of the use of tobacco. And of course, the tobacco industry started to have new products in their portfolio. And there could be different types, different features. There could be e-cigarettes. And the main purpose for all of them is that to have reliable, that safe cigarettes, and to reflect that to the community. And of course, this cannot be valid for the scientists. I would like to share some of those with you. And
well, there are many studies regarding e-cigarettes across the world, and those using the e-cigarettes have been found to be young, and this is my observation as well. They are mostly the young people, and Ms. Lebedeva also mentioned during her presentation regarding the prevalence of use among the population aged 13 to 15. The young people, the educated people, the high-income population, the people who have a profession, so the people who have a higher status in the community tend to use it more. And the young people and the women who are the new beginners tend to use it. Also, the former addicts tend to use it more. And also, I observe that the e-cigarette users believe that these products are less harmful and assist them in quitting smoking cessation. There are different versions of this product as mentioned by the other speakers, and they all are claimed to be less harmful as compared to conventional cigarette, and they are also suggested for use in order to quit smoking. Those products contain nicotine. However, they suggest that there are no other substances inside, or they're relatively low. Heated tobacco products were also recently launched to the market. In this product, the tobacco is only heated but not burned, but the mechanism is again claimed to be healthier as compared to conventional cigarettes, and they can be used in order to help smoking cessation. Also, dual use, another big problem, as suggested by Cohen. We find that the people tend to use the heated tobacco products or e-cigarettes along with conventional cigarettes, and therefore the suggestion, the claim to help smoking cessation is not validated here. And such kind of uses brings together a socially acceptable setting, because some indoor places also allow use of such e-cigarettes and make it socially acceptable. Another claim is that it will help smoking less cigarettes. That is another common justification. Although the number of cigarettes smoked is decreased, if the duration of smoking is increased, then it will be harmful again. There is a study that I would like to share with you, and there are similarities with the other studies as well. Since 2017, when these products were first launched, the number of applications to smoking cessation centers has decreased. Obviously, these products are not helping smoking cessation, but on the contrary, there is an increase of smoking among the youth and the women. I would like to offer you a review of the findings from various studies. As I said, many studies have been conducted, and there are some things that we know for certain. And one of them is that it will increase the concentration of particles and nicotine in an indoor setting. So this will also affect the second-hand smoking. And also, the exposure to nicotine arising from e-cigarettes is variable. Therefore, the regulations must be made accordingly, as suggested by the former speakers. This is another important finding. It basically contains nicotine, and this is suggested to be a supportive product for the smoker, but it also contains many potential toxic substances in addition to nicotine. It depends on the device itself and how it operates, but still it contains many toxic materials that are harmful to human health. And also, the cigarette devices may explode, and they may also lead to injuries. That is another finding. The liquids that are used when they contact with eye, then it may also lead to harmful health effects. And the studies conducted again indicate that those substances have a potential of being carcinogenic, and some studies find that they are harmful, like the conventional cigarettes. Regarding the respiratory system and cardiovascular and circulation systems, there are again very significant effects of the e-cigarettes due to the heavy metals and other products carried along with the vape. And although not absolute, these findings are still significant. And we see that use of e-cigarettes may lead to e-cigarette addiction, and also it will increase the risk of using conventional cigarettes for the young people and the adolescents. And also it may again expose the persons to other toxicants as well. It will increase the heart pace, and the blood pressure will be reduced, as indicated by various studies. We spoke of aerosols, and there are various metals inside these products, and they also tend to be very harmful. They may lead to acute endothelium cell dysfunction. We don't know what the results will be in the long term, and some chemicals contained in the product may lead to DNA damage. There are some studies with less power of evidence, and it is found that it will be a determinant for the risk and severity of the addiction. It will lead to coughing and inhalation problems, as well as in exacerbation of asthma seizures. And also there are studies with limited evidence. Let me tell you about them as well. When such products are used indoors, the concentration of nicotine and other e-cigarette components increase. We also spoke about the number of metals in the e-cigarettes aerosol, and there might be more metal in such products as compared to conventional cigarettes. And also there is again limited evidence suggesting that e-cigarettes help smoking cessation. As for the risks for the public health, there is a significant increase in use of e-cigarettes. One study in 49 countries indicates that the use of such products was increased by 24%, and due to aggressive marketing operations of the tobacco industry, the use of such products, experience of such products, and awareness of such products was increased rapidly. On the other hand, it is suggested that the electronic cigarettes are less harmful as compared to conventional cigarettes, but we don't have much evidence in this regard. And if any study indicates that they are less harmful, then they have methodological problems, and we know that those studies are funded by the tobacco industry, and we know that the power of evidence is very limited. And there are also inconsistencies and dilemmas in the results, and they show us that this is a significant risk again. There's an approach suggesting that they're less harmful, but those products can never be accepted to be free of risks. And I believe this is again a big threat to the public health. As for the risks, we may see that the passive risks are important for the overall population, and for the smokers, people tend to believe that it will help them quit smoking, but this is a contradictory approach. They cannot be defended, and there is no approach suggesting that it will help quit smoking. And the risk of starting to smoke again is very high in this group. If the non-smokers ever use this product, it will again be a high risk for them to use them. And there is no benefit for this group. Therefore, non-smokers should be prevented from trying those products.
And for adolescents, I can tell you that the risks on them are on the rise as well. Their development is so crucial, yet they are so open to all sorts of external factors. And also let me remind you that habits acquired during adolescence will most probably stay with them for life. So risky behavior is especially worse for them. Thus, it'll turn into yet another public health issue. Let me emphasize one other aspect of it, which is pollution. Pollution is on the verge of turning into a disaster, and thinking of all the cigarette butts or the cartridges or the devices thrown away, and all the waste products and byproducts of e-cigarettes and the new tobacco products will worsen the pollution. Novel tobacco products have gained popularity in the last 15 years, and unfortunately, it is a new emerging pollutant. It is a new threat. And tobacco producers don't really feel responsible, and they're not bearing any responsibilities in this regard. Single-use e-cigarettes are serious pollutants, and unfortunately, in the future, we're going to see more and more of it. So they are both a public health threat and a pollution threat. So what to do? Well, electronic cigarette use should be limited to those who want to quit smoking but cannot quit and failed over and over again, meaning promoting such products to those who never smoked before should not be allowed. And as for now, I mean, I can tell you that this issue has a history of approximately 20 years. Such products were introduced to the market like 20 years ago, and communicable diseases and smoking and their relation was discovered rather late. So what we know today show us how much we don't know, because we have no data over long-term use, and we of course prefer the general cautious approach, and we should remain cautious and vigilant against e-cigarettes too. Until it is proven that e-cigarettes and new tobacco products are harmful to health, let's remain cautious and be aware that there will be negative health implications with e-cigarettes. Of course, countries need to stand on the same page as soon as possible. We need a common approach against e-cigarettes. Dear Cohen and Joanna Cohen and all the previous speakers mentioned all the new steps, like the countries that banned the sale of e-cigarettes. There were some countries with solid legislation, and some legislation is still vague in some countries, but we definitely need further studies in this regard as well. Because like I said, we still have a lot to learn about e-cigarettes, like the short-term and long-term health effects, passive smoking or like related issues should definitely be studied. Also, e-cigarette use in adolescents and young adults versus combusting tobacco products. We need further data on this. Age-related risk should definitely be studied. And the argument that it helps cessation, this should definitely be proven with further studies. And also different products are under different regulations, and we need some policy change. And we need some further studies on how e-cigarette use might trigger the smoking conventional cigarettes. We need prospective and observational studies like e-cigarettes and its support on smoking cessation. And we need further studies on public health effects. So that's all I wanted to tell you today. Thank you.
Okay, right. Thank you very much for the talk just now. And from the thank you very much, Prof. Winner. One wonderful talks. And Prof. Winner begin with talking about the NCDs. You know, the risk factor. You know, tobacco smoking and all kind of thing. And I mean, a lot of intention. Yeah, for us to. I mean, a lot of things we know from now until now. The speaker. They talk about all about the bad thing about the e-cigarettes, but then we need to have a solid efforts to make sure that our intentions to kind of like ban will become a reality. But you know, from the speakers just now, challenges there, a lot of challenges. That's why for certain countries can do that, certain countries cannot, because there are multiple reasons behind that. Yeah? And with the company as well, they're pushing at the back there, and they use the technique, the reason of e-cigarettes is one of the way to stop smoking cessation. Yeah, but then their brand, the marketing with the flavors is some sort of not in the line of saying smoking cessation for that purpose. Right, I have a lot of questions here that been given to me, and I will just read some of the questions here. There's one question to Ms. Elizabeta Lebedeva. Yeah, the question is: tomorrow is the World No Tobacco Day. Yeah, 31st of May is the World No Tobacco Day. Can you tell us a bit about the theme? Yeah, as for Malaysia, they've got one different theme, and maybe do you have a uniform theme for every countries in the world? Yeah.
Yes, thank you so much for that question. And I also thank very much Professor Uner for bringing also the issue of environmental impact into his presentation. So I appreciate it. And in general, I very much appreciated listening to both Joanna and Professor Uner. Yes, so for the World No Tobacco Day, indeed, tomorrow is World No Tobacco Day, and the slogan and the theme of for this year campaign is "Grow Food, Not Tobacco." So the main topic is the main message that we want to get across the world, that tobacco growing, it leads to less food on tables. And the amazing paradox that tobacco is growing in more than or around 120 countries in the world, taking up 3 million hectares of fertile land, where countries can actually grow food and not something which kills 8 million people every year. So the urgency of this topic, and it is urgent because the world is confronted with global food crisis, which is sparked by climate changes, by pandemic, by the ongoing conflicts and wars. So we want to raise awareness that it's better to grow food, and we want to raise awareness among governments that they need to help farmers to make shift to alternative livelihoods. So in our materials, we highlight all these facts: environmental impact, that it's bad for economy, but it's also threat to the health of farmers. So we build campaign around all these messages, and please join us tomorrow and every time, and spread the word and share the materials, help raise awareness so the government stops subsidizing tobacco and help farmers to shift to alternative crops. And of course, as always, let's expose the tobacco industry for what it is and its dirty tactics also in this regard.
That's very wonderful theme. We're talking about the food, because nowadays, it's better to grow something else which is better for the whole people, and at the same time, at the end of the day, it will stop the numbers of tobacco in the market. Right, I've got the question. Thank you very much. We'll go for the next question to Prof. Cohen. Prof. Cohen, is the term smoking and steaming more appropriate instead of smoke and smoke-free products? Can we say classic cigarettes instead of traditional cigarettes? That's one question there. Perhaps you can answer that.
Thank you so much, and thank you for engaging with this and all the terminology. So I would just say cigarettes. We don't need any word before or after cigarettes. We don't need convention. They were always cigarettes. They continue to be cigarettes. We just say cigarettes. So we don't say traditional cigarettes. We don't say conventional cigarettes. Just cigarettes is fine. Just e-cigarettes is fine. Just just be clear, because the other thing that I find very challenging in harm, when we talk about harm reduction, is that people use that terminology and everybody's thinking something different by what it means. And then we cannot have a productive conversation. So if you're saying harm reduction products, but you really mean e-cigarettes, just say e-cigarettes and be clear. And then we can talk.
True.
Then we can have a conversation.
True.
Just in terms of smoking. So the other, I just want to say very quickly, another recent editorial that was published in the journal Tobacco Control was that we're no longer publishing papers that use the word smoker, because it's, not a person first language. It's defining someone by a behavior, not that the behavior is one part of the person. So we would say like people who smoke, or youth who smoke, someone who smokes. It depends on the sentence. I don't know how that works in the Turkish language, but we're no longer saying smoker or vapor. It's someone who does that behavior. So just another thing to be cognizant about. Thank you.
Yeah, that's very interesting too, because I have never heard about that kind of, terminology. You cannot use smoker. I mean, it's changed from saying smoker to people who smoke, right? Okay, we have one. Thank you, Prof. We have one questions to Prof. Una. Yeah, I'll just read the questions here. You were sharing evidence for the harms of e-cigarettes. How can we popularize this evidence among youth to protect them from novel products? Yeah. The question is to Prof. Una. Yeah. I'm sorry, your mic. Yeah.
Aslında çok önemli bir soru. Genel olarak halk sağlığı müdahalelerinde maalesef daha doğrusu toplumsal müdahalelerde maalesef elimizde hap gibi reçeteler yok. Bizim çok farklı heterojen yapıdaki gruplara mesajımızın iletebileceği farklı yöntemler kullanarak bu müdahaleleri planlamamız gerekiyor. Bu kişilerin, karşımızdaki kişilerin eğitim düzeylerinden, konuya ilgisinden, genel olarak sosyoekonomik, sosyodemografik durumlarından etkilenen farklı yaklaşımlar mutlaka kullanmamız gerekiyor. Tek bir reçete, tek bir hap yok. Bu da aslında bizim önemli sorunlarımızdan biri. Çünkü açıkçası tütün endüstrisi nasıl ulaşabileceğini bizden daha çabuk, daha iyi bir şekilde tespit edip bunlara ulaşabiliyor ki daha sonra bunları tekrar olumluya çevirmek, davranış biçimlerini olumluya çevirmek bizi oldukça zorluyor.
All right. Okay. Right. Good. Thank you. We must protect the teenagers and from the young children because from what you have talked just now, you talk that kind of person, that group of person has to be looked after because they are very young and therefore definitely when they become older, the addiction level, and a lot of complication they might have, because the life is still long, right? Okay, right. Because in the middle of the time, because we got lack of time, we should thank to all of the speakers, because all the speakers have been very great in delivering the talk to that and all has answer the session of today, the second session today, global and regional experience with e-cigarettes and the heated tobacco product. I think I would agree that all the speakers have done the job very well. But then, so I will thank you so much for this session. Please stay tuned. You're gonna have another last session, session 3, which will be announced by the organizer. Right. Until then, thank you very much and have a good day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to thank our esteemed session chair and distinguished speakers for this valuable session and for their contributions. Now we'll have a 15-minute break, and after the break, we'll continue with the third and the last session of our symposium. Hope to see you again in 15 minutes. Değerli katılımcılarımız, sempozyumumuzun 3. ve son oturumuyla yeniden karşınızdayız. Oturum başkanımız İstanbul Medeniyet Üniversitesi öğretim üyesi ve Türkiye Yeşilay Cemiyeti Genel Başkan Yardımcısı Sayın Doçent Doktor Safa Koçoğlu. Oturumumuzda yer alan değerli konuşmacılarımız ise Yeşilay Bilim Kurulu üyesi Sayın Profesör Doktor Recep Erol Sezer, ABD Hastalık Kontrol ve Önleme Merkezleri, Sigara ve Sağlık Ofisi Küresel Tütün Kontrol Şubesi metodolojisti Sayın Jeremy Morton ve Dünya Sağlık Ofisi Türkiye Ofisi Program Yöneticisi, Sağlık Bilimleri Üniversitesi öğretim üyesi ve Yeşilay Bilim Kurulu üyesi Sayın Profesör Doktor Toker Ergüder olacaktır. Sayın Profesör Doktor Recep Erol Sezer, Türkiye'de ve dünyada tütün kontrolü başlıklı konuşmasıyla, Sayın Jeremy Morton, dünyada elektronik sigara kullanımı güncel trendler başlıklı konuşmasıyla, Sayın Profesör Doktor Toker Ergüder ise e-sigara ve ısıtmalı tütün ürünlerinde ülke deneyimi, Türkiye'deki zorluklar ve sektör girişimi başlıklı konuşmasıyla bizimle birlikte olacaklar. Oturum başkanımıza ve 3 kıymetli konuşmacımıza da hoş geldiniz diyoruz ve sözü oturumu yürütmek üzere oturum başkanımız Sayın Doçent Doktor Safa Koçoğlu'na devrediyorum. Buyurun Sayın Koçoğlu.
Merhabalar. Öncelikle.
First of all, I'm so happy to be here together with you. And of course, regarding tobacco addiction, we have been combating and struggling, but now we know that there are some novel emerging nicotine tobacco products that are attracting a lot of attention. So unfortunately, we know that there is a significant increase in the use of tobacco, and we know that the target is the youth and also the young users. So this is not only the visible side, these are all proved by the reports, documents, and globally, we know that 3.6% of the individuals use similar tools, e-cigarettes, and some other. And we know that once again, this group consists the age group of 15 to 24. So during this session, we are going to have valuable professors, valuable speakers, and we are going to discuss this topic together with them. And first of all, we are going to have the first speaker, Recep Erol Sezer, and he's going to talk about tobacco control in Turkey and the world. First of all, I would like to give some information about him. Graduated from Istanbul Faculty of Medicine in 1969 and then worked in the field of public health and then became associate and then professor. And in 1992, he also worked in the public health, struggling against smoking and tobacco control. And once again, he worked and be a part of the foundation of different journals. And he is also one of the founders of different publications and became the president of those journals. As of 1994 until 2000, he also worked together with WHO, and he also worked for the preparation of the action plan, and he also conducted and made the coordination of international Please Stop Smoking campaigns. He is also an academician, and we have been in contact, very close contact with him. And of course, we have different academic sessions, and we know that he has great efforts, and we are going to be so excited to listen to your presentation. Thank you, esteemed chair, distinguished guests, dear participants. I'm going to share my screen first. Esteemed chair, dear participants, first of all, I would like to greet you all with my respect. And first of all, I need to take this role. And as of the beginning of the symposium, I've been watching these sessions, and I can see there are significant contributions, and I believe and I understand and feel that this is a very significant symposium. I can see very significant contributions. For this reason, once again, I would like to congratulate Turkish Green Crescent Society, both for the symposium and also for the technical aspects and the background support. Once again, I would like to congratulate you. So generally, what is the topic of my presentation? First of all, I'm going to highlight those issues. First, I'm going to explain the concept of tobacco control. Then I am going to talk about the power and policymaking in health. And then I am going to highlight the current situation in Turkey, and then we'll make a comparison globally. I'm going to focus on e-cigarette as a threat to tobacco control. And I am going to provide you the reasons of that threat. Then I am going to address WHO leadership in tobacco control. And I'm going to talk about tobacco industry and tobacco control once again. Moreover, I'm going to mention the similarity between the e-cigarettes and the low-tallow nicotine cigarettes. I am going to focus on the lessons that we can learn. And of course, I'm going to address some remarks for the future. As Mr. Sarp Öner mentioned in the previous session, worldwide, more than 1.1 billion people, or 1 in 5 adults, currently smoke, and leading to around 8.3 million deaths each year. As you can see, 7.1 million because of the active smoking, and 1.2 million because of the secondhand smoking exposure. And you're going to see at the bottom line once again. So the average lost is 13.2 and 14.5 years of life because they smoked. And in our country, you know, lung cancer, it's not raining, it's pouring. And you know that there is more than 65% losing their lives because of lung cancer in our country. When we talk about the tobacco control, we understand struggling with all those tobacco products, but we also have the e-cigarettes and also some other nicotine products that we need to combat against. So we should think all of them within the same scope, and they are all the products of a very giant pandemic. But when we talk about tobacco control, actually, we need to understand that this is the struggling for both the tobacco and nicotine products. So in order to accelerate the cessation, in order to stop or minimize the use, prevention, first of all, we are talking about this for tobacco and nicotine products. This is based on UN declaration and in 2011, and there is also the WHO's Tobacco Control Framework Convention. This is an international convention which is binding, and it is shaped in WHO, and we know that there is a secretariat together with 28 elements in World Health Organization, and all those, there is also parties conference, and as the products of this conference, there are implementing guidelines. Very well structured, and they have very strong legal background. We can see this clearly. Moreover, there's also another binding convention. It is international protocol, which is for the elimination of those tobacco products. And when we are going to make the evaluation for our country, there is also national combat, and we have the legislation, which is also adopted in 1996 and 2008. And of course, they are all expanded in accordance with FCTC, and we have the amended, updated 4217 numbered laws. And of course, we have national strategy documents, we have our national action plans. So at a central level, we have very well organized tobacco combating. So we have well-structured background and infrastructure as the country. So we have a very well organization for tobacco control. And once again, we are also in compliance with all those international conventions. And I would like to share my observations as well. Within the scope of this infrastructure, in terms of the technical capacity, we have very well improved human capacity in the country. So for the tobacco control for the last 30 years in our country, this is a history. And as one of the success of this period, the strong infrastructure and this raised human capacity. Now I'm going to show you a kind of graph. Actually, it's a kind of diagram. First, we have the tobacco consumption at the middle. And if there will be a reduction, decrease, then we're going to think that we are good at our job. If there will be an increase, then we're going to think that the tobacco industry strategies are going very well and they apply their strategies very well. So for the consumption of tobacco and nicotine, we can see that there are two different ways power. So first, tobacco control strategies and of the tobacco industry strategies, and also the combat that we perform. For tobacco control strategies, first of all, there is also the Empower package of WHO. We follow that. And of course, we try to protect all those individuals with all those non-smoking fields. We try to raise awareness. We try to provide such campaigns. We try to ban the ads. We increase the taxes. In addition to all those, we have some other measures that are taken. I'm going to show you that, such as, and they are all within the scope of the convention: transforming or controlling the industry, product regulation, litigation, and once again, prevention tobacco smuggling. And I'm going to emphasize on that transformation and controlling the industry. In the Framework Convention, regarding the transforming and controlling the industry, there is 5.3, and it is directly related to limitation of the control rather than transforming. And I believe there is a stronger approach. You're going to see a triangle here on my slide. This is for establishing health policies and making some assessments for them. In one corner at the top of this triangle, we have the measure package. So how are we going to find a solution for that problem? First, of course, we develop all those health policies for finding solutions of those problems. So what are the solutions? What is the cure? So first of all, we are going to have the infrastructure information. Then we make some assumptions, and together with some other activities, we are going to get some further information. And this is a kind of series of measures. When we talk about the content, we have all those like political, economical, etc., and they should be at the forefront and they should be on the agenda. I am going to show you the right-hand side to you. So we have the policy process, as you can see. And so all those problems should be understood by the society. And then we're going to select some of them, and we're going to pay attention to the conditions of our country, and then we are going to make policy formulation, legislation, regulation, etc. And then we are going to make the implementation, and evaluation. So during the policy process, there are different steps, and you can have all those legislations, you can have the best law, but you need to implement them. And after implementation, you need to evaluate them, and you need to make another evaluation. On the left-hand side of the triangle, you are going to see the context once again. So these are the internal and external conditions of the country: cultural, national, international, economic, social, political. So when you do those brainstormings, you are going to consider them. And we have the actors in the middle of the triangle. So we have the actors on the side of the public health, and we have also the actors at the global tobacco companies. And both of them are trying to make impact on those policy process. For example, public health side tries to improve the conditions, and global tobacco companies are trying to put their own strategies, like a tobacco war. And we have those tobacco companies, but they're not the only companies. They have the network, and there's also structure. So PR companies, American Chamber of Commerce, and it's, for example, in Turkey, Turkish American Business Council. So these are all together with these companies, and they try to realize those strategies. They try to reach critical points and try to make an impact. So actually they are applying some forces. So this is the triangle of applying different forces. And we can see different actors like public health side, public health institutions, individuals, organizations, and the global tobacco companies. So this is a tobacco war between them. It's a bit difficult for me to move to the next slide. Okay, regarding this power, I really enjoy this reference. I really enjoy this statement, quote. The owner of this quote is monitoring all those tobacco companies, and David Kessler, the former FDA chair during that time. So all those tobacco companies, they have a very good power, and they have succeeded to overcome all those measures taken. And their insight is to increase their income and their acquisitions. And I realized that if you are, instead of focusing only on the products, you need to focus on the products and the companies together. Otherwise, this current situation will not be likely to be changed. I believe this is a very important quote. So once again, I'm going to repeat. Instead of focusing on the products only, we need to focus on the products and the companies together. Otherwise, we cannot make a change for the current situation. And we understand, for example, there are 4 big companies globally, and there is also a legal decision, lawsuit against that. So you can also see in my slide the US Department of Justice filed a record-keeping lawsuit against Philip Morris and the division of Altria. And at the end, there was the fine, and they still make the payment for that. Together with the same complaints. And after 7 years, the decision is taken. You can also see the decision here on the slide. So what we understand, first of all, we need to reach all those companies. And Philip Morris and all those big tobacco companies were against the provision of behaving to non-legal acts. So you can also see the definitions made. So first of all, misleading the community with all those harms of smoking and making, having cooperation together with some other companies and keeping all those addictive structure and harms of nicotine away and hiding them from the community. And for protecting the industry, once again, they try to include all those youth, and they conduct marketing activities, promotional activities. They did not accept all those harms, but it is obvious that they have also accepted all those harms in their internal correspondence, and they destroyed all those evidence internally. And once again, this case was accepted in the Court of Appeal. So this is one side of the war. Now I'm going to make an evaluation for Turkey. This is once again from the report, and these are also showing Empower principles, and it is also highlighted that Turkey was the first country, one of the first countries accepting Empower. So we had these efforts. So what is the current situation? Now I'm going to show you the graph. First of all, you can see 2010. And this graph shows the figures between 2010 and 2019. On the right-hand side, you're going to see the entire population. It starts from 2010 and it continues until 2019. So you cannot see a significant increase or decrease annually. And for each age group, you cannot see a decrease, but there is an increase. For this reason, we can see that there is a significant increase for smoking of females. And let's have a look at males. Once again, we cannot see any decrease. So despite we have a very good infrastructure, we are not able to decrease the figures of smoking, both for males and females. So we need to question that. And we need to establish policies, and we need to implement those, and we need to make evaluations. So for the policy process, we are going to see our insufficiencies. And of course, I'm going to show you some findings. For example, let's have a look at second-hand smokers in our country. You can see the ratios. And what about the ratios for the youth, both for boys and girls? And here you can see for male students and female students, there is an increase. And sometimes it could stop, but there's no decrease. Now, I would like to make a comparison, this current situation of Turkey with the US. In 1996, there was Surgeon General report, and together with the laws during that time, we can see that there is a decline consistently, and it is 42% in 1965, 20.9% in 2005, 15.5% in 2016, and 11.5% in 2021. This is the prevalence, but this was not the trend in Turkey, and we cannot see that decline. We need to make interpretations for that, and we need to get very important lessons. But for the last 1 month, let's have a look at the ratio of high school students using e-cigarettes. In 2011, 1.5 to in 2014, 13. And as you can see, the rest on the slide, it goes up to 27.5% in 2019. And also with the lawsuit filed for Juul, we know that there will be a decline after 2019. Even a very successful country is having a significant threat together with the release of e-cigarettes. And another similar condition can also be stated for New Zealand. In New Zealand, once again, we can see there is the percentage of 13.4, and we have smoke-free generation. This is a new concept. They also released the law accordingly, and they stated that they are not going to, the cigarettes will not be sold to the ones having the birth date after the 1st of January 2009, and they are going to decrease this ratio up to 95%. However, for cigarette smoking, for vaping, this is a study conducted in New Zealand for vaping and cigarette smoking in the last 7 days among students. And this is including the years between 9 to 13. And we know that 26.6% of this group uses e-cigarettes. And once again, please pay attention, they also use smoke. And in the second line, so these are the ones not using e-cigarettes. And in New Zealand, in terms of struggling against smoking, it's not the same case for e-cigarettes. What about second-hand smoking issue? In all the cafes, in all the restaurants, we can see cigarettes, and this is a study related to those issues. Yes, we know that in the cafes, restaurants, in indoor spaces, or in semi-indoor areas, and also in outdoor areas, they are all polluted. And all, including the shopping malls, we know that children and young individuals are there and they can get that attraction. So this is a cultural environment, and then this will give harm to our struggling, despite it is against the law. So this is the reality that we have. Despite it is not allowed, and this is a challenge or an insufficiency in the law. And the industry has its own policies. And what is the name of that policy? It's alignment policy, adjustment policy, sensitivity of courtesy of choice, accommodation. What does this mean? So all those second-hand smokers and smokers will be all together in the cafes, in the restaurants. They're going to spend very good time. They're going to collect fond memories. So in Turkey, this is one of the fundamental sufficiencies. Despite all those legal legislation, this is the policy that is established by the industry of tobacco. And this is the definition of Philip Morris. So this program is connecting Philip Morris together with the accommodation industry, and all those customers in the shopping malls, cafes, restaurants, and hotels, they can use our products and they enjoy their time in those accommodation places. And this association, this relationship will be much more important. Now, this was the evaluation for Turkey. Let's have a look at the world. So this is showing the global studies of tobacco use prevalence reduction targets, and we can see that there is a tendency for the decline. And regarding any kind of tobacco, for both, once again, there is a decrease from 22.3 to 17. And actually, we need to pay attention to all the details before performing comparison. I'm sure that there will be some further studies of WHO. And after all those evaluations, I would like to share a statement from Sir George Edward Godber's, beginning with the Third World Conference on Smoking and Health in 1975. World Health Organization has co-sponsored the World Conferences and increasingly has taken a leadership role in activities. And when we make the examination, we can see two different architects of this change. Sir George Edward Godber, and the other one is Halfdan Theodor Mahler. One of them is the president of WHO, and the other one is in the UK, Chief Medical Officer. In other words, both the president of WHO and Chief Medical Officer, so they stated that this is the statement from those two architects. First of all, this struggle started in 1969. And after this meeting, in 1967, there was a great World Conference on Smoking and Health. And Robert Kennedy said what during this conference? This is a battle which can be won with the commitment that is demonstrated by this conference, with the commitment that all of you show in being here and in your work at home. I know it is a battle which will be won. And of course, we can see the impact of this conference in every field. And after the conference in 1969, WHO has the regional committee in Europe, and then they start the actions. And once again, this tobacco control was initiated and decisions will be taken. Similar decisions were also taken in the US, and there are also regional committee in the US, and the same decision would also be taken. And of course, those decisions became the principles of the Executive Board of the World Health Organization. In the first conference assembly, first global war was declared together with the illness of, so this is about the eradication of smallpox and tobacco control at the same time. And of course, there are different significant meetings. For example, one of them is the report, which is published in 1962. The other one is Surgeon General report. And then the first Smoking and Cigarette Health World Conference in New York, the second one in London. And I would like to highlight once again. So there are case studies, 5 prospective monitoring articles, and 2 experimental articles. So these are all knowledge accumulation. And in the US and in the UK, we know that all those reports were prepared for struggling against tobacco, and they were also prepared after all those conferences. And with the next action taken, this was also written in the history, and the War of Tobacco was initiated. Now we have the convention, and we know that all those measures are taken, but they were all stated in those reports published in 1970s. You can also see Sir George Edward and Mahler. They both served. Godber served as Chief Medical Officer, and he was also one of the leaders. And Mahler, one of the persons for establishing the primary healthcare services. So you can see the spirit of public health. So then it is the struggle, combat of WHO. And these are all at the center. Now, I'm going to show you all those reports. These are World Health Organization's reports. Now I'm going to show you the document of Philip Morris. So, World Health Organization document. Third world countries are in the tendency of accepting the recommendations of WHO. And we have the examples of Venezuela, Gulf countries, Singapore, Malaysia. In those countries, the marketing skills of us could be minimized by WHO. But we are going to make another action which is planned against WHO, and the new name will be Jones and Day, Surrey and Morse Company. And so this is an organized structure, and then they bring the deputy chair of WHO. So there are some names that I would like to mention. David Morse, Geoff Bible, and some other similar names. What is the common feature of them? They, for example, David Morse worked in the UN for 22 years and also received the Nobel Prize by ILO. But after that, he was involved in some other games of those companies. I'm going to go a little bit faster. Another important factor I would like to highlight, it's also very important, which is about the product. So when we consider this period of time between 1950s and 1965, there were 4 companies. And what about the sales ratio? It was like 50,000 tons. But they also generated different products together with low nicotine, low tar, and then they were expressed like they are more reliable, safer cigarettes. So they were released to the market, and this was also like a product advantage for the market. So they used those advantages and they tried to convince the country leaders. They also performed smuggling and they continued, and they were aware of this illegal smoking trade, cigarette trade. And we are going to see that they have some other actions. And they found that WHO is a competitor for them, and they tried to eradicate, and they prepared different plans. So this is an investigation report, international one, and this is an investigation performed by WHO, and it's for making all those activities, efforts of WHO ineffective. So these are the strategies of the tobacco cigarette industries. Actually, they have expressed that this is an innovation and we need to pay attention to WHO. And it's also very important for us. We can understand that World Health Organization is so crucial for us. And we know that there could be different tactics to decrease the power of WHO, and we can see that it's really obvious. So you can also see the impact of low tar, low nicotine cigarette on international trade, both export and import of cigarettes. So in 1981, once again, you can see the ratio of low tar, and it goes up to 250,000 tons. And it is going to reach 2 million tons. So this is the share from 50,000 tons to 2 million, both for export and import, excluding the US and impact of low tar and low nicotine cigarettes. So for low tar, low nicotine, then it seems that there are healthier alternatives. And even in the reports of the World Health Organization, they can be seen. And this is a kind of misleading. This is also the same misleading in this market. And I would like to finalize my presentation with these sentences. Corporations have neither bodies to be punished nor souls to be condemned. They therefore do as they like. This is the sentence stated for the India, Eastern India, one of the first global company. And it suits well for the tobacco companies. And there's also another quote: history is always repeating itself, but each time the price goes up. So e-cigarettes are similar to low tar, low nicotine, and once again, misleading all those individuals, and they're used by tobacco companies. We are not going to accept that, and we are not going to believe that. Thank you for listening to my presentation.
Thank you so much for your efforts, and we'll continue with Mr. Jeremy Morton with the presentation titled Electronic Cigarette Use in the World, Current Trends. Jeremy Morton is the methodologist of USA CDC and Tobacco Control branch. He carried out various surveys. He helped various countries, and now we are too excited to hear. And I leave the floor to him.
Thank you, Dr. Sapa. I will share my screen now. Electronic cigarette use. You get some bonus information on heated tobacco product use. So I'll be providing a brief overview of the products. I'll present an overview of the Global Tobacco Surveillance System, or GTSS. I'm going to present data on electronic cigarette use and some data on heated tobacco product use, and a few points for discussion. So I won't spend too much time on the overview of products. I imagine in the previous sessions, there was a lot of discussion of the products. But for this presentation, I'll refer to electronic nicotine delivery systems, or ENDS, refer to them as electronic cigarettes, and heated tobacco products, or HTPs. The Global Tobacco Surveillance System was developed by CDC and WHO. There are three current components of GTSS, including the Global Adult Tobacco Survey, or GATS, the Global Youth Tobacco Survey, or GYTS, and then the Tobacco Questions for Surveys, or TQS. And TQS has two components, for adults and for youth. And the purpose of developing the GTSS was to have a standard, systematic, and consistent process for collecting data to generate comparable data within and across countries. So just a few notes on GATS. It's a nationally representative household survey, which covers persons 15 years of age and older. GATS has been completed in 36 countries since 2008. We've had 2 rounds of GATS in 12 countries 3 rounds in 2 countries and 4 rounds in 1 country. There is a core questionnaire and a list of optional questions, and countries can do additional adaptations by adding their own specific questions. The recent core questionnaire includes a section on electronic cigarettes, and then we also have additional optional questions that countries can add. We also have a heated tobacco product module that's optional, but more recently, the countries have been including questions on e-cigarettes and heated tobacco products. The Global Youth Tobacco Survey, or GYTS, is a nationally representative school-based survey, and that covers students aged 13 to 15 years of age. And between 1999 and 2020, GYTS has been implemented in 188 countries or sites. And again, GYTS has a core questionnaire with optional questions, and we allow adaptation. We are revising the current questionnaire for GYTS, so there are electronic cigarette questions will become in the core, and we'll have optional heated tobacco product questions as well. So let's start with looking at global estimates of electronic cigarettes. According to WHO, and as we all are aware, e-cigarettes are widely available globally, and they are banned in over 30 countries. A publication in 2021 estimates the global number of people who use electronic cigarettes, and this publication had the number at 58.1 million in 2018 and 68 million in 2020. WHO's Global Report on Trends in Prevalence of Tobacco Use from 2019 that states that countries began collecting data on current use of e-cigarettes in 2013 and reported that 42 countries have nationally representative data. And this was as of the 2019 publication. And so at that time, they reported that there were not enough countries to permit an estimate of the global level of use for e-cigarettes. So perhaps WHO in the next editions will be able to report on that as more countries will have nationally representative data. So let's look at some adult data on electronic cigarette use. And I'll start with the US as it is my home country. The National Health Interview Survey in 2021 is the recent adult data reporting that for those 18 years of age and above, 4.5% currently use electronic cigarettes. And then looking at the young adult age group, 18 to 24-year-olds, that prevalence rate was 11%. And then among the users of electronic cigarettes aged 18 to 24, 16.3% currently smoke cigarettes, 22.3% formerly smoked cigarettes, and 61.4% never smoked cigarettes. So now I'll present data from GATS, where we have electronic cigarette data available in 20 countries for ages 15 and above. And this includes 3 countries with 2 rounds of electronic cigarette data, Kazakhstan, Indonesia, and Philippines. So this graph shows the prevalence of awareness of electronic cigarettes. So the percentage of adults 15 and older who have ever heard of electronic cigarettes, and the gray bars showing overall 15 and above, the orange bars showing among the youngest age group, 15 to 24-year-olds. This is between 2011 and 2021. We have 19 GATS countries. So just a caution about these rates, you'll notice that these are arranged in alphabetical order, as some of the estimates are outdated, especially we know the use of these products are increasing rapidly. So just to note that some of the older GATS countries, the rates are likely higher. So we can see that the rate of awareness of e-cigarettes is very low in countries, Ethiopia in 2016, India in 2017, Bangladesh 2017. A relatively high awareness in Greece, and that was back in 2013, so 10 years ago. Very high awareness, and Russia 2016 and Romania 2018, also a high awareness. I just want to point out the recent data that we have GATS conducted in Indonesia 2021, Philippines and South Africa also 2021. But the data for 15 to 24-year-olds not yet released, but will be released soon. So this graph is on ever use, so percentage of adults 15 and above who have ever used an electronic cigarette, also showing among 15 to 24-year-olds. Here are 18 GATS countries from 2013 to 2021. And for ever use, we see very low rates in Senegal, 2015, Ethiopia, 2016, Bangladesh, 2017, and relatively higher in Greece, 2013, Russia, 2016, Romania, 2018. Now we are showing current use of electronic cigarettes. So current use defined as currently using on a daily or less than daily basis. 20 countries shown here from 2011 to 2021, again for 15 and above and for 15 to 24-year-olds. The prevalence rate, we can say, is relatively low in all countries, but the rates seem to be higher for the 15 to 24-year-olds in Russia in 2016, Ukraine 2017, Romania 2018. And I mentioned we have 3 countries that have repeated GATS with electronic cigarette data. The first one was Kazakhstan, who conducted in 2014 and then repeated GATS in 2019. And so the graph on the left, we see for overall 15 and above, where a little surprising, but awareness actually significantly declined the awareness of electronic cigarettes, which was surprising to see. And then ever use and current use, there were no statistically significant changes. And then on the right, just looking at the ages 15 to 24-year-olds, we can see a statistically significant increase in ever use from 2014 to 2019. I also want to mention that Kazakhstan was the first country to also add additional e-cigarette indicators, looking at duration of use, reasons for use, brand, flavor, money spent. So I'm not going to go through all of those indicators, not enough time, but we have additional indicators. And here are two other countries that have repeated gets, Indonesia and Philippines. So Indonesia on the left, one of the first countries to include e-cigarette questions in their GATT survey in 2011 and repeated in 2021. So overall, you can see awareness significantly increased from 10.9% to 55.7%. Ever use was not collected in the initial GATS in 2011, but you see that current use significantly increased as well. And then for Philippines on the right, we see a significant increase for awareness, ever use, and current use from 2015 to 2021. So as I mentioned before, the data for the younger age groups and all the demographic subgroups, those data will be released soon. So now let's look at youth data for electronic cigarette use, starting with the US, 2022 data, very recent. And we know that current use of electronic cigarettes, defined as use in the past 30 days, 2.55 million high school and middle school students currently used electronic cigarettes. That represents 14.1% of high school students and 3.3% of middle school students. And now I'll present data from the Global Youth Tobacco Survey, or GYTS, where we have electronic cigarette data in over 75 countries or sites for students aged 13 to 15. This includes 13 countries and sites with 2 rounds of e-cigarette data. So looking at 75 countries from 2014 to 2019, those who are aware or ever heard of electronic cigarettes, the prevalence of awareness ranged from 9.4% in Cambodia to 95.8% in Poland. And the prevalence was more than 80% in 13 country sites and mostly from the European Union region, Ever use of e-cigarettes that ranged from 2.3% in Cambodia to 55.1% in Italy. And the prevalence of ever use was 30 to 50% in 7 countries or sites. Then looking at the current use, again, that's past 30-day use. The prevalence ranged from 1.2% in Togo to 35.1% in Guam. And current use was greater than 10% in 30 countries and sites for students aged 13 to 15 years. And finally, this publication that I'm citing here looked at dual use for 67 countries, dual use of electronic cigarettes and regular cigarettes. And this prevalence ranged from 0.1% in Cambodia to 13.6% in Poland. And the prevalence of dual use was more than 5% in 15 countries or sites. So the authors have some discussion points, some additional analysis points. Youth from high-income countries had 2.4 times higher odds of being current e-cigarette users. youth in the countries, sites with the most restrictive e-cigarette regulations had 0.6 times lower odds of being current e-cigarette users. The awareness and use of e-cigarettes was higher among boys, higher in countries, sites in Europe and the America regions. And finally, they pulled the data and which show that nearly half of the youth were aware of e-cigarettes and 1/3 had used e-cigarettes in their lifetime. So here I want to show change over time. We have 8 countries here, key countries sites with about 4 to 5 years in between the GYTS surveys. And this graph is showing awareness. And so except for Montenegro, you can see a general increase in awareness over the 2 waves of GYTS being conducted. Here is current use, change over time for GYTS. For 10 countries, sites, again, 4 to 5 years in between. And except for Iraq, you can see a general increase in current use. Now let's look at some heated tobacco product data. According to Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids, fact sheet in 2020, HTPs were available in 61 markets across Europe, North and South America, Eurasia, and East Asia. CTFK reported in 2018 the largest markets were Japan and Korea, and they stated that data on use of HTPs are limited. So for the US, we have data from 2019 for adults stating that 8.6% were aware of HTPs, 0.51% had ever used HTPs. And then for the youth in 2022, 1.1% of high school students currently used HTPs, and 0.7% of middle school students currently use HTPs. So in the US, very low awareness and use at this time. But as the products get introduced, I imagine those will start increasing those data. Wanted to show estimates from Japan and Korea, as these are 2 of the largest markets for heated tobacco products. Japan in 2022, 11.8% of 16 to 74-year-olds currently used heated tobacco products, and 3.8% of 16 to 19-year-olds currently used heated tobacco products. Korea, 2018, 4.4% of those 19 and above currently used HTPs, and 2.2% of 12 to 18-year-olds had ever used HTPs. Now I'll present data from GATS, where we have 4 countries with heated tobacco product data for ages 15 and above, including Indonesia, Kazakhstan, Philippines, and Romania. So here are our 4 GATS countries, showing overall in gray, for men in orange bars and women in the blue bars. And this graph is on awareness. So the percentage of adults 15 and above who have ever heard of heated tobacco products. We can see that the awareness it's not in Indonesia clearly, but more known in Kazakhstan and Romania. This graph is on ever use of heated tobacco products, relatively low in all 4 of these countries. And here's current use of heated tobacco products. Again, very low in all 4 of these countries. And these countries also collected additional indicators on heated tobacco products. I mentioned before, similar indicators to the expanded e-cigarette questions. So for example, duration of use, reasons for use, brand flavor. So very interesting information. However, we have very low numbers, as you could see, of current users. So some of these analyses are difficult. So finally, it's my last slide. Just a few discussion points, take-home points. We know that electronic cigarettes and heated tobacco products are in many countries with aggressive marketing, awareness and use of electronic cigarettes and heated tobacco products is increasing globally. It's important to measure and report in standardized ways. Our system, the global tobacco surveillance system, allows for global standardization among adults and youth. And I mentioned the component, the tobacco questions for surveys. And these are the key questions from GATS and GYTS, and they can be integrated into any non-tobacco survey. So certainly survey questions on e-cigarettes and heated tobacco products, along with the quote unquote traditional tobacco products can be included, and we can measure those in a standardized way. And finally, to enhance tobacco control, GTSS turns data into information for action. We have a lot more data that are forthcoming. Additional countries will be released soon, including Costa Rica, conducted GATS last year, and Mexico conducted this year. Malaysia, Ethiopia, Senegal are slated to conduct this year. So all those countries will have changeover time estimates on e-cigarettes. We hope to have India and Bangladesh next year, so more data on changeover time estimates. And then other countries will be first time collecting e-cigarette data in their GATS surveys. Nigeria, Uganda, Pakistan are a few that will be coming up. For GYTS, due to COVID and limited data collection in 2020, 2021, you saw that I just presented up to 2019. So all those we'll certainly have more data coming out in the near future. 2021 data will start to be released later this year. And then finally, I mentioned the expanded questions on e-cigarette and heated tobacco product use. So certainly the countries now are adding more and more questions, measuring different aspects of use and different indicators. So certainly we'll have more data in the near future. So I want to thank you for your time. Please visit our website, CDC website. We also have a GTSS Academy website. There are a lot of data and information, and any questions, don't hesitate to email us. We have a GTSS mailing list, so you can keep track of any announcements about country data releases. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Jeremy Morton. And now we will follow Professor Toker Ergüder with the presentation title Country Experience with E-Cigarettes and Heated Tobacco Products, Challenges and Industry Attempts in Turkey. So Mr. Ergüder is in WHO working on non-communicable diseases and related issues. He also focuses on preventing addictive behaviors, and he has carried out various studies in Turkey, like alcohol, obesity, physical activity, and mental health and such, and he offered technical assistance. And when it comes to preventing non-communicable diseases, he worked together and he coordinates UN multidisciplinary works. He's the member of Green Crescent Scientific Committee. He helped us to realize this event tremendously, and now I leave the floor to him.
Society. So I also followed all the sessions, all the presentations, and I believe this will be a significant contribution to this field. And I hope the report of the symposium will be prepared and shared with all the relevant parties. And this is the final session of the symposium, and I'm going to talk about some different topics, and I hope this will not be boring for you, and I'm going to be on time. First of all, of course, I share this slide in all my presentations. We need to consider this tobacco control, and this is a pandemic, and we can prevent that. And we know that at the background, there is the tobacco industry, and we have very effective measures against them. As the previous speakers mentioned, when we talk about the struggling against the tobacco, then this struggle, this combat is against all those tobacco companies, all those tobacco industries. So smoking, cigarette is like terror, and we need to stop this pandemic. And we know that His Excellency, the President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, and some others will also be responsible. And we know that this is the enemy, the ruthless, devious enemy. And as Joanna mentioned, this industry can change its host, and it can be a lamb rather than a wolf. And once again, there is also a very good quote: don't fall into this trap. Doing so is just like appointing a committee of foxes to look after your chickens. And this is a very big industry. If you consider their profits, it is like billions, trillions, and it could be much more than the GDP of most of the countries. And with all those money, they can have very, very dirty games around the world. And of course, they try to play those games in Turkey. And as the country, we are lucky because His Excellency provides significant standpoint. And for all those cigarette companies, especially for the e-cigarettes, we know that it is banned to be on the market of the country. I'm going to show you some other slides, and you're going to see what are changed in Turkey. And once again, together with the support and the standpoint, the stance of His Excellency President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, we have significant developments. So generally in the world, There are three types of implementations, both for e-cigarettes and heated tobacco products. First of all, there are some countries banning the sales of those products. Some of the countries banned the ads, or there are some prohibitions for the use of those products in indoor spaces, or there could be taxing differently in some other countries, and also there could be the prohibition of export and import. So generally, let's have a look at this situation globally. Now, we know that 33 countries prohibited the sales of e-cigarettes, and 72 countries have regulations regarding the use of e-cigarettes, and 6 countries banned also the sales, production, and import. And of course, we have been discussing that as of the morning session, but I would like to mention that once again, there are 3 types of them: e-cigarettes, non-nicotine e-cigarettes, ENNDCs, and the third one is the type which we call HTP. They are all released to the markets, but they are different products. There is also a very important report of World Health Organization, and during all those symposiums, meetings, we know that this report is shared with the parties, and it is stated the measures to be taken by the countries. What is the current situation in Turkey? Unfortunately, we have very high ratios of tobacco use. Each 1 out of 3 individuals use tobacco products. You can also see the percentages for males, 44.1, and for females, 19.2. And we know that for e-cigarettes, 2.2% of the adults use or tried since 2016, and still they continue vaping. There are very significant legislations in Turkey for the use of those, for prevention and control of the harms of tobacco products. And there is also another regulation related to the principles and procedures of all those tobacco products production and trade. And there is also the law, which is numbered 471, and this is a very significant progress. And regarding its production, trades, as I have stated, all those products should have the permit from the Ministry of Agriculture, and otherwise it is not allowed to generate those products. If, of course, there is a ban for production and there are some illegal ways to enter the country. And this is also a very historical decision. This is the decision decree of the president, and it is also published in Official Gazette. So including the water pipes, hookahs, all the auxiliaries, materials, solutions, e-devices, the import of them is also banned. And all those products are prohibited and they are not released to the markets. And of course, the tobacco industry is working very well. We discussed those issues and very dangerous products, and we know those harms. And I worked in the Ministry of Health, and I know in the past, I discussed together with some other academicians, professors, and we foreseen such situation, and we had our stance not to have all those products in our country. And of course, there are some new studies, articles, and they show that we were right. In Turkey, there were 3 major attacks by cigarette companies. One of them was in 2017, the other one was in 2019, and the third one was in 2021. And of course, together with the support of the president of Turkey, together with the supports of Turkish Green Crescent Society and the associations, we won the battle in all those 3 attacks. But of course, this final war is not finalized because the industry is always trying to look for new ways. And Philip Morris, the company, founded the Foundation for a Smoke-Free World. we heard that, and then every year there is 80 million USDs. This is also provided to the countries for the next 12 years. This was the statement of Philip Morris. And then we foreseen that Philip Morris will contact to all those countries. In 2017, of course, immediately the president of the World Health Organization made a statement for tobacco control, and this was very successful. And once again, emphasizing on the efforts and accomplishments of the country. So then there was all those measures which were necessary against the Foundation for a Smoke-Free World of Philip Morris. So this is a warning and acknowledgement letter sent to Turkey. And a couple of days, or maybe a couple of months later, one morning, we realized that there is also an amendment in the law, and we will not be understood that. Actually, then we realized that this is the ban, prohibition for the sales and pricing of all those imported tobacco products. But there was a minor amendment, and it is stated that it is also giving the permission of import. But then we came all together with the health academicians, and then we made a press conference against that, and we made the announcement during the press conference, and we put the public reaction to threats posed by the tobacco industry proposal to begin importing and producing all those products in the country. And of course, then Green Crescent Society was also active, and this was excluded from that law. And this first attack was won, the first battle. And then we realized that all those companies are reaching to different companies in the country, and they started to work on that. When I received this file, I tried to find all those people. I made a search, and we have been working on those issues. So you can understand and you can see those bells ring immediately in your mind. And of course, we realized that there is an academic working on tobacco, for example, and there is a person, and all the articles written by that person were supported by that foundation of Philip Morris. And then this was also another issue, that this is an academician scientist, and this person was also supervised health sector and personal met with Philip Morris executive managers. And he pushed the establishment of the factory to produce those products. There was also another file. This is also another scientist. And we could not find any financial association, but we have found that he promoted tobacco harm reduction and cordial relations with British American Tobacco. And we also shared that file together with the decision makers in our country. And we have made the statements that they can be misleading. We, of course, continue all those activities in 2019. There was also another effort, which is the Symposium, or International Symposium on Drug Policy and Public Health. And there was a very important speech of His Excellency President Recep Tayyip Erdogan. And this was related to all those HTPs and ban related to all those e-cigarettes. And this was the final point of those issues. And as Professor Erol stated, of course, we know that history will always repeat, and all those cigarette companies started all their activities in the 90s, and of course, they reached different businessmen, presidents, etc. And we know that this was not allowed, and cigarette companies cannot be in the market together with the support of all those decision makers, and then they changed their tactics. In Istanbul, there was a meeting on the 3rd of July. This was related to the promotion of e-cigarettes and HTPs by the academicians. In Istanbul, in a hotel, these people will come together and they invite public health experts, professors, and they make explanations that these products will not be harmful. So they came together in Swiss hotel. So we learned that. Actually, I got the message and we act immediately. And there is also the Health Commission and the NGO supports of Turkish Grand National Assembly, and of course, together with the contribution of the Ministry of Health, we contacted to Istanbul governor, and then it is not allowed to organize that meeting in Swiss hotels. So that meeting is not allowed to be organized. Then Philip Morris made the announcement and made the cancellation of that meeting in Istanbul. This was the victory. And we know that the same foundation organized different meetings in Thailand and in some other countries, but then we share this information together with other countries like Japan, Thailand. Then we said, please be careful. So all those meetings were also canceled. And this is the official letter to the governor of Istanbul, Mr. Ali Yerlikaya, and also to the Health Commission, Dr. Musharref Pervin Turgut. So this is the acknowledgement, official letter from WHO. So this letter is related to the cancellation of all those meetings. Interestingly, after sending this official letter, Ms. Musharref Pervin Turgut has received a letter from Philip Morris. And then, of course, we have seen that such letters were also submitted to some other MPs in the Turkish Grand National Assembly and also the members to the commission, and they asked for the promotion of such e-cigarettes and HTPs and also to provide information about less harm of them. So these letters were submitted to MPs, and Musharref Pervin Turgut, thanks to her, she is also one of the supporters of Green Crescent Society, and she gave the answer, as you can see on the slide, as Health University. So you can see that the box together with saying no to tobacco, there was the press conference, and we sent all those boxes having the cigarette butts collection. We sent all those boxes to them, and as the Health Sciences University, as WHO, and as Turkish Grand National Assembly, we gave a very significant answer to them. This is also very important because this is the third attack. I received this message electronically, and it is about the economical outcomes of tobacco use in the country. First, I was so happy because, you know, TEPAV is sending that document, this email to me. But then I read this document, the email, and then I realized there is a note written in small size, and it was stated that it is going to be performed by the Foundation of Smoke Free, and they are providing the support for the analysis and also for the publication of the results, etc. When I got that message, once again, we came together with the NGOs and we realized that this report will be so dangerous, and we initiated a campaign, both from Twitter, via social media accounts, and both to chambers, Union of Chambers and Commodities and TEPAV, and also there was the press release of another foundation which is related to the protection of children from tobacco and its harm. And this was our second accomplishment. In some press media, we can see some statements, promotions related to the products of Philip Morris. We have seen all those games in 90s, 70s, and we know that there's also the smuggling, etc. So I sent an electronic message to those journalists, and I said that the same play cannot be on the stage that we experienced in 1980s. So there could be different names, as you can see, for all those correspondents. Personally, I'm used to such attacks because I know in 2010 there was also another article which is written, and he also stated my name and he blamed me. So this is also another attack that I have, but I'm used to such attacks and I'm on the good side, and I'm going to be the advocate for preventing and controlling of all those products. Of course, we're talking about those products, but we are not discussing whether they are giving less harm. No, we know that there is no product which can be given less harm, but the main issue is to protect children and young individuals. How are we going to do that? The best practice is not to give any permission for its sale, production, import in Turkey. And of course, the inspections will be stronger in the customs, airport, etc. I made my warnings in different countries, but of course, some of the countries cannot take measures immediately. For this reason, we know that there are different deaths of all those children, and these are all related to e-cigarettes. We know that the lung injury, and I'm sure that most of the countries will be much more aware and they're going to follow the implementations in Turkey. This is my final slide. And Adikta, Turkish Journal on Addiction. And this is only for prevention, control, treatment of the use of tobacco and tobacco products this year. And this is a very important journal. And once again, I would like to receive the publications, articles to publish, to share them in this journal. And I would like to share this image of the lady, Dr. Glenn Lamberton, and one of the former WHO presidents. And she also initiated tobacco control activities. And once again, thank you very much for listening to my presentation.
Now I received a couple of questions, but in order to manage the time effectively, I'm going to ask each speaker one question. So, could you recommend us new approaches and way to keep us motivated to continue tackling? And also, unfortunately, use of such tobacco products are so common in young people that we don't know how to do. So we need your insight. Mr. Recep Erol Sezer, this question goes to you. Sure. Well, it was in the 80s, I suppose, and I was in Elazığ, a city in the eastern region of Turkey, and I was working for this awareness raising campaign, and there was this health center at that city. Actually, it wasn't even a proper center. It was just like a community clinic. And there was this car going around, a promotional car with huge tobacco ads on it. I'm not going to give you any brands, but that car was cruising around the city non-stop. So we shared our warnings, but of course it never stopped. And then we recognized some other violating acts. Back then, the signs of nuts shops would have the logo or like very openly the name of the tobacco brand. So then we realized, okay, we had a lot to do. We got together with a board member of our Healthy Life Association. So we started visiting all the shops, each and every one of them, with the signs of tobacco brands. Then we prepared the petition, presented it. A couple of months passed, and I received some news from the Ministry of Health. They said, okay, you signed a petition over these violations with the tobacco brands and everything, but this is just ads, they said. Anyway, some more time passed, and we heard news from the court. The news said that, okay, and by the way, we had to take photos of all the shops that had tobacco brands in their signs. So the courthouse said, okay, we find each and every shop, and thank you for your concern. So that was the news. Meaning, engage legal mechanisms if you want to empower yourself. But of course, that's not enough. We need support from NGOs, from legal authorities. I mean, we need everyone in this struggle, but I know that it can come to an end. It must come to an end. So ads are still out there. For example, there's this new brand called Puff Bar, the next best thing after Jules, I suppose. So I was curious to know more about it. I Googled it. And I was trying to get to this website because I needed some more information. But the more I looked for more information, the only thing I could find was how to order it. So there's no information about it. It's just ads and some websites so that you can order one. So we need an organized approach to stop all of this. And we need initiatives coming from the roots, and we're all together in this. We all share responsibility, I believe. Exactly, the rule of law plus personal awareness. You should never undermine your individual struggle. Everything counts. Sure, NGOs, a group and well-organized activity would mean a lot, but so would individual efforts. So we have a question for Mr. Morton too. Let me see. Some countries banned e-countries, but my question is, are there any data available from either GATS or GYTS for those countries that banned e-cigarettes? What are your thoughts in terms of public health and tobacco control policy of the products used, even after the products were banned?
Yeah, thank you for the question. We, the countries that participate in and conduct the GATS or GYTS will include questions on electronic cigarettes and heated tobacco products, regardless of the regulations in the countries. So certainly we know for any tobacco product or nicotine product, even though there may be some regulations, we still want to monitor and collect information on use. Just like, for example, for secondhand smoke exposure, there may be some very strong laws in the country banning use of secondhand smoking indoors, but we still measure it to make sure there's compliance. So in this case, even though there are some countries that ban it, if those countries conduct GATS or GYTS, they'll include the relevant survey questions. Thank you.
Evet, teşekkür ediyorum ben de ve
For your answers. So, final question goes to Mr. Toker Erguder. So you mentioned a couple of strategies, global strategies, but which one would fit Turkey the most, do you think? Oh, yeah. Well, I'm pro-law. So if we're talking about Turkey, we need to come up with a legal plan to set an example, and there is no other way to protect the youth. Like 4 or 5 years ago, I warned for the same thing in Azerbaijan. I told them to never allow, but they did allow. So looking at Azerbaijan right now, visit any mall you want, and you will see people very young with e-cigarettes. They are smoking those e-cigarettes in malls, in parks, in outdoors. And remember the keynote speaker and what he said. What the UK is doing is crazy right now, he said, and I agree. But also regulate all you want. Try to control it all you want. The single mistake, for example, the single overlooking would create an incredible disaster, because I know that the youth will directly buy, and those products are unfortunately appealing. So legal action is the best action, I believe, especially to protect the youth. Okay, thank you so much for your answers, dear speakers. Thank you for your great participation, and the great question. Thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity. I'm going to leave the floor to our presenter now. Thank you. Distinguished chair and speakers, thank you so much for this great session. Before the closing session, we will have a 15-minute break, and we'll be together 15 minutes later.
Değerli katılımcılarımız, kapanış oturumumuzu Türkiye Yeşilay Cemiyeti Yönetim Kurulu üyesi Sayın Doktor Esra Albayrak gerçekleştirecektir. Konuşmalarını yapmak üzere sözü kendilerine devrediyorum. Buyurun Sayın Albayrak.
Çok teşekkür ediyorum. Kıymetli konuk, İstanbul Baharı'nda sizlerle buluşmaktan büyük mutluluk duyuyorum. Yeni geliştirilen tütün ve nikotin ürünleriyle tütün kontrolü
So this is now the closing session of the International Symposium on Newly Developed Tobacco and Nicotine Products. As a Turkish Green Crescent, we have been carrying out our efforts to tackle with addictions on tobacco, drugs, and technology. With our administration, with 120 branches and 95 country Green Crescents, thousands of volunteers and stakeholders, we have been raising awareness regarding the addictions. Esteemed participants, before all, we have been working in line with Article 4.2 of FCTC, and the same article indicates that we have to be working on the newly developed tobacco and nicotine products as well. Today, we've been talking about struggle against the tobacco and nicotine products, and we have to be mainstreaming the heated products and electronic cigarettes, and we have to be developing the legal regulations along with the laws, and we have to make sure that the new products are taxated, and marketing and promotional activities of such products should be prevented. And fourthly, we need to come up with new policies to tackle with these addictions. Accordingly, the presence of Green Crescent in 95 countries will be acting as an accelerator for propagation of such activities to tackle with the addictions of the newly developed tobacco products. We believe that sharing knowledge and cooperation in this field will further strengthen us, and today we have gathered to tackle with them, and we have listened to the experts of the field. As you know, in the smoke of the cigarette, there are more than 4,000 substances which are carcinogenic, and nicotine is highly addictive among those 4,000 substances, and it's a lethal addiction, both physically and psychologically. The World Health Organization has identified smoking and tobacco use as an epidemic, and it is identified as a global problem that may lead to highly significant problems across the world. And the WHO indicates the fact that there will be healthcare, economy, and environmental results, and the cardiovascular diseases, cancer, and chronic lung diseases are mainly caused by the use of tobacco products, which is amongst the conditions leading to death across the world. And 1.8 million people lost their lives for this reason last year. And according to the data of the Ministry of Health, nearly 300,000 people are diagnosed with cancers in our country as well. Despite the tendency of decrease, the consumption of tobacco in Europe led to 780,000 deaths last year. The use of tobacco products is decreasing in the recent years. However, the use of e-cigarettes has increased over the recent years. Every year, millions of people are dying due to this reason, and millions of liras or euros are spent for tackling with such addictions. And now we're witnessing that they are propagating further among the young people. Therefore, working on tobacco is highly important. According to WHO 2021 report on global epidemic, I would like to underline a few things. As of 2020, 5.3 billion people are protected within the scope of one measure at least, and more than 4.4 billion people are protecting within the scope of empower measures, and the number of countries adopting them is increasing every year, and the number of countries implementing at least one empower measure was raised from 44 to 146 since 2011. This means 3 times increase. And 2 countries adopting all the measures as best practices are Brazil and Turkey. And in order to sustain the decrease, there is still a lot to cover in these countries. In this report, the new threats regarding tobacco control is also seen. The data on electronic nicotine delivery systems has been indicated in this report for the first time. And through a representative survey, the surveillance of such systems among the youth and children is increased. As you all know, such products are being sold intensely in the States, and 40% of the users between 18 and 25 are the ones who have never smoked in their life before. For now, 17% of all the users are the children below 18. Therefore, the states have achieved a lot in terms of controlling tobacco since 1960, but now they're having a trouble with such products. And this situation is similar in many other countries. The tobacco industry is marketing such systems with a great attraction, and they are using thousands of different flavors, and they are actually aiming at selling those products to the children and the youth. The research indicate that there is 2 times more chance of using tobacco products in the advanced stage if you are exposed to it, if you're exposed to the ends at a younger age. This is a highly profitable strategy for the tobacco industry, and the age restrictions must be applied, and such restrictions are applied only in 42% of the countries, and the regulations on ends are only present in 9 countries. Ends, heated products, and nicotine pouches are being used more and more in many countries, and as they are developed constantly, the characterization of such products might be difficult. Therefore, it will be even more difficult to take them under control through the legal regulations. And these are among the known tactics of the tobacco products to make them vague. In the countries where the sales of such products are not banned, the relevant products are taxated as technological products, but not as tobacco products. And the discussions around such taxations are a good example of such products. The tobacco industry is actually founded on lies, and they are carrying out manipulative campaigns. They are called clean products or smoke-free products, and yet the tobacco is used as a cessation method. They are claiming it to be a smoking cessation method. Actually, they are trying to look as if they were the part of a solution, but not the problem itself. As said by His Excellency, Mr. President, this is clearly surrendering the lamb to the wolf. As indicated in the WHO report, the industry is trying to normalize the use of such products. And in order to prevent the dual use, we keep working with evidence-based results. And the civil initiatives should be in contact with the relevant stakeholders. And as an example, we have strongly experienced that the political will is highly important in order to tackle with such addictions, and the need for clustering can be explained with examples from the countries where we have Green Crescent. For example, Bangladesh was among the first signatories to the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, and yet they still do not have any special law on heated products and e-cigarettes. And also, the governmental policies have not been released yet. 55% of the people in Indonesia have heard of e-cigarettes, and only 3% of them are now using. In the rural and urban, the rate is not changing. It is almost the same, and many young people are trapped by e-cigarettes due to social media, and still they do not have an updated regulation on this regard. The use of cigarettes in Sudan was rare before 1940, and it became more popular in the 90s, and the government is still working on the issuance of the law with respect to tobacco control, and the e-cigarettes is mainly used by the high-income populations. Accordingly, we can handle every country with their individual conditions, and one should remember that there is an organized global industry before us, and we have been listening to the presence of experiences on ants, and their studies are highly important to contribute to the development of measures in this regard. And as Green Crescent, we undertake the duty to be an advocate and to do the relevant advocacy works. All together, we believe that we can do better, and we have gathered with this idea in mind, and we'll listen to the presentations by distinguished professors. Hopefully, our words will find their addressees, and our works will render fruitful results. Professor Errol said the history repeats itself, and every repetition is even more costly. And I would like to quote from our poet Mehmet Akif Ersoy. The speaker is now quoting a poem, and interpretation cannot be provided. So this is a lethal organization of death, and we are the virtuous people who have come together, and we are determined not to repeat the history, and we will make sure that our kids will not pay a higher cost for this. And I would like to end my words saying that our unity will bring success, and I would like to thank you all for your kind contributions. I greet you all respectfully, and hopefully we will have a chance to host you all in our beautiful headquarters in Istanbul on a beautiful day of spring. Thank you very much. We would like to extend our gratitude to Dr. Esra El-Bayrak for the valuable closing remarks. Esteemed participants, we have had a chance to listen to both national and international speakers, experts in the field, and this is the end of our symposium. As part of our symposium, we would like to thank you all for your participation, and we wish to see you all once again very soon. Have a great day.